The scrapyard didn't announce itself. That was the first thing every salvager learned and the last thing every rookie forgot. No klaxons, no proximity warnings, no navigation beacon politely informing you that you were about to thread a 200-ton work vessel through the skeletal remains of 14 decommissioned dreadnoughts in the dark. The scrapyard simply was, massive and silent and indifferent, turning slow at the edge of the Vandermeer Nebula, 300 million kilometers from the nearest relay beacon and considerably further than that from anything resembling a reasonable decision. Captain Elias Thorne stood at the forward viewport and watched the dead fleet drift past. He'd been salvaging the deep lanes for 11 years. He'd cut open Kessler-class frigates bloated with 2 centuries of vacuum and methane ice. He'd cracked the hulls of automated mining barges that had been running their loops faithfully for 60 years after the companies that built them had folded and burned. He knew the specific weight of dead metal, the way it moved without intention, without resistance, just mass obeying gravity in the absence of everything else. He knew the smell of it, too. That particular cold that came off a hull that hadn't been touched by atmosphere in 100 years. Dry and mineral and faintly electric, like the inside of a circuit board left in a freezer. He knew all of it. He was comfortable with all of it. He was not comfortable with this. The dreadnought filled the viewport now. 2 kilometers of rusted titanium carbide alloy, her hull plating buckled and warped from the thermal stress of a controlled decommission burn a century ago. Her designation numbers had flaked off her bow so long ago that the registry listed her simply as Hull 447B, Deep Reserve status, last audit 2+ decades back. The Navy had stripped her down to the frame before they'd pushed her into the drift. Weapons, crew systems, navigation core. Everything that could be unbolted and reused had been unbolted and reused. What they'd left behind was the reactor housing. Because you didn't unbolt a 22nd century naval fusion core. You built a steel coffin around it. You sealed the coffin with 4 feet of poured lead shielding, and you pushed the whole arrangement into a registered decommission zone and let physics take custody. That was the regulation. That was the approved procedure. That was what every liability attorney in the colonial merchant fleet had agreed, in writing, constituted a reasonable and lawful discharge of the company's ongoing responsibility. Thorne had read the liability release twice on the 14-day burnout here. Both times it had made him feel worse. "Umbilical pressure holding at 1.2 atmospheres," said the voice over his earpiece. That was Mace, his engineering lead, running the docking checklist from the crawl space above the port airlock. "Mag clamps are seated. We've got hard contact on the reactor housing subframe. She's not going anywhere." "She hasn't gone anywhere in 100 years, Thorne said. "That's not what I'm worried about." He pulled himself away from the viewport. The bridge of the Meridian's debt was not a large space. 6 consoles, 2 of them dark because the secondary navigation array had blown a cooling relay 3 weeks out, and the replacement part was on back order through a supplier that operated, as near as Thorne could tell, entirely on geological time. The lighting ran amber because amber drew less power than white, and every kilowatt they saved on lighting was a kilowatt available for the cutters. The whole ship smelled like recycled oxygen and machine oil, and the specific synthetic sourness of rehydrated protein rations eaten at a console, which was how every meal on a working salvage vessel was eaten, regardless of what anyone said about maintaining crew morale. Vance was already at the secondary console. He'd been at the secondary console since the approach burn, which had been 6 hours ago, and he had not looked up from his screen for the entirety of those 6 hours, except to periodically refill his water bulb from the station mounted beside the portside crash harness. He wore a clean suit. Not clean in the sense of freshly laundered. Clean in the sense of new or close to new, the kind of suit that had never been ground into a bilge access panel or soaked through with coolant blowback. The corporate logo on the breast pocket was still readable. Thorne had stopped being able to read the logo on his own jacket approximately 18 months after he'd taken the commission, which he considered a reasonable benchmark for the question of whether a person actually belonged on a salvage vessel. The transit documentation for the neural link extraction apparatus has cleared Colonial Customs under Provisional Manifest Code 779 Alpha, Vance said without looking up. The automated extraction routines are preloaded and ready to deploy on your authorization. I haven't authorized anything. You will. Thorne didn't answer that. There were things Vance said that didn't merit the energy of a response, and that was one of them. He keyed the engineering channel instead. Mace, status on the cutting array. Cutting. Cutter 1 and 2 are staged and hot, Mace said. 3 is showing a 20% power degradation on the left focusing aperture. I've got it bracketed, but I wouldn't push it past 60% of rated output. What happens if we push it past 60? A pause. The particular pause of an engineer deciding how honest to be. Best case, the aperture cracks and we lose the cutter. Worst case, the aperture cracks and we lose the cutter and whoever's holding it. Run it at 50. 50. Confirmed. He crossed to the engineering locker at the aft bulkhead and started pulling his EVA rig. The suit was a Meridian-class heavy work rig built for exactly this kind of job. Reinforced joint sleeves, integrated thermal regulation, a radiation buffer rated for the kind of isotope scatter you got from century-old fuel rods and not for anything more dramatic than that. The helmet seal had been recut twice in the last year and made a sound when it locked that Thorne did not entirely trust. A slightly wet click instead of the clean, hard snap the manual described. He'd logged it with the parts requisition system. The parts requisition system had sent him an automated acknowledgement. This was the extent of their ongoing relationship. He was checking the seal for the third time when Kalen spoke from the navigation station without being addressed. The thermal gradient across the reactor housing subframe is non-standard, Kalen said. His voice had the particular quality it always had when he was reading data he hadn't expected, analytical, precise, and about half a degree cooler than ambient. The exterior temperature is reading minus 214 Celsius, consistent with a century of deep void exposure. The internal sensors are showing a localized thermal variation within the housing itself. Thorne looked at him. Variation how? Upward variation. Kalen's fingers moved across the haptic array. The interior of the sealed reactor housing is 11.3 degrees warmer than its immediate exterior environment. In a decommissioned core, I would expect parity within 1 or 2 degrees across that gradient, not 11. Thorne finished seating the helmet and let the diagnostic cycle run. Residual decay heat. A century-old core still throws some thermal output. It's in the margins. It's at the outer edge of the margins. Kalen paused. I wanted to log it. Logged, Thorne said, and meant it. He was not a man who discouraged his navigator from logging things at the outer edge of the margins. That instinct was worth more than half the instrumentation on the ship. He just didn't have a use for it yet. The cutting team assembled in the main airlock. 4 people, including Thorne. Mace, with the primary cutter racked over his left shoulder, and the look of a man who had been doing this work long enough to have run out of nervousness and arrived at a kind of durable philosophical resignation. Yara, the junior engineer, whose job was to manage the umbilical power feed and monitor the cutter draws so they didn't trip the main breaker on the Meridian's det mid-cut. And Solon, who ran the winch on the manual extraction rig and had arms built for it. The airlock cycled. The bridge dropped behind them. The crossing was 40 meters over open vacuum on a rigged safety line, and Thorne had done it enough times that it no longer registered as fear exactly, more as a kind of heightened mechanical attention. The void was absolute here. The nebula burned in the middle distance, its light too diffuse to illuminate, only to color the dark a deep and bruised violet that served mostly to remind him how thoroughly and completely alone they were. The dreadnought's hull filled his field of vision. Up close, the scale of it did something to the human nervous system that the viewport had not prepared him for. The scale said, This object was built by something with serious intent. It no longer mattered what the intent had been. The object persisted. The reactor housing occupied the dreadnought's keel between frames 19 and 23. It projected down from the hull like a blister, sealed at the base with a bolted lead cap 3 meters across and 4 feet thick, the bolts themselves the diameter of Thorne's forearm. The lead was dark, old and oxidized and cold, in the way that cold was not a temperature but a quality, a total absence that you felt through the suit insulation, regardless of what the thermal regulators said. Thorne planted his mag boots on the cap and felt the hull take his weight. "Line up on the primary cut marks," he said. "Yara, feed me Cutter 1 first. We'll run the perimeter arc in 2 passes." The cutter powered up with the sound that always made Thorne's back teeth ache. A rising whine that hit a frequency somewhere in the lower registers of the inner ear and stayed there. The plasma arc struck the lead with a violence that felt disproportionate, a blue-white column of ionized gas slamming into 4 feet of dense metal and beginning, methodically, to drink through it. The smell hit immediately through the suit's external sensors. Vaporized lead. Copper. The sharp, acrid bite of ozone from the arc discharge. It was the smell of hard work in a vacuum, of progress measured in millimeters per minute against material that had been engineered specifically to resist exactly this kind of persuasion. Thorne tracked the cut line. Mace ran the second cutter on the opposite arc. The noise they made together was enormous and entirely alone in the void, swallowed immediately by the vacuum a meter outside the work envelope, existing only in the conduction through the hull plating and up through their boots and into their bones. It took 1 hour and 40 minutes to complete the primary perimeter arc. Thorne's shoulders ached in the way they always ached after cutter work. A deep structural complaint from the joints, not the muscles. Holding the rig stable required constant micro-corrections against the arc's reactive force, and those corrections accumulated over the course of an hour and a half into something that felt like the shoulder joint had been steadily filed down. He flexed his hands in the gloves and did not mention it. Solon, winch. Solon hooked the mechanical extraction rig to the 4 retention points on the cap's perimeter, set the chain on the manual winch, and began to crank. The winch did not have a motor. It had a handle and a ratchet mechanism, and Solon's considerable engineering, applied with the patience of a man who had done harder work than this, and was prepared to do harder work than this for as long as necessary. The cap groaned. A deep tectonic sound transmitted through the hull, a sound that said, a thing that has not moved in a century is now being asked to move. The cap came free in increments, a millimeter, a centimeter, the seal cracking with a pressure differential that had equalized over 100 years of hard vacuum. The scar where the cutter arc had run showed dull and cauterized, cooling rapidly to a gray that was almost black. "Get the safety brace on the rim," Thorne said. "I want that cap controlled when it clears." They managed it. The cap lifted 8 inches, tilted slightly under its own mass, and came to rest against the restraint line. Solon held the tension on the winch. The reactor housing lay open below them. Thorne crouched at the edge and looked in. Every time he opened a dead core, there was a moment. A specific sensory beat that told you what you were dealing with. The isotope scatter had a look. A faint blue-gray Cherenkov shimmer at the edge of the diagnostic camera's range, accompanied by the Geiger counter climbing from its ambient baseline into territory that meant your dosimetry badge was now doing actual work. Or the core was genuinely cold, genuinely drained, and you got nothing, just the dead geometry of the internal structure and the smell of metal and old gas. He waited for that moment. The Geiger counter on his forearm display read steady. Ambient background. It did not climb. Instead, the thermal register climbed. The housing was warm, not the residual warmth of slow decay, something with a rhythm to it. A pulse almost. Though his instrumentation didn't have the resolution to confirm a pulse, and he was not prepared to use that word yet. The internal atmosphere, And there was an internal atmosphere, a sealed pocket of something that was not quite vacuum and not quite gas, shimmered faintly at the edge of the suit camera's light. Something was glowing down there, not the faint blue-white of isotope scatter. Something softer, something that pulsed. Slow and rhythmic and organic in a way that made the word organic feel completely wrong in the context of a sealed, lead-lined reactor casing on a decommissioned naval dreadnought 300 million kilometers from anything. "Mace," he said. There was a pause. Mace had seen it too. "Geiger counters are flatlined, Cap, but the thermal... something in there is running a fever." Thorne stared at the light. The pulse continued. Once per second, roughly. Once per second, something in the bottom of a dead reactor casing exhaled a soft, cold bioluminescence into the void, with the patience and regularity of something that had been doing it for a very long time. He did not move. He did not move, and he did not speak, and he watched the light pulse 3 more times in the silence of the scrapyard, while the violet nebula burned in the distance, and the dead fleet turned around them, and the Geiger counter held its flat, terrible 0. Chapter 2, The Sacred Hardware. The thing about going into a dead core was that you always knew exactly what you were going to find. That was the point. The entire regulatory apparatus of the Colonial Salvage Authority, the liability releases, the dosimetry requirements, the mandatory triple seal on the lead cap, the independent isotope survey you had to file before Colonial Customs would clear your extraction manifest, all of it existed to tell you, in exhaustive and legally binding detail, precisely what was inside a decommissioned reactor housing before you opened it. Dead isotopes, residual thermal scatter, the degraded geometry of spent fuel assemblies corroding slowly into each other in the dark. You knew what was in there. The paperwork confirmed what was in there. The paperwork existed so that there could never be any ambiguity about what was in there. Thorne looked down into the open housing and understood with a cold and total certainty that the paperwork was wrong. The entity filled the lower third of the reactor casing. She was... He had no word that worked here, no framework that didn't immediately break against the reality of what he was looking at. So he held his breath and looked and did not reach for words yet. She was draped across the internal structure in the way that living things drape when they have been stationary for a very long time. Not slumped, not dead, arranged, as though whatever part of her that persisted through a century of sealed darkness had found the most efficient configuration for endurance, and held it, and held it, and held it, until the configuration became indistinguishable from the structure it occupied. The cooling rods ran through her. That was the first thing his eye mapped, because it was trying to find the mechanical logic beneath the biology. The cooling rods were a dense forest of high-conductivity alloy, 4 centimeters in diameter, spaced at 12-centimeter intervals through the interior of the housing, designed to pull thermal energy out of the fuel assembly and route it into the ship's heat exchange system. They were still there. He could see the geometry of the array beneath and through her, the precise engineered grid of it. But the rods were no longer silver. They were threaded with something that pulsed. Fine luminescent filaments wrapped the alloy in overlapping helical coils, root systems drinking upward through cold metal, branching at each junction in the array into finer and finer tendrils that disappeared into the dark above the reach of his suit light. The light she gave off was not consistent with any isotope decay signature he had ever seen. It was not the blue-white of Cherenkov radiation or the yellowish haze of fission product scatter. It was green-gold, shot through with deep violet at the edges, and it moved, not flickered. Moved with the slow, deliberate rhythm of something breathing at a pace calibrated to an entirely different experience of time. The temperature on his suit's external sensor had already dropped 4 degrees since the cap came off. He noted it the way you noted a warning light you didn't yet have the context to interpret. "Mace," he said, "you're reading what I'm reading." "I'm reading it." Mace's voice was flat in the way it got when he was working very hard to remain an engineer and not a person having a response to something. I've got biological heat signatures on the thermal array, structured, distributed, the patterns consistent across the whole interior volume. Not consistent with anything in the survey report. Not consistent with anything in any report I've ever seen. The comms channel crackled, and then Vance's voice cut through it with the particular quality it had when he was already 2 steps ahead of the conversation he was walking into. Clean, precise. A voice that had never needed to be louder than the room because it had never once considered the possibility that the room wouldn't adjust. What is the current dosimeter reading at the breach site? Thorne checked his forearm display. 0.3 millisieverts per hour. Background ambient. Then the asset is not presenting a radiation hazard. A pause that was not uncertainty but calculation. I need you to recalibrate the dosimeters. The survey indicated a potential isotope yield of between 4 and 7 Röntgens at breach distance. The current reading represents a sensor failure. Or it represents an accurate reading, Thorne said. Recalibrate the dosimeters, Captain. Vance. He kept his voice level. The dosimeters are calibrated. The isotopes are not there. What is there is a biological organism of significant mass that has been living inside this reactor casing for, we don't know how long. At minimum 100 years. At minimum. He let that sit for half a second. I need you to register the possibility that this is not a sensor failure. The pause was longer this time. Recalibrate the dosimeters and complete the visual survey of the asset. I'll have a revised extraction assessment ready when you're back aboard. Thorne did not recalibrate the dosimeters. He looked at Mace, who looked back at him, and they had the kind of conversation that salvage workers have after 11 years of working the same vessel, which required no words and lasted approximately 1 second. He descended into the housing. The rungs of the internal access ladder were still there, the original naval engineering still functional, still bolted into the lead-lined wall at regulation intervals. His boots rang against them as he climbed down, and the sound the ringing made inside the casing was different from what it should have been. Too absorbed, too soft. As though the walls had acquired a lining that was drinking the resonance out of the air. The temperature dropped another 3 degrees as he cleared the halfway point on the ladder. He checked the thermal display and watched the number continue its slow migration downward. His suit's regulated warmth held steady, its processors compensating, but the compensation was incremental and the direction was not reversing. The housing was getting colder the further he descended. The entity was getting warmer. Both of those things were true simultaneously, and neither of them was explicable within the framework of basic thermodynamics as he understood it. He stopped on the lowest rung and looked at her from 2 meters away. The filaments connected to the cooling rods were not, he now understood, growing around the rods. They had grown into them. The alloy of the cooling rods, which was a nickel-chrome composite rated for thermal conductivity under conditions that would liquefy most industrial materials, had been infiltrated at the molecular level. Where the filaments made contact with the metal, the boundary between biology and engineering had ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. The alloy was threaded, inhabited. The distinction between the organism and the infrastructure it occupied was the kind of distinction that might matter in a laboratory, and did not matter here. She was not using the cooling rods. She had become continuous with them. The light was stronger down here. It moved across the surfaces of her in slow waves, the green-gold deepening to amber at the edges of each pulse, the violet undertone surfacing and receding in patterns that were too regular to be random and too complex to be mapped on a single observation. The smell that came through his suit's external sensors was something he had no prior reference for. Ozone, yes, the way the air around high-voltage equipment smelled, the sharp metallic bite of ionization. But beneath that, something biological, wet and faintly sweet, the way decomposing organic matter sometimes smelled in low-temperature environments. Except that this was not decomposition. This was the opposite of decomposition. This was the smell of an active metabolic process, running very slowly in a very cold place, patient and continuous and old. Her face, he identified it as a face not because the structure was human, but because it was oriented, because it had a directionality that implied a front, was tilted down and to the left, resting against a junction in the cooling rod array where 3 separate rods converged. The filaments at that junction were thicker, dozens of coiled tendrils winding through the alloy, the light in them brighter and more complex than anywhere else in the structure, as though the density of the connection was highest here, as though this was where the most information was moving. The air shimmered. It was subtle enough that he thought for a moment that it was a display artifact, a refraction effect from the temperature differential between his suit's surface and the cold interior atmosphere. But it persisted, and it moved with intent, which was the detail that ruled out every physical explanation he could construct. The shimmer drifted toward the junction where her face rested against the rods. It thickened there, the way condensation thickens on a surface that is already saturated. He could see it now in the suit light, not smoke, not gas, not any aerosol he had a name for. A fog that caught the bioluminescence and fractured it into something prismatic and geometric, moving with the specific unhurried purpose of a liquid finding its gradient. "Captain," Yara's voice on the engineering channel, pitched about half an octave higher than her baseline. "The ship's internal temperature sensors are registering an 11-degree drop in the sections adjacent to the docking umbilical. Life support is compensating, but the thermal regulation system is running at 112% of rated output to hold ambient. Pull ambient down 2 degrees and let the regulators work in their rated band," Thorne said. "If the draw keeps climbing, alert me before you start pulling power from non-essential systems." "Understood." A pause. "What is it drawing the heat into?" He looked at the entity, the shimmer drifting through the cold air, the light pulsing in the filaments that had made themselves continuous with century-old alloy. "Working on it," he said. He climbed back to the rim of the housing and stood at the edge. Mace was watching him. Solon had stepped back from the winch mechanism and was looking down into the casing with the expression of a man whose professional self-possession had been outpaced by events. "That's not a containment vessel," Thorne said. "It's a life support system, or a cage." Nobody answered that. The violet nebula burned at the edge of the scrapyard. The cold came up out of the housing like a slow exhalation. Mace had moved to the near side of the cap opening. He had his suit light aimed at the base of the cooling rod array where it disappeared into the housing's internal infrastructure, the dense grid of alloy disappearing into the rusted framework of the reactor's lower structure. He was not speaking. He was looking at something and not speaking, which was a combination that Thorne had learned, over 11 years, to pay immediate attention to. "Mace." "The rods," Mace said. "Look at where they go into the frame." Thorne crouched at the rim and aimed his own light at the base of the array. The cooling rods passed through a series of structural guide collars on their way to the heat exchange connections at the base of the housing. Standard architecture. The collars keeping the rods seated under thermal expansion stress. At each collar junction, where rod met fixed structure, he could see it now. What he'd taken for corrosion. What he'd taken for the natural oxidation of century-old alloy in a slowly degrading sealed atmosphere. The filaments didn't stop at the rods. They went through the collars, through the structural frame of the reactor housing itself. The finely branching tendrils that terminated the larger coils had found their way into the bolted seams of the lead-lined walls, into the welded joints of the internal frame, into every physical interface between one piece of engineered hardware and another. The housing was not separate from the entity. The housing was part of her, the way a skull is part of the person it contains. The boundary between organism and containment structure had been crossed so gradually, over so many years, in such fine increments, that the breach was total and invisible. Every cooling rod was a nerve. The thought arrived complete, and Thorne did not try to revise it. Every cooling rod was a nerve, and the housing was the body that nerve ran through, and somewhere in the ship's umbilical connections, in the hard lines that joined the dreadnought's reactor subframe to the Meridian's DET's power assessment systems, something had already made contact with something that was not dead metal. The shimmer in the air below him pulsed once, slow and gold, and then thickened. Chapter 3. The Neural Bleed. The diagnostic polling cycle on a salvage vessel ran every 4 minutes. That was the regulation, not a recommendation, not a best practice guideline, a hard operational requirement written into the Colonial Salvage Authority's standard operating protocol after a mining barge called the Henrietta Sauce had lost its atmospheric processing array in the Kuiper margin because a sensor fault had gone unpolled for 11 minutes, and the automated response system had received no data, and therefore taken no action, and therefore 31 people had spent 4 minutes discovering, in sequence, that they had a problem. 4 minutes was the number the inquiry board had decided was the maximum acceptable gap between a developing fault and the moment the ship knew about it. Carrion ran the polling cycle every 90 seconds. He had done this for 6 years on the Meridian's DET, and in 6 years Thorne had never asked him to stop because the polling cycle took processing overhead, and the processing overhead came out of the navigation array's available compute budget, and the navigation array operated on a tighter budget than anyone was comfortable with. Carrion had explained once in the first month that he would rather have 30 seconds of navigation latency than 4 minutes of diagnostic blindness, and Thorne had looked at him for a long moment and said nothing, which was how Thorne said yes to things he agreed with but didn't want to make a formal policy. Every 90 seconds, the ship told Carrion what it knew about itself. He was on the 3rd polling cycle since Thorne's team had come back through the airlock when the network started lying to him. Not crashing, not going dark, lying. There was a specific and important distinction, and Carrion had the kind of relationship with data systems that allowed him to feel the distinction in the same way a person could feel the difference between a conversation that had stopped and a conversation that was continuing in a language they didn't recognize. The PLC network, the Meridian's DET's programmable logic controller array, the hardwired nervous system of the ship that monitored and adjusted and corrected every automated process from thermal regulation to ballast pressure to the slow, constant work of keeping human beings alive in a vacuum, was not going silent. It was producing output, enormous amounts of output. The polling returns were populated, all parameters showing active and responding. But the parameters were wrong. Not wrong in the sense of sensor fault wrong. Not a thermometer reading 2 degrees above calibration, or a pressure gauge drifting at the low end of its range. Wrong in the sense that the values were not values. The atmospheric scrubber in Section 4 was reporting its current particulate load in a unit that Carrion did not recognize. The unit had a symbol. The symbol was not in the engineering notation library. The gravity plating on the lower decks was reporting its compensatory output as a ratio that resolved when he traced the data chain back through the PLC relay to a sequence of prime numbers arranged in ascending order. The navigation mainframe's position fix, which drew from 3 independent sensor arrays and a pulsed signal transponder that bounced off the Vandermeer relay beacon every 8 minutes, was reporting a set of coordinates that placed the Meridian's DET approximately 14 light-years outside the known navigational boundary of charted space. The ship was not broken. It was reporting something. The something was not anything the ship should have known. He ran the cycle again. The values were different this time. The Section 4 scrubber unit had changed to a different unrecognized notation. The gravity plating primes had advanced 2 positions in the sequence. The coordinates had moved. His fingers were steady on the haptic array. He was aware of this with a peripheral and clinical interest, the way he was aware of his own pulse when he was working a problem, as data rather than as sensation. He pulled the raw output log from the PLC relay and began tracing the contamination backward through the data chain toward its origin. It took him 4 minutes and 30 seconds to find the junction point, the reactor housing subframe, the umbilical hardline that connected the dreadnought's internal monitoring architecture to the Meridian's debts assessment systems, the physical data conduit that Thorne's team had attached during the initial docking sequence to pull thermal and structural readings from the target vessel before the breach. Standard procedure. You didn't cut into a reactor housing without knowing exactly what the structural load on the outer frame was doing in real time. Because if the frame had stress fractures, the cap removal could shear a support member, and a support member shearing inside a reactor housing had historically produced outcomes that the liability documentation addressed in considerable detail. The hardline was supposed to be a one-way read channel. Passive. The dreadnought's monitoring systems had no active transmit capability. They had been in power-down status for 100 years. There was nothing on the other end of that hardline that should have been generating outbound data. The PLC relay was receiving 1.7 terabytes per second of structured biological data from the reactor housing. He checked the number 3 times. He was not misreading it. 1.7 terabytes per second. Structured, patterned, enormously complex and entirely unlike any data format in the ship's protocol library, pouring through the assessment hardline from the dreadnought's dead monitoring infrastructure and entering the Meridian's debts PLC network at the relay junction, where it was encountering the ship's data processing architecture and doing something to it that was not corruption and was not overwrite and was not any category of network fault that Kalen had a name for. The ship's PLC network was not being destroyed, it was being read. The emergency lighting in Section 3 flickered, not the brownout flutter of a power draw spike, a rhythmic, deliberate pulse, 1 second on and 1 second off, repeated 4 times, and then settling back to steady amber. And Kalen had the involuntary thought that it was the same rhythm he had observed in the thermal data from the housing, the slow biological cadence of the entity's bio-luminescent output. And then he stopped having involuntary thoughts and focused entirely on the data chain in front of him. "Kalen!" Thorne's voice from the corridor, already moving. "On the bridge!" Thorne came through the hatch with Mace behind him, both still in their EVA rigs with the helmets racked on their shoulders, the suits carrying the cold of the dreadnought's hull in the way materials carried temperature differentials, a radiating chill that Kalen could feel from 2 meters away. "Talk to me," Thorne said. "The PLC network is compromised from the assessment hardline. The dreadnought's monitoring infrastructure is transmitting." Kalen turned from the console so Thorne could see the raw output log on the primary display. 1.7 terabytes per second of structured biological data. It began approximately 8 minutes ago. I can give you the precise timestamp from the relay log. The data is entering the PLC array at the junction relay and propagating upstream through the network. The ship's automated systems are still functioning, but their output parameters are being altered. The alterations are structured, not random. They are not consistent with any known failure mode. Thorne was at the console beside him in 3 steps, reading the output log. His jaw worked once. "She's in the network. The data originates from the housing. The pathway is the assessment hardline. Cut the hardline, physically. I want someone at the junction relay with a pair of manual disconnects right now. I can have Yara at the relay in 3 minutes," Mace said, already moving back toward the hatch. The comms array produced a sound. It was not a system alert. It was not the proximity alarm or the thermal warning or any of the 17 distinct tonal signatures the Meridian's debt used to indicate that something in its infrastructure required attention. It came through the internal comms, every speaker in every section of the ship simultaneously, which the comms architecture was not designed to do. The internal system was zone addressable and required a command input to broadcast ship-wide, a command input that no one on the bridge had provided. The sound that came through every speaker was not a transmission. It was not a voice, not a signal, not an artifact of electrical interference. It was a melody. The word felt wrong the moment Kalen applied it. too small and too domestic for what was actually moving through the ship's speaker array. Not a melody in the sense of an arrangement of tones someone had composed. A melody in the sense that the tones were organized, that they had a relationship to each other that implied a structure too complex to be accidental and too alien to be mapped onto any musical framework he could access. It rose and fell. It had depth, layers of frequency that the ship's speakers were not rated to reproduce faithfully, so the lower registers arrived as a physical vibration in the console panel beneath his hands, in the deck plating beneath his boots, in the fillings in his back teeth. The upper registers translated poorly enough that they arrived as something that was almost sound and almost wasn't, at the edge of perception, felt more than heard. It lasted 11 seconds. Then it stopped. The bridge was very quiet. Kalen was aware that his hands had stopped moving on the haptic array during the 11 seconds. He was aware that he was now restarting them, deliberately, with a conscious effort that the activity should not have required. "That came through the internal comms array," he said. His voice was even. He was paying attention to it being even. "Ship-wide broadcast. No command input logged." "The PLC," Thorne said. "The PLC network controls the comms routing." Kalen turned back to the console. The output log was still running. The data throughput from the assessment hardline had increased. 2.3 terabytes per second now. The number in the relay log was climbing. She used the network to access the comms architecture and broadcast through the speaker array. The PLC network is the mechanism, but the content, the sound, that did not originate from any file in the ship's data storage. That was not a recording. That was a live transmission through a system that was not designed to transmit. Mace was at the hatch. He had stopped moving when the sound started and had not yet restarted. "Mace," Thorne said. Mace blinked, looked at Thorne, left. Vance's voice came through the earpiece, and if he had heard the sound, if it had come through the speakers in whatever section of the ship he was currently occupying, which it must have, ship-wide meant ship-wide. His voice gave no indication of having been affected by it. "Kalen, I need the current network integrity report for the neural fiber assessment array. I've initiated the pre-extraction diagnostic protocol, and the asset's output readings are inconsistent with the projected yield parameters." "The network integrity report is unavailable," Kalen said. "Reason: the network is not reporting accurately. Then run a manual calibration." Kalen looked at the output log. The throughput counter had reached 2.9 terabytes per second. The PLC relay was running at 143% of its rated processing capacity. The cooling fans on the server rack behind the navigation console were audible for the first time since he had been aboard the ship. A high, thin screaming that the rack's acoustic insulation was no longer containing. The fans spinning at maximum RPM as the relay's processors generated heat in excess of their thermal design limits. The rack's thermal warning light, which was not a light that had ever illuminated in Kalen's 6 years on the Meridian's deck, was red. "The network is not malfunctioning," he said. "It is being used. There is a distinction." "Kalen," Thorne's voice low, "what's the server rack temperature?" 71 Celsius. The thermal threshold for protective shutdown is 75. He pulled the cooling fan override, pushing them from automatic to maximum rated output. "I have approximately 6 minutes before the relay shuts down to prevent hardware damage." "What happens when the relay shuts down?" "The PLC network loses its central routing architecture. Automated systems revert to local control loops. The local loops have not been calibrated to operate independently in 6 years. He paused. "Life support will hold. Navigation and comms will not." "Then we do not let the relay shut down." Thorne straightened from the display. "Where is Mace?" The ship-wide comms crackled, not the melody this time. A different sound, the proximity alarm, which was a harsh three-tone pulse designed to cut through engine noise and heavy EVA helmets and the specific auditory overload of an emergency. The proximity alarm was not indicating a proximity event. The tones were wrong. The sequence was wrong. The alarm was cycling through the three tones in the wrong order, and the wrong order was not random, and the pattern it was cycling through was the same pattern as the melody. The same rising and falling structure translated into the blunt instrument of an alarm system. The ship using the vocabulary it had to say what it was being made to say. The server rack thermal warning climbed to 73. The ship's AI, not a conversational system, not a personality, a Meridian-class diagnostic architecture that processed sensor input and generated plain language fault reports, spoke from the primary console speaker in its flat, synthetic voice. Network alert, current event classification, radiation emission, severity, critical. Recommend immediate crew evacuation of affected sections. Override, Kalen said. That classification is incorrect. Current event does not match radiation emission parameters. Acknowledged. Reclassifying. A pause of 1.2 seconds, which was a very long pause for a diagnostic architecture, long enough that Kalen noticed it and began forming a question. Network alert, current event classification, unable to classify. Structured biological data transmission detected on assessment hardline. Throughput exceeds diagnostic architecture capacity. Transmission origin, external, non-human. Transmission content, unable to parse. Transmission intent, unable to determine. Another pause. This unit has no fault code for the current event. Cut the hard lines. Thorne was already moving for the hatch. She's not just breathing, she's uploading. The server rack hit 74 Celsius. The cooling fans screamed. The relay's processing indicator, a simple load bar on the lower left of Kalen's primary display, had been sitting at 143% for the last 4 minutes. As Thorne cleared the hatch, as Kalen's hand moved to the emergency relay bypass, the load bar ticked to 151. The proximity alarm cycled through the melody one more time. Then the automated bulkhead between the bridge and the corridor sealed. Kalen had not commanded it to seal. The PLC network controlled the automated bulkheads. The PLC network had been receiving 1.7 terabytes per second of structured biological data for 11 minutes. Kalen looked at the bulkhead. He looked at the relay log. He looked at the load bar sitting at 151% of rated capacity with the thermal warning at 74 degrees and climbing. The ship's AI spoke again in its flat synthetic voice, and the words were not a fault code and were not in the Meridian's DET's diagnostic language library, and were not any output the diagnostic architecture had ever been designed or programmed to produce. She is not uploading, it said. She is introducing herself. Kalen's hand stopped on the haptic array. Outside the sealed bulkhead, Thorne was shouting for Mace. The load bar hit 153. Chapter 4, The Neutral Zone. The bulkhead unsealed 11 seconds after it had sealed without instruction. The pneumatic locking mechanism cycling back with a sound like a held breath being released, and Thorne came through the hatch with the controlled velocity of a man who had decided that the difference between running and walking fast was mostly a question of what you were willing to communicate about your internal state. He looked at the sealed relay bay. He looked at Kalen. He looked at the primary display with its climbing load bar and its thermal warning and its output log still pulling structured biological data from a hardline that had no active transmitter on the other end of it. He did not ask what had just happened with the bulkhead. He had been on the other side of it. He had a working theory about what had just happened with the bulkhead, and he did not currently have the processing capacity to give the theory the attention it deserved. "Where is Mace?" he said. "Engineering level 2, based on his last comm check-in," Kalen said. He was moving toward the junction relay when the bulkhead sealed. "Get him on the channel." Kaelin opened the engineering frequency. Mace, status, a pause that was about 3 seconds too long. Standing by at the junction relay. The physical disconnect is in my hand. I have not executed it. Why not? Thorne said. Another pause. Because when I got here, the relay housing was warm. Not electrically warm, body temperature warm. And the hardline connector, the physical plug where the assessment line connects to the junction housing. The connector has changed shape. The locking collar has grown closed. There are no seams. It is a single piece of material now, and it was not a single piece of material 4 hours ago when I installed it. The relay load bar ticked down 1%, then another. Kaelin watched it with the focused attention of someone tracking a variable that had just changed direction without explanation. The server rack cooling fans, which had been screaming at maximum RPM for the last 8 minutes, dropped by an audible fraction. The thermal warning indicator remained red, but the temperature reading held at 74 and did not climb. She had heard the order and eased back. Thorne absorbed that and did not say it out loud. Some conclusions you reached and then set aside to function with, like a structural diagnosis on a ship you were still aboard. You noted it. You didn't dwell. Leave the relay, he said. Come back to the bridge. Do not touch the connector. Confirmed. Thorne stood at the primary console for a moment with his hands on the edge of the panel and looked at the output log still scrolling its incomprehensible biology through the ship's network at a throughput that had settled, in the last 90 seconds, to a steady 1.1 terabytes per second. The drop from 2.9 was precise, not gradual. The kind of reduction that happened when a process was being managed by something with awareness of the effect it was having. The kind of reduction that said, I heard you. I am making room. He pushed off from the console and made himself cross to the situation chair and sit in it. Because the situation chair was where a captain was when the ship was in a declared emergency status, and the ship was in a declared emergency status, and performing the physical role was something he'd learned a long time ago, helped with the performance of the cognitive one. Kaelin. Navigation status. Kaelin did not answer immediately. He was looking at the navigation mainframe display with an expression that Thorne had not seen on him before, and Thorne had been watching Kaelin's face at navigation consoles for 6 years. The expression was not alarm. It was something closer to the look of a man reading text in a language he doesn't speak, knowing it is language, knowing it carries meaning, unable to access the meaning and finding that gap. That specific gap between the certainty of significance and the inability to parse it, more unsettling than simple ignorance would have been. The navigational mainframe is producing output, Kaelin said carefully. The output is not navigation data. What is it? I don't have a category. He pulled the display to the main screen so Thorne could see it. The navigation mainframe's primary output panel, which under normal operating conditions showed a continuous stream of position fixes, course correction recommendations, drift calculations, and fuel consumption projections, was showing something that was not any of those things. The format was wrong. The data structures were wrong. It looked, at first pass, like a star chart. The general layout had the architecture of a spatial mapping display. Reference points arranged in 3-dimensional coordinate space with connecting vectors and distance annotations. But the coordinates were not Colonial Navigational Authority reference numbers. They were something else. Long and structured and internally consistent but not indexed against anything in the ship's navigational database, which contained the surveyed positions of every charted system within 600 light-years. The annotations beside each reference point were not distance values. They were not any numerical notation Kaelin could identify. They were... He pulled closer, running the display magnification up. They were sequential, ordered. There was a grammar to the arrangement, a syntax that implied these reference points existed in relationship to each other in a way that was not purely spatial. She's rewriting the mainframe, Kaelin said. In real time. The original navigational data is still in storage. It hasn't been overwritten, it's been overlaid. She's writing on top of the existing framework. The ship still knows where it is, but now the mainframe knows something else as well. Something that uses spatial coordinates as vocabulary for describing something that is not space. Thorne stared at the display. Can you read any of it? No. Kalen paused. But I can see the structure. Whatever this is, it is not random. It is not degradation or corruption in any conventional sense. This is organized information being deposited into the mainframe by a source that understands how the mainframe organizes information well enough to use that structure to carry its own meaning. He looked at Thorne. She has been inside the network for less than 20 minutes, and she has already learned how the mainframe works well enough to author in it. The bridge hatch opened, and Mace came through, suit still on, helmet in his hand, the particular look on his face of a man who had been an engineer for long enough that the discovery of a hardline connector that had grown closed without seams was not the thing that disturbed him most. The thing that disturbed him most, Thorne could read from the set of his shoulders, was the body temperature warm. The warmth was the part that meant this was not an equipment failure. Equipment failures were cold. Vance came through the hatch behind him. He had been in the secondary equipment bay, which was 2 sections aft of the junction relay, which meant he had been approximately 8 meters from Mace when the relay housing went warm and the connector grew closed. His suit was still clean. His expression was the one he kept for situations where the data was not yet sufficient for a formal position, which was to say it was not quite blank and not quite calculating, and served mostly to communicate that he was not going to be rushed. I need the current asset status report, Vance said. The asset, Thorne said, is in the network. The biological mass is not mobile. It is physically contained within the reactor housing. Biological tissue cannot interface with digital architecture without purpose-built translation hardware, and there is no such hardware present in the dreadnought's reactor subframe. He crossed to the secondary console and pulled up his own display. What you are observing is a complex electromagnetic interference pattern generated by the asset's metabolic output interacting with the ship's unshielded PLC network. It is disruptive, but it is not sentient and it is not directional. It can be resolved with targeted EM shielding at the junction relay and a recalibration of the PLC network's input filters. Vance, Kalen said, with the specific tone of a man who is about to demonstrate that a position is wrong and is not going to enjoy doing it. The entity sealed the bulkhead between the bridge and the corridor approximately 12 minutes ago. It then unsealed the bulkhead 11 seconds later. The timing of the seal corresponded to the moment Captain Thorne ordered the hardline cut. The timing of the unseal corresponded to the moment the order was rescinded. The entity also reduced its data throughput by 62% in the 30 seconds following the order, which brought the server relay back from the threshold of thermal shutdown. These are not the behaviors of an electromagnetic interference pattern. Vance did not look up from his display. You're anthropomorphizing sensor data. I am describing sensor data. Kalen's voice was still even. The anthropomorphism is in the behavior, not the description. Thorne had stopped listening to the argument because the argument was not going to produce anything he didn't already have. He was looking at the navigational mainframe display, the ancient star charts. He had started using that phrase internally, ancient star charts, because it was what they looked like and because fighting the metaphor required energy he needed for other things. Were still accumulating. The reference points were denser now than they had been 5 minutes ago. Whatever she was writing in the mainframe, she was writing more of it, filling the framework she'd already established with increasing detail, the way you filled in a map after you had established the coastline. What's our options? He said. Practically. Right now. Mace sat down at the engineering console, pulling up the infrastructure damage report. The junction relay connector has grown closed. I can't separate the assessment hardline from the relay housing without cutting the housing itself, which means cutting through her tissue, which we have already established makes her grow faster. The PLC network is compromised at the relay level, but the local control loops are still operating autonomously. Life support, power distribution, and propulsion are all running on local loops and are stable. "She's not touching life support," Thorne said. "No," Mace said. "She is not." That sat in the air for a moment. "If she wanted us dead, we would already be a different temperature," Thorne said. "So she wants us alive. That tells me something, but I don't know yet if it tells me something useful." He leaned back in the situation chair. "Here's what I know. We are 300 million kilometers from the nearest relay beacon. We have enough fuel for a 21-day burn at full thrust. The Vandermeer beacon pings us every 8 minutes, which means if we go dark, the Colonial Authority notes the absence in approximately 48 hours and dispatches an inquiry vessel in approximately a week after that. We have enough consumables for 32 days, so we are not dying this week regardless of what we decide." "We're not deciding anything," Vance said. "The extraction manifest has been cleared and the apparatus is staged. The economic case for proceeding is unchanged. The asset's apparent biological complexity increases its commercial value. It does not eliminate the extraction imperative." "The asset," Thorne said, "sealed a blast door. An electromagnetic event triggered a PLC fault that cycled the bulkhead actuator. The PLC fault has been logged. I have already drafted the maintenance request." Thorne looked at him for a long moment. He had a policy about Vance, which was that he did not allow himself the luxury of disliking him, because disliking him consumed energy and confused the issue. Vance was not a problem Thorne could solve by disliking him more intensely. He was a structural feature of the situation, built in at the contracting stage, present, because the entity that paid for the fuel and the maintenance and the 14-day burnout here had decided that its interests required a representative on site, and that representative was Vance. You didn't argue with a structural feature. You worked around it, or you worked with it, or, in extremis, you removed it from the load-bearing equation, but you did not argue with it because arguing required the other party to be capable of being persuaded, and Vance had not left that capability in the room. "If we attempt to extract the neural fibers," Thorne said, "for the record, for the log, for whatever inquiry board eventually reviewed the log, we are attempting to surgically remove the nervous system of a living organism that has already demonstrated the ability to interface with our ship's automated systems, seal and unseal our internal bulkheads, and modulate its own network load in response to verbal commands it overheard through the ship's microphone array. We do not know what she can do when she decides to defend herself. We do not know what defending herself looks like in an entity that has already partially become the ship." He paused. "I am formally recommending we seal the umbilical, cut the tow line, and abort the operation." "Your recommendation is noted and overruled under Section 14 of the mission contract," Vance said. "Extraction proceeds on my authorization at 0600 ship time." The main console went dark. Not the secondary console, not the engineering station. The main console, the primary bridge display, 6 screens of navigation, communications, and ship status, the physical and electronic center of the Meridian's DET's command architecture, went dark simultaneously with no fault alarm, no warning indicator, no preceding display artifact. One moment it was lit. The next moment it was not. The amber bridge lighting threw the blank screens into relief, dark rectangles against a dim background. And for 3 seconds nobody moved, because 3 seconds was how long it took the human nervous system to process that what had just happened was not a power fault. The center screen lit, a single cursor, blinking in the way that a text input cursor blinked, the rhythm of it patient and regular, 1 beat per second, the same rhythm as her bioluminescent pulse, the same rhythm as the blast doors cycling, the same rhythm that the proximity alarm had used to replay her melody. Her rhythm, her specific cadence, applied now to the blink of a cursor on a dark screen, because she was using every piece of vocabulary the ship had, and the vocabulary she kept returning to was this one. 1 beat per second. I am here. 1 beat per second. I have always been here. Then the text appeared. It came character by character, not at the speed of a data dump, but at the speed of composition, the pace of something forming sentences in real time, learning the notation as it wrote. The characters were not standard colonial text encoding. They were something older, angular and dense, built from fewer distinct strokes than colonial script, each character carrying a structural complexity that implied a larger information payload per symbol than alphabetic notation typically contained. They appeared in sequence, left to right, building a line of text that meant nothing to anyone in the room and everything to whatever was writing it. Carrion was already running a translation attempt against every linguistic database in the ship's archive. Dead languages, first contact linguistic frameworks, mathematical notation systems, musical scoring conventions. The translation engine cycled through 612 candidate frameworks in 11 seconds and returned no match with confidence above 3%. Then the screen paused. The cursor blinked twice in rapid succession, which it had not done before. A different rhythm, a faster one, the pace of something reconsidering its approach. Then the original text was not erased but was joined beneath itself by a second line. And the second line was in colonial standard, and the colonial standard was not translated but was being composed in real time by something that was learning colonial standard in the same moment it was using it. The grammar slightly wrong in the way that grammar was wrong when the underlying logic was not built for the language being spoken. 2 words, then a third, the cursor pausing between the second and third, with the hesitation of a mind reaching for precision. I am awake. The cursor blinked once more and went still. The screen did not go dark again. The alien text remained in the upper line, the colonial standard beneath it, and both of them present simultaneously, as though she wanted them to understand that the translation was an accommodation and not a replacement, that the original language existed and was the primary record, and the colonial standard was the outstretched hand, offered in the direction of a species she had just decided was worth the effort of reaching toward. The bridge was entirely silent except for the cooling fans on the server rack and the slow structural groan of the ship's hull adjusting to the temperature differential that was still pulling heat out of the sections adjacent to the docking umbilical. Thorne looked at the 2 words and the partial third word on the dark screen, and the thing he felt was not fear exactly. Fear was a response to a threat you could map. What he felt was the particular vertigo of a man who has just understood that the framework he has been using to describe his situation is not wrong, precisely, but is the wrong size. A framework built for salvage work, for dead cores and isotope surveys and liability releases, suddenly required to contain something that had been patient for a century in the dark and had just now decided it had waited long enough. Vance's 0600 authorization sat in the log like a lit fuse. Chapter 5. The hostile upload. 0600 ship time arrived the way bad decisions always arrived on a salvage vessel. Not with fanfare, not with a dramatic shift in circumstance, but with the quiet mechanical certainty of a clock completing its cycle. The bridge chronometer rolled to 0600, and the extraction authorization Vance had logged 6 hours ago became operative, and the Meridian's debt did not shake or shudder or give any physical indication that something had just changed. The cooling fans on the server rack continued their elevated pitch. The amber lighting continued its amber lighting. The main console continued to display 2 lines of text, alien notation above, colonial standard below, with the cursor sitting motionless at the end of the third word, still and patient as it had been for the entire 6 hours that the crew had spent not sleeping in the sections adjacent to the bridge. Thorne had spent those 6 hours the way he spent most hours that were going badly, which was by finding the most useful possible application of his hands and applying them. He had done a full manual inspection of the life support infrastructure between frames 8 and 14, the sections closest to the docking umbilical, checking every valve and seal and atmospheric sensor for the specific kind of slow creep that happened when the Data-Haze found its way into a ventilation pathway. He had found 2 scrubber filters with a faint bio-luminescent residue at the intake mesh, not thick enough to constitute a breach, but present, which meant the haze was already probing the ship's respiratory architecture for the paths of least resistance. He had replaced both filters with spares from the maintenance locker and logged the locations and noted, in the log entry, that the spares were the last 2 he had. He had been back on the bridge for 40 minutes when Vance arrived at 0600 and entered his authorization code into the secondary console. "I'm formally objecting," Thorne said. "Your objection is logged," Vance said. "Engineering team to the reactor housing. Initiate the extraction sequence." "I haven't ordered my engineering team anywhere." Vance looked at him with the expression of a man who had prepared for this specific conversation and found it slightly less interesting in practice than it had been in preparation. Section 14 of the mission contract grants the corporate liaison operational authority over asset extraction procedures in the event that the commanding officer's risk assessment is deemed commercially non-viable by the sponsoring entity. I filed a commercial non-viability finding at 0300. I have operational authority. Engineering team to the housing. The silence on the bridge lasted approximately 4 seconds. Mace at the engineering console looked at Thorne. Thorne looked at the main console display, at the 2 lines of text and the motionless cursor, and made the calculation he'd been making all night, which was the calculation between the thing he wanted to do and the thing that the structure of his situation permitted him to do, and the answer came out the same as it had come out every time he'd run it in the last 6 hours. He had 12 crew members. Vance had a contract, a corporate communications relay, and the certainty that if Thorne physically prevented the extraction, he would spend the remainder of his working life in a colonial authority litigation queue. He had one viable path, and it was not the one he wanted. "Mace," he said, "take Yara and Solon. Minimum exposure time. Anyone who starts feeling wrong, you pull back immediately and you tell me. Don't touch the connector housing. Stay out of the direct Data-Haze accumulation at the base of the cooling rod array. You are there to assess and attempt severance of the neural tethers from the upper attachment points only, not the base." "Understood," Mace said, without inflection. "You have my objection on the log. Whatever happens in that housing in the next hour happens on Vance's authorization, not mine." Vance was already at the secondary console, pulling up the automated extraction routine schematics. He did not acknowledge that last statement, which was itself a kind of acknowledgement. The cutting team suited up in a silence that had a specific quality to it, heavier than the pre-breach silence of 18 hours ago. That silence had carried the weight of the unknown. This one carried the weight of the partially known, and the partially known was in several respects worse, because it let the imagination populate the gap with specifics. Thorne stayed on the bridge. Kalen stayed on the bridge. They watched the engineering team's suit telemetry feeds on the secondary display as the 3 figures crossed the umbilical to the dreadnought and descended through the open reactor cap into the housing below. The entity was exactly as she had been. Thorne watched the suit cameras, the bioluminescent pulse, slow and green-gold. The neural filaments coiled through the cooling rod array in their dense helical patterns. The shimmer of the Data-Haze at the base of the structure, thicker now than it had been during his initial descent, denser at the convergence point where the largest filaments met the structural frame. The temperature in the housing, per the suit telemetry, was holding at -41 Celsius at the rim and rising steadily toward the base. His own suits had read -53 at the base during the initial breach. The housing was warmer now than it had been 18 hours ago. "Mace," he said, "confirm your readings. Temperatures consistent with your descent yesterday, minus the 2 degrees at the base. Haze density is elevated. I'd estimate a 20% increase in visible particulate concentration at the lower convergence. She's been busy. A pause, the quality of which Thorne recognized as Mace looking at something and forming a sentence to describe it. The upper tether attachment points are accessible. The filaments where they first contact the cooling rods at the mid-array level are thinner than the base coils, maybe 4 millimeters diameter at the upper contacts versus 2 centimeters at the base. If we're doing this, the upper contacts are the mechanical weak point. "Vance," Thorne said, "your extraction routine targets the base coils. The base coils are in the Data-Haze accumulation zone. I am recommending the attempt focus on the upper contacts, which are thinner and further from the haze." Vance did not look up. The automated routine is calibrated for maximum yield. Maximum yield requires severing the primary tether mass at the base. The upper filaments are secondary branching. Severing them does not interrupt the main neural throughput. Severing them tells us whether severing is possible. It tells us whether severing thin secondary filaments is possible. That data point has no bearing on the commercial extraction question. Thorne looked at Kalen. Kalen looked at the navigation mainframe, where the ancient star charts continued their slow accumulation, more reference points added overnight. The framework she was building in the ship's navigational architecture now covering a display area that would have mapped, in colonial navigational terms, a volume roughly 20 times the size of the charted colonial sphere. "Mace," Thorne said, "use your own judgment on the approach." Mace used his own judgment. He positioned Yara at the mid-array level, upper contacts, and took the lower approach himself, staying at the outer edge of the haze accumulation, cutter at extension. Solon held the umbilical reel from the housing rim, watching the power feed. The cutter struck the first tether at the upper contact point. The plasma arc hit the filament, and the filament reacted with the speed of something that had a nervous system. Not burning, not cauterizing in the clean way that human tissue cauterized under plasma. The heat hit the filament, and the filament pulled back, not severing but retracting, contracting away from the arc in the way a hand contracted from a hot surface, and where the plasma had contacted the bioluminescent sheath. The light flared briefly to white before recovering to its baseline gold, and the filament, which had been 4 millimeters in diameter, was now 6. The heat was feeding her. "Pull back on the arc," Thorne said immediately. "Mace, reduce output to 40% and try a slower contact. Don't give her a high-temperature spike." Mace reduced output. The second contact was slower, more sustained. The filament response was different. Instead of retracting, it expanded laterally, spreading the contact point across a wider surface area, distributing the thermal input across a larger mass so that no single point received enough concentrated energy to trigger the acute response. The filament was, in real time, solving for the cutter. "It's learning the tool," Yara said over the channel, and the way she said it was not analytical. It was the voice of someone identifying a problem whose category they hadn't had a word for until just now. "Discontinue." Thorne had made his decision before the word was out. "Pull back to mid-array. Mace, confirm status. Both filaments are intact. The upper contact I hit with the initial arc is now 8 millimeters. It has grown 2 millimeters in 4 minutes. A pause. There's something else. Where the second arc made sustained contact, the filament, where it touched the cutter housing, the outer casing, it left a residue, a biological residue. The filament material has bonded to the cutter casing. Thorne looked at the suit camera feed. Mace had his cutter extended in front of him, suit light illuminating the business end of the tool. The plasma arc housing, which was a machined nickel alloy casing designed to withstand the thermal output of its own arc, had a growth on it. Not large, not dramatic. A thread of bioluminescent filament, hair thin, coiled twice around the outer edge of the aperture housing. It pulsed, faintly, in the same rhythm as the entity's main body. The cutter, which Mace had been holding, had been incorporated. The ship registered the change before any of them said anything about it. The blast doors, not all of them, not a ship-wide event. The two blast doors at the base of the engineering level. The heavy pneumatic seals that separated the primary engineering bay from the maintenance corridors on either side. Cycled. Open. Closed. The pneumatic actuators firing with the heavy thud that blast doors made, a sound that traveled through the hull plating and arrived on the bridge as a felt vibration before it arrived as a sound. Open. Closed. 1 beat per second. Her rhythm. Thorne had his hand on the emergency comms key before the second cycle completed. Get out of the housing. Now. All three of you up the ladder, across the umbilical, back aboard. Leave the cutter. The cutter is attached to my hand, Mace said, with a flatness that communicated exactly what it communicated. Is the physical grip attachment or biological? A pause. The cutter handle is still grippable. The filament is on the outer housing. I can put it down. Put it down and get out. The blast doors cycled again. Open, closed, open, closed. Then a third door joined. The cargo bay separator on level 3. Then the main airlock inner seal. The ship's automated bulkhead system was firing in sequence, each door picking up the rhythm and adding to it. The thuds of actuating pneumatics traveling through the ship's frame in a spreading pattern, so that what had been 2 doors was now 6, and what had been an anomaly was becoming something structural. The Meridian's debt was breathing, 1 beat per second. Every blast door on the ship in its own time, finding the rhythm. Kalen's hands had stopped on the haptic array. He was listening. She's not just in the network, he said very quietly. She's in the bulkheads. The words arrived in the bridge with the specific weight of a diagnosis that explained everything that had come before it and nothing of what came after. The PLC network controlled the blast doors, yes. The blast doors were her vocabulary now, the way the comms array had been her vocabulary and the navigation mainframe had been her vocabulary. But the bulkheads were not data. The bulkheads were the ship's physical skeleton, heavy pneumatic steel seated in pressure-rated frames, and the fact that she was moving them in rhythm meant that the rhythm was not a message being sent through the network to the doors. The rhythm was the doors. The ship's frame was vibrating at her frequency. The metal was learning her pulse. The 3 figures on the suit telemetry feed were moving. Mace, Yara, Solon, ascending the ladder in the housing. The cutter sitting on the floor of the casing below them with its thread of bio-luminescent filament pulsing in the dark. Thorne watched the cutter on the feed until the camera angle lost it. Then something moved. Not quickly. Not with the lunge of something attacking, with the slow, deliberate extension of something that knew it had time. One of the neural tethers at the base of the cooling rod array, one of the thick primary coils, 2 centimeters in diameter, wound through the structural frame, extended a lateral branch. A new filament growing from the coil's outer surface, reaching horizontally across the floor of the housing toward the abandoned cutter. It covered the 30 centimeters between the tether and the cutter in approximately 40 seconds, and when it reached the cutter, it did not wrap around it or grip it. It grew into it. The bioluminescent material flowed into the aperture housing, through the focusing optics, into the power cell housing at the grip, following the path of least resistance through the tool's interior architecture, the way roots followed water through soil. The cutter's power indicator, which had been at 60% charge when Mace set it down, flickered, then lit steady, then lit brighter than its rated output indicator should have allowed, throwing a pool of blue-white light onto the housing floor, powered now not by its cell but by whatever was flowing through the filament from the main tether mass. She had taken the cutter, not destroyed it, not neutralized it, taken it, understood it, and turned its own power on. The suit telemetry showed all 3 crew members clearing the housing rim. Thorne released a breath he had not catalogued himself as holding. The blast doors continued their rhythm. Every door on the ship, in synchrony now, every pneumatic actuator firing in the same second, the meridian's debt breathing in one body, 1 beat per second. The cutter light pulsed in the housing below, steady and bright and patient, and if there was a message in its brightness, it was the same message she had been sending since the moment they cracked the lead cap. I am not what you came here to find, but you found me, and now I have your tools. Chapter 6. Celestial Prophecies. There was a version of events in which Carrion had been losing ground to the navigation mainframe for 6 hours before he understood that losing ground was the wrong framework entirely. The correct framework, which arrived slowly and in pieces over the course of the ship's night cycle, was that the mainframe had not been fighting him. It had been talking to him. The difference between those two things was the difference between a system in failure and a system in use. And Carrion had spent 6 years learning to read the Meridian's debts systems the way a musician read an instrument, not by the manual's description of what each component was designed to do, but by the specific accumulated texture of what it actually did under stress, under load, under the particular conditions of this ship in this configuration, in this operator's hands. He knew the mainframe. He knew how it sounded when it was working correctly, and he knew how it sounded when it wasn't. And what it had been doing for the last 6 hours was not either of those things. It had been patient with him. That was the detail he kept returning to, standing at the navigation console in the 3rd hour of the ship's night cycle, while the rest of the crew cycled through fitful rest in rotations that Thorne had organized with the specific, grim practicality of a man rationing a resource he couldn't afford to exhaust. The mainframe had been patient. Every time he had attempted to purge the overlaid data, running selective memory wipes on the corrupted coordinate registers, attempting to isolate the alien notation from the colonial navigational framework it had been written on top of, the mainframe had not resisted him. It had simply continued. His wipes cleared the registers, and within 40 seconds the registers were repopulated with the same data, or more of it, in the same patient handwriting. She was not fighting his attempts to remove her work. She was just continuing to do it, the way you continued explaining something to someone who kept misunderstanding, because the explanation was important and patience was not a cost. In the 4th hour he had stopped running purges and started reading. It took him most of the remaining night to understand even the structural logic of what she was writing, and he understood it the way you understood the grammar of a language before you understood its vocabulary, not the meaning of individual symbols, but the relationships between them. The reference points were not stars. He was increasingly certain of that. They had the format of stars, 3-dimensional coordinates arranged in the spatial display framework the mainframe used to chart navigable space, but the values were wrong for stars. The distances were wrong. The distribution was wrong, too regular, too intentional, arranged with a precision that natural astronomical objects did not display because natural astronomical objects were not arranged by anything. These reference points had been placed. Someone or something had put them where they were, and the coordinates she was writing in the mainframe were not navigation data. They were memory. She was writing her memory of a geography that was not space, using the closest available vocabulary, which was the navigational framework of a colonial salvage vessel, because it was what she had. He had been looking at the wrong kind of map entirely. It wasn't where things were, it was where she had been. He was still processing that when the main drive spooled up. The sound of the Meridian's debt's primary fusion drive preparing to fire was not subtle. It was a sensation as much as a sound, a deep harmonic that originated somewhere below the keel and propagated upward through every structural member of the ship, felt in the deck plating through the soles of your boots, and in the chair frame through your back, and in the fillings in your teeth, before it was heard in the conventional sense at all. It was the sound of enormous energies being organized. Carrion had heard it hundreds of times on departure burns and course corrections and emergency evasion maneuvers, and he had never once heard it initiate without a command input from the navigation console. He had not touched the navigation console in 40 minutes. "Thorne," He opened the ship-wide channel rather than the bridge channel because Thorne was not on the bridge. He had taken his rest rotation in the forward bunk section. Main drive is spooling. I have not commanded it. The ignition sequence is running through the automated propulsion PLC. The response came back in under 15 seconds, which told Kalen that Thorne had not been fully asleep. Can you abort the sequence? Kalen's hands were already moving. The propulsion abort required a manual command override inserted at the PLC relay level, a physical interrupt that bypassed the automated sequencing and cut the fuel feed to the ignition chamber directly. He had the override procedure memorized. He ran it. The drive continued to spool. The override is not registering, he said. The PLC is not acknowledging the interrupt command. The sequencing is running on a closed loop that is not accessible from the navigation console. Thorne's footsteps were already in the corridor. He came through the bridge hatch 30 seconds later, still pulling his jacket, Mace behind him, and crossed to the engineering console without pausing at the situation chair. Mace, manual fuel cutoff, engineering level 1, the physical valve on the main feed line. Mace was already moving back through the hatch. The drive continued to spool. The harmonic deepened. The organizational energy of the ignition sequence building toward the point of commitment. The threshold passed, which the chemistry of the fuel assembly became self-sustaining and the abort window closed. Kalen watched the ignition sequence indicator on his propulsion display advance through its stages with the calm mechanical certainty of a process that had been running this sequence for as long as the Meridian's debt had been a ship and had never once been interrupted by anything short of a physical valve. The proximity alarm triggered. The 3-tone pulse was correct this time. The actual proximity sequence in the correct order, not the repurposed melody rhythm she had used before. The proximity alarm was doing its designed job, alerting to the presence of a significant mass within maneuvering range. Kalen pulled the proximity display onto the secondary screen and found the source in under 2 seconds, because the source was enormous and close and directly ahead. It had not been there 20 minutes ago during his last sensor sweep. He was certain of that, the way he was certain of the thermal anomaly in the initial housing survey. Not because the instruments had told him explicitly, but because the instruments had been running, and he had been reading them, and the thing that was now on his proximity display was not a thing you missed. It occupied the direct forward vector, a rift. Not a navigational feature he had a colonial authority catalog number for, not a charted phenomenon with a measured hazard radius and an approved avoidance corridor in the regional navigation database. A rift in the sense that the space in front of the ship was behaving differently than space was supposed to behave. The sensor returns from the forward array were inconsistent in a way that implied the thing they were returning from was not entirely in the same spatial framework as the sensor that was reading it. It was dark in the way that dark was the absence of all emissions, no radiation, no thermal signature, no reflected light from the nebula, a darkness that was not distance but depth, a volume of space that went somewhere that was not here. The drive crossed the commitment threshold. The Meridian's debt accelerated. Not hard, not the brutal press of an emergency burn, not the kind of thrust that required the crew to be harnessed. A measured, deliberate 3/10 of a gravity of acceleration, the kind of burn you used for a precision course insertion, because whatever was running the drive knew exactly where it was going and was not in a hurry to get there badly. Kalen felt it in the deck. The ship was under thrust. The ship was moving toward the rift. "Mace," Thorne said over the engineering channel. "At the physical valve." Mace's voice had the quality of a man describing something he was looking at and hoping would resolve differently on a second look. "The valve is closed. The manual valve is physically in the closed position. The fuel feed to the main ignition chamber should be cut." "The drive is running," Thorne said. A long pause. "I know." Kalen looked at the propulsion telemetry. The drive was running on a fuel feed that its own sensors reported as closed. He looked at the fuel consumption readout. It was drawing fuel. The tank level was declining at the correct rate for a 3/10 gravity burn. The fuel was moving through the feed line. The physical valve reported closed. The fuel moved through it anyway. He thought of the cooling rods and the filaments that had grown into the alloy at the molecular level until the boundary between biology and engineering ceased to exist, and he understood without wanting to that the closed valve was not a malfunctioning valve. It was a valve that had been supplemented. Something was moving through the fuel feed alongside the fuel, something that the valve's physical gate could not address because the valve's physical gate was designed to stop fluid dynamics and not whatever was flowing through the line now. She had routes he couldn't map. Vance was on the bridge. Carrion had not heard him enter. He was standing at the secondary console with his display pulled up, watching the course projection that the navigation mainframe had autonomously locked, and his expression had changed in a way that was very small and very significant. The metric calibrated precision of it had acquired something that was almost anxiety. The look of a man whose commercial model had just been complicated by a variable he had not accounted for. The current course will intersect the anomalous rift structure in approximately 4 hours and 17 minutes at current thrust. Carrion said, "For the record, I cannot abort the drive. I cannot alter the course. The navigation mainframe has locked the heading and is not accepting override commands." "Can you get us stopped manually?" Thorne said. "Completely manually. Bypass the PLC entirely." "I can cut ship's power entirely with the main breaker on engineering level 2. That will stop the drive." He paused. "It will also stop life support, atmospheric processing, artificial gravity, and heating. We have emergency battery backup for life support for approximately 6 hours. After that, we have ambient temperature, which in deep void, without heating, will reach fatal hypothermia threshold in the crew sections within approximately 4 hours. So we freeze in the dark instead of reaching the rift." "Yes." Thorne stood at the center of the bridge and looked at the proximity display, at the deep and specific darkness ahead of the ship that was not a navigation hazard and not a charted phenomenon and was not, Carrion was increasingly certain, a natural feature of the local space-time geometry. It had coordinates. They were the first coordinates in the ancient geography she had been writing in the mainframe all night. It was the first entry in the map of where she had been. This was the beginning. The ship-wide comms activated. Not a transmission, not a recorded message. The comms architecture doing the same thing it had done 2 days ago when the melody first came through every speaker simultaneously. The zone addressable system opening ship-wide without a command input. What came through the speakers this time was not the melody. It was the proximity alarm. Specifically, it was the proximity alarm's 3 tones, but the tones had been altered. Their frequency relationships shifted, their duration stretched, transformed from the harsh, functional pulse of a hazard warning into something that carried the same underlying logic as the melody, but slower and more complex, layered in a way the single-note alarm structure should not have been able to produce. The 3 tones became 6. The 6 became 12. The alarm system was harmonizing with itself, each tone splitting and splitting again, as whatever was running through the comms architecture found the harmonic potential in the speaker hardware and used it. It was not an alarm anymore. It was a chord, a vast resonant ancient chord that filled the bridge from deck to overhead and arrived not just through the ears, but through the chest wall, through the sinuses, through some mechanism of perception that was not hearing precisely, but was adjacent to it. And Carrion found that he had turned from the navigation console and was facing the forward viewport without consciously deciding to turn, looking at the dark rift ahead of the ship, and the chord was telling him something about it. Not in language, in the way music told you things, in the direct transmission from sound to felt knowledge that bypassed the processing steps in between. He saw it, not with his eyes, with whatever the chord was addressing. A space that went somewhere, not nowhere. Somewhere specific and old and organized. A place in the same sense that the reference points in the mainframe were places, Not geographical locations, but sites of significance. Locations in a history. Points where things had happened that mattered to whatever had the scale to have things matter at that magnitude. The darkness ahead of the ship was a door. She knew where the door went. She had come through it once, a very long time ago, and the reactor casing had closed around her before she could go back, and she had been waiting since then with the patience of something whose experience of time was calibrated to geological rather than biological scales, and now she was going home. The cord faded. The speaker array went quiet. The ship continued under thrust. Kalen became aware that he was gripping the edge of the navigation console. He became aware that Mace, who had returned from engineering level 1 and was standing in the bridge hatch, had both hands flat against the hatch frame in a way that had nothing to do with ship handling. He became aware that even Vance had stepped back from the secondary console by approximately half a meter, his display forgotten, his metric precision temporarily suspended. "It's not a malfunction," Kalen said. His voice came out differently than he intended, quieter and without the analytical cadence he maintained as a professional default. Something had gotten through the cord that was still settling. "It's not a malfunction, and it's not an attack." He looked at Thorne. "We see it. What she sees when she looks forward. We see it." "What do you see?" Thorne said. Kalen looked at the dark rift on the proximity display, the ancient coordinates in the navigation mainframe, the first entry in the map of where she had been. "Our path," he said. The drive held its steady 3/10 gravity. The rift held its specific darkness ahead. Thorne stood at the center of the bridge with his hands at his sides and the look of a man watching an infrastructure failure he cannot isolate, cannot reach, cannot shut down. A fault running through the load-bearing members of his situation that had no valve to close and no override to run, and no maintenance request that the parts requisition system was going to acknowledge. 4 hours and 14 minutes to the rift. 3 days of consumables if they didn't reach it. One course, locked, unchangeable, heading somewhere that was not on any colonial authority chart, and had not been since colonial authority charts existed. The blast doors cycled once, ship-wide, all of them together. One beat. Her pulse in the ship's bones, a single contraction, steady and certain. Then silence, except for the drive. Chapter 7, The Data-Haze. The scrubbers on Section 4's ventilation intake had been running at elevated load since the breach. Thorne had logged it on the first night, the particulate sensors showing a creeping accumulation at the mesh that wasn't dust and wasn't condensation, and didn't behave like either of those things when you shone a light at it. He had replaced both intake filters with the last 2 spares in the maintenance locker, and the new filters had held for approximately 36 hours, and now the Section 4 atmospheric monitoring console was showing a pressure differential across the replacement filters that meant one of 2 things. Either the filters had loaded to capacity, or something was pushing against them from the other side. Yara found out which one it was at 0814 ship time, 4 hours into the autonomous thrust burn, when the Section 4 intake filter housing cracked along its upper seal. She was in the ventilation maintenance corridor when it happened, a cramped crawl space above the primary crew quarters that ran the width of the ship between frames 11 and 15, accessible through a hatch that required a wrench and a specific vocabulary of persuasion to open and close behind you in a way that communicated it was not designed with comfort or convenience in mind. She had been monitoring the filter differential from the maintenance panel and had been in the process of deciding whether the pressure reading represented a mechanical fault in the filter housing or an actual load exceedance when the question resolved itself. The upper seal cracked. Not explosively, a slow give, the material fatigue of a component being pressed beyond its rated load from the wrong direction, the pressure differential across the filter running opposite to its design specification. The filter was rated to catch particulates being pulled through the intake by the scrubber fan. It was not rated to resist particulates being pushed against it from inside the ventilation shaft. The Data-Haze came through the crack the way water came through a hull breach, not all at once, but with the patient, methodical insistence of a substance that understood it had more time than the barrier trying to contain it. A thread of bio-luminescent fog, gold-green and faintly prismatic in the maintenance corridor's work lighting, widened as the seal gave further, the material fatigue propagating along the housing edge until the crack was a gap, and the gap was a breach, and the Data-Haze was in the crew section ventilation network. Yara's rebreather was in her bunk. She had taken it off 20 minutes ago because the rebreather's seal ring had been chafing the bridge of her nose since day one of the mission, and 20 minutes without it while she ran a manual inspection in a closed maintenance corridor had seemed like a reasonable trade against the continuous low-grade misery of the ring. And she was aware now, watching the bioluminescent fog spread horizontally through the crawlspace with a deliberate unhaste that the ventilation airflow should have prevented and was not preventing, that she had made a miscalculation of the kind that was very hard to evaluate clearly in retrospect because the consequences were still in progress. The haze did not move with the airflow, it moved against it. The scrubber fan on Section 4 was pulling intake air toward the filter housing at its standard operational rate, which meant the air in the crawlspace was moving away from the breach and toward the fan, which was the direction the atmospheric processing system had been designed around. The Data-Haze moved in the other direction, not because it was lighter than air. It was not behaving as a buoyant gas. It moved the way a current moved in water, the way a signal propagated through a medium, with a directionality that was not physical but intentional, spreading from the ventilation shaft into the crew section not because the pressure gradient was pushing it there, but because that was where the crew section was, and the crew section was where the biological nodes were. Yara backed toward the hatch. The haze reached her before she reached the hatch. It was not dramatic. That was what she found herself thinking later, in the hours that came after, when the part of her that was still managing her own cognition had enough access to retrospect to form the thought. She had expected it to be dramatic. She had expected the burning sensation of a chemical exposure, the specific panic response of a respiratory hazard making itself known through the body's threat detection systems. She had expected her lungs to object. None of that happened. The haze arrived at her nose and mouth with the temperature of skin, with a humidity that matched her own exhaled breath so precisely that the transition between breathing air and breathing the haze was not a transition in any detectable physical sense. It simply became what she was breathing, and what she was breathing was information. The sensation was not localized to the lungs. It propagated through the bronchial tree and into the bloodstream with the speed of a highly soluble compound hitting a permeable membrane. And what it did when it reached the bloodstream was not damage. Nothing was damaged. Nothing hurt. What happened was that the nervous system, which had been running its own signals through its own architecture since before she was born, became aware that it was not the only network present. A second signal was available, adjacent, patient, enormous in the way that oceanic depth was enormous, not threatening but scaling, the simple objective enormity of a thing that existed at a magnitude the instrument measuring it was not built to comprehend. She breathed it for approximately 90 seconds before she found the hatch. She was on the ladder outside the crawlspace when Thorne's voice came over her earpiece. "Yara, where are you?" She opened her mouth to answer and stopped. Not because she couldn't form the words, because she had become aware that she was holding two simultaneous things in her attention without any sense of conflict between them. The first was the ladder rung under her left hand, and the earpiece frequency, and the question Thorne had asked, and the entirely normal cognitive chain of processing those inputs and generating a response. The second was a sequence, a long, nested, recursive sequence of logical operations that she recognized, with the portion of her attention that was still organized around the familiar, as the Meridian's DET's propulsion management source code. She had never seen the propulsion source code. She was not a software engineer. She did not know how she was holding it. She answered Thorne's question. She told him where she was and that she had inhaled the haze and that she was currently ambulatory and not in respiratory distress, and that she thought he should know that she could currently recite the ship's propulsion source code if that was useful. He told her to come to the bridge immediately and not to stop moving. She came to the bridge. She did not stop moving. And while she walked the corridor between the crew section ladder and the bridge hatch, she recited the propulsion source code under her breath. Not because she wanted to, not because it was pressing to get out, but because it was present in the way that a recently learned piece of music was present, available at the surface of cognition, organized and intact and waiting for expression. She recited it in the original colonial machine language notation, and between the nested function calls, between the variable declarations and the loop conditionals and the interrupt handlers, she recited something else, something that had the same grammatical structure as the source code, the same nested logic and recursive depth, but was not source code. It was the other thing, the language she had no words for. The angular dense notation she had seen on the main console screen 2 days ago, woven into the colonial machine language the way the neural filaments were woven into the cooling rod alloy, intimate and inseparable and biological where the substrate was mechanical. She arrived on the bridge, and Thorne looked at her face for 2 seconds and made a decision she could see him making. "Sit down," he said. "Don't stop talking. Tell me what you're reciting." She told him. She recited the source code. She recited what was in between the source code. Thorne listened. Kalen had turned from the navigation console and was listening with an expression that Yara, through the new dual-layer awareness that the haze had given her, could read differently than she would have read it the day before. He was not alarmed. He was recognizing something. Below the bridge, the Section 4 ventilation network was carrying the Data-Haze through the crew section distribution manifold. The haze propagated through the ductwork with its unnatural against-current movement, finding every junction and branch and outlet. The prismatic bioluminescence catching the emergency lighting that filtered through the grill covers and fracturing it into geometric patterns on the corridor ceilings and bulkheads below. The gravity plating in Section 4 registered the haze's passage through a progressive series of localized anomalies. Not catastrophic, not the violent nullification that the Bible's full saturation scenarios would produce, but a persistent and intensifying fluctuation that manifested as loose tools lifting from workbench surfaces and orienting toward the ceiling, as a wrench in the Section 4 tool locker rising slowly against its rack mount until it pressed flat against the upper wall of the locker with a soft magnetic finality. Mace was in the Section 4 engineering bay when the wrench rack failed. He heard it. The particular sound of a tool that had been magnetically secured departing the rack in an unexpected direction, a soft series of thunks as the rack's occupants redistributed toward a gravitational gradient that was not pointing in the direction the gravity plating had been designed to enforce. He looked at the ceiling and found his socket set there, arranged in a loose but deliberate pattern against the overhead plating, the individual sockets sorted by size with a neatness that the rack they had come from had never managed. He looked down at his mag boots and confirmed they were active. He looked at the bioluminescent shimmer that was moving along the Section 4 ventilation outlet grill 6 meters to his left, following the ductwork with its specific purposeful unhaste. He keyed the engineering channel. "Thorne, Section 4 is breached. Haze is in the ductwork, and I've got gravity anomalies at the tool storage. My mag boots are holding. Get out of Section 4. Seal the bulkhead at frame 14 on your way out." "Frame 14 bulkhead is already sealed." A pause. "I didn't seal it." On the bridge, Thorne's jaw set. The entity was managing the containment of her own spread. Sealing the bulkhead at frame 14 isolated Section 4 from the rest of the crew sections. It was the correct quarantine response, the action a ship's safety system would take if it detected a hazardous atmospheric event in Section 4 and was trying to prevent cross-contamination. She had done it before the engineering channel conversation, before Thorne had the information to order it. She had been ahead of him. Or she wasn't containing her spread at all, and the sealed bulkhead was a boundary she had drawn for reasons of her own that happened to look like quarantine, and weren't. Thorne filed both possibilities and made himself not spend time on the distinction yet. The thing he needed to spend time on was the Section 4 ventilation network, and the fact that he had just run out of replacement filters, and the haze was in the ductwork now, and the ductwork was the respiratory system of the ship, which meant the ship was breathing it the way Yara had been breathing it, the way Mace was breathing it if his seal held and then breathing it more if his seal failed, the way every crew member in every section sharing atmospheric exchange with Section 4 would be breathing it the moment the bulkhead at Frame 14, which the entity had sealed and which the entity could unseal, opened again. She's not just in the network, she's in the bulkheads, in the ventilation now too, in the atmospheric processing that kept human beings alive in a vacuum, in the biological substrate of the crew who had breathed her in and were now holding her language next to their own. Vance arrived on the bridge from the corridor aft. He had his personal rebreather on, the corporate issue sealed respirator that had been in the equipment manifest as a precautionary item, clean and white against the grime of his otherwise clean suit. He took in the scene on the bridge, Yara at the secondary console, still reciting quietly, the dual-layer code and counter-code moving through her mouth simultaneously. Thorne at the situation chair, Kalen at navigation, looking at the locked course and the rift ahead and the ancient geography accumulating in the mainframe. Vance looked at Yara. "What is she reciting?" he said. "The ship's propulsion source code," Thorne said, "and something else that runs through it." Vance looked at the rebreather seal on his own mask, checked it, looked back at Yara. "It's not a malfunction," Kalen said from the navigation console, without turning around. His voice had the quality it had been developing since the cord, slightly different in its register than his baseline analytical cadence, something quieter underneath the precision, some undertone that was not quite his. "It's a sermon." Vance looked at the back of Kalen's head for a long moment. The metric precision of his expression had been doing something complicated since the cord, and whatever it was doing had not resolved. He crossed to the secondary console and pulled up the Data-Haze atmospheric saturation model, the environmental monitoring display that tracked the bio-luminescent particulate concentration through the ship's sensor network, and looked at the spread. Section 4 was saturated. The adjacent corridor between frames 11 and 15 was showing early infiltration. The ventilation ductwork serving sections 3 through 6, the residential and primary engineering sections of the ship, was contaminated from the filter breach outward. The bulkhead at frame 14 was sealed. The bulkhead at frame 11 was not. Not yet. He looked at the spread model for 12 seconds. Thorne watched him look at it. Then Vance reached into the equipment bay mounted below the secondary console, the corporate liaison's dedicated equipment locker, which had been locked with a biometric seal since day one of the mission, and which Thorne had never had reason to open and had never asked about, and removed a second sealed rebreather unit. He set it on the console surface beside the first. He did not offer it to anyone. He did not explain. He set it on the console, and he looked at Thorne, and in the calculus of that look was an acknowledgement that was not an apology, and was not a concession, but was the closest Vance's architecture was capable of producing to the recognition that something had changed, and the previous model was no longer sufficient. Thorne picked up the rebreather. He handed it to Yara. She was still reciting. Outside the sealed bulkhead at frame 14, the Data-Haze moved through the Section 4 ventilation network with its patient, countercurrent purpose, finding every outlet, every junction, every grill. The tools on the Section 4 ceiling caught the bioluminescent light and held it. A constellation of wrenches and sockets and calibration gauges suspended in a gravitational field that was slowly, incrementally, learning a different geometry. The shimmer moved through the ductwork toward sections 3 through 6, unhurried, carrying its information with it the way blood carried oxygen, the way a signal propagated through a network toward the nodes that needed it most. The blast doors cycled once, deep in the ship's frame. Her pulse, 1 beat, 3 hours and 41 minutes to the rift. Chapter 8. Corporate Override. The server room on the Meridian's deck was the coldest space on the ship. 4 degrees Celsius maintained regardless of what the rest of the vessel was doing, smelling of cold metal and ozone and electronics operating within their rated thermal parameters. There was no Data-Haze in the server room. The room had its own sealed atmospheric circuit, independent from the main ventilation network, because the components inside it were sensitive to particulates and moisture and anything else that the ordinary inhabited atmosphere of a working vessel carried. Vance had spent 22 minutes identifying this fact from the ship's engineering schematics on day 1. He had noted it without comment in the column he maintained for contingencies, and he had not thought about it again until the Section 4 filter breach 40 minutes ago, when the server room's sealed circuit had become the only reliably uncontaminated atmosphere on the ship. The second rebreather in his personal locker had confirmed what he already knew. He had planned for this scenario before the mission departed. He left the bridge at 0930 ship time. Thorne watched him go and made the calculation that had been available since the beginning. The calculation about what Vance would do when the extraction window started closing, and arrived at the same answer he had been arriving at for 2 days, which was that he could not physically prevent Vance from accessing the secondary equipment systems without crossing a line that the Colonial Authority would prosecute him for crossing, regardless of context, regardless of what the mission log said, regardless of what Vance had authorized. Section 14 of the mission contract was specific and had been reviewed by Thorne's own counsel before he signed it, and his counsel had told him it was aggressive but standard for corporate salvage commissions of this value tier, and Thorne had signed it anyway because the fuel costs for a 14-day burn to the Vandermeer zone were not negotiable, and the corporate contract was the only source of capital that covered them. He had 32 minutes before he understood what Vance was doing. The automated mining extraction routine, the system Vance had referenced in the first hours after the breach, designed for high-volume mineral extraction and repurposed in the mission manifest as the primary neural fiber harvesting mechanism, was not operated from the bridge. It was operated from the server room through a dedicated industrial automation controller that had been installed as part of the corporate mission equipment package, bolted to the server room's aft bulkhead 4 weeks before departure, and connected directly to the ship's mechanical systems via its own hardline array, bypassing the PLC network that the entity had been inhabiting since day 1. Thorne knew the controller was there. He had signed the installation manifest. He had not, in the framing of all the other decisions he had been making since the breach, spent sufficient time on the question of what the controller was connected to on its output side. The answer, which Mace delivered over the engineering channel at 0952 with the flat voice of a man reading a diagnostic he wishes he were misreading, was, the controller was connected to everything. The extraction apparatus was not a single device. It was a system, a network of industrial servo arms, precision cutting tools, and biological containment vessels that had been installed throughout the reactor housing subframe during the pre-mission equipment installation, routed through the dreadnought's existing conduit pathways, and staged in the housing before the breach, ready to deploy, waiting for the activation signal from the controller in the server room. Thorne had been in that housing twice. He had not seen the extraction apparatus, and he had not seen it because he had not known to look for it, and he had not known to look for it because no one had told him it was there. And no one had told him it was there because Vance had arranged the installation before Thorne reviewed the mission equipment manifest, and the manifest had described the apparatus in language sufficiently technical and sufficiently buried in the appendices that it had not, on a first pass, communicated what it actually was. It was a surgical instrument designed for a god. The activation signal went through at 0954. On the bridge, Thorne heard the extraction apparatus deploy the way you heard things in a ship, not directly but structurally through the hull, the mechanical shudder of large servo systems initializing in the reactor housing subframe, traveling up through the docking umbilical and into the Meridian's deck's keel, and arriving in the deck plating as a low, continuous vibration that had not been present 30 seconds ago. The kind of vibration that meant something heavy was moving somewhere it was being asked to move with force. He was off the bridge before the vibration finished registering. The corridor between the bridge and the server room was 11 meters. Thorne covered them at a pace that the part of his brain managing physical logistics classified as controlled velocity, and the part managing threat assessment classified as something shorter. The server room hatch was sealed, standard protocol when the room's atmospheric circuit was being maintained separately from the ship's general atmosphere, and he hit the manual override on the hatch actuator with the flat of his palm, and the hatch cycled open and he went through into the cold and the ozone. Vance was at the industrial automation controller. He had his back to the hatch. On the controller's primary display, the extraction routine status panel showed 5 of the 12 servo arms deployed and active, their position indicators tracking movement through the reactor housing subframe. The cutting tool status lights cycling between amber standby and green active as the apparatus oriented itself around the primary tether mass. "Stop it," Thorne said. Vance did not turn around. The extraction sequence is running within its designed parameters. The apparatus is in the housing. The neural fiber yield is projecting at approximately 83% of the pre-mission estimate, accounting for the biological complexity we observed. The sequence will complete in approximately 14 minutes. "Stop it now." "I don't have that authority, Captain. The extraction is authorized and underway. What I can tell you is that once the primary tether mass is severed from the cooling rod array and contained in the biological storage vessels, the entity's network access will terminate. She loses the ship's infrastructure. The navigational override ends. We regain course control. We miss the rift." Thorne looked at the controller display, the servo arm position indicators, the cutting tool status lights blinking green, green, amber, green. "And what does she do," he said, "when you start cutting her?" "The automated containment field suppresses biological defensive response by—" "What does she do?" Vance turned then. His face had the controlled surface of a man who had a prepared answer and was managing the gap between the prepared answer and the actual uncertainty beneath it. "The extraction routine has been designed and tested against projected biological response parameters. The containment field was designed against projected parameters," Thorne said. "The projected parameters were built before we knew she was in the network, before we knew she was in the bulkheads, before she sealed a blast door because she heard me give a verbal order. Your containment field was designed for a biological mass in a reactor housing. You are now trying to surgically remove the nervous system of an entity that has partially become this ship." He stepped toward the controller. "And you're doing it 3 hours from a destination she has been waiting a century to reach. The destination is precisely why the extraction must happen now." Vance's voice had gained something, not loudness, not heat, but a density that meant he was no longer managing the gap between his prepared answer and his uncertainty. He had closed the gap by choosing his answer with finality, the way you chose an answer when the alternative was acknowledging that the situation had outgrown your model. In 3 hours she reaches that rift. We do not know what happens when she reaches the rift. We do not know if the ship survives it. We do not know if the crew survives it. What I know is that the neural fiber mass in that housing represents the most significant proprietary biological technology in human history, and that in 3 hours it may be irretrievably beyond our reach. The extraction happens now because now is the last viable window. "You're trading our souls for a quarterly bonus." "I'm securing humanity's evolution, Captain." The automation controller chimed. The status display updated. 6 servo arms deployed, the 7th initializing. The cutting tool on Arm 3 had made first contact with the primary tether mass. The biological resistance reading on the contact sensor was climbing. Thorne moved for the relay switches. The server room's industrial automation controller was hardwired to the ship's mechanical systems through a physical relay bank on the aft bulkhead. 12 switches, heavy-duty toggles rated for industrial current loads, the kind that required deliberate force to actuate. Physical interrupts, because Colonial Safety Authority regulation required automation systems in hazardous industrial environments to have physical overrides accessible to the operator's crew. A requirement Vance had apparently not found a way around or hadn't tried to, because he hadn't anticipated Thorne reaching the room. Thorne hit the first switch. The Arm 1 servo indicator went dark. Vance was between him and the remaining 11 switches in 2 steps. Not quickly, not with the physical urgency of someone who had been in physical confrontations before, but with the geometric decisiveness of someone who had identified the tactical problem and was solving it with the tools available. He was not a large man. He was positioned correctly, and Thorne was going to have to go through him, which was the line Thorne had been calculating against for the entire mission. The line between the authority dispute that a colonial authority tribunal would adjudicate eventually and the physical altercation that would produce a different and more immediate set of consequences. The lights went out. Not the server room lights specifically. The ship's lighting, ship-wide, all sections simultaneously. The amber bridge lighting and the emergency red of the engineering corridors and the work lighting in the ventilation crawl spaces and the indicator lights on every console and panel throughout the Meridian's det, all of it gone in the same instant. A total darkness that lasted for 1 heartbeat. Then the emergency systems activated. Red, everything red, the emergency lighting strips running along the base of every corridor and the ceiling edges of every functional room, casting the server room in a dim and sourceless crimson that made the controller display the brightest object in the space. The extraction routine status panel glowing in the dark, its servo arm indicators still cycling, 5 of 12 still active. Vance had not moved from his position between Thorne and the relay bank. In the red emergency lighting, his clean suit looked the color of old blood. His face was very controlled. Something moved in the corridor outside the server room. Not a person. The sound was wrong for a person. Too smooth, too continuous. The absence of the specific acoustic signature of human footsteps in a metal corridor. A mechanical tracking sound, the kind of sound made by a servo-driven system moving on a rail mount. The precision of it deliberate and unhurried. And Thorne recognized it before he saw it, because he had heard that sound in ship-to-ship boarding drills and in the maintenance manual for the Meridian's det's internal security systems, and in the specific context of the 5 years he had spent hoping he would never hear it in anger. The internal defense turret at the corridor junction outside the server room had come online. There were 3 of them on the Meridian's det, mounted at the 3 main corridor junctions, designed for anti-boarding response in the event of a hull breach by hostile parties. Controlled through the ship's security PLC, which was a subsystem of the main PLC network which the entity had inhabited for 3 days. Thorne had not armed them. The arming sequence required a command input from the bridge security console and a physical key that was in a lockbox in his bunk section and had been there since departure. The turret did not need the key. It was already tracking. The barrel swept past the server room hatch, traversed left, then right, then settled. Pointed not outward at the corridor junction in the anti-boarding orientation it had been designed for. Pointed inward, down the corridor toward the reactor housing, toward anyone who was currently positioned between the corridor and the reactor housing, or who attempted to move toward it. Then the second turret, at the frame 8 junction nearer the engineering level, came online with the same smooth tracking sound. Then the third, at the frame 19 junction, adjacent to the docking umbilical. All 3 pointed inward. all three covering the approaches to the reactor housing from every corridor on the ship. "She's protecting the core," Thorne said. The words came out flat because they were a statement of a tactical situation and not an expression of what was underneath the statement of the tactical situation, which was the specific quality of understanding that arrived when the scale of a threat became clear enough to measure against and was larger than the measuring instrument. "She's not targeting crew. She's targeting anyone who moves toward the housing." Vance looked at the corridor through the open hatch, at the turret barrel tracking slowly at the corridor junction. He looked at the extraction routine status panel on the controller beside him. 5 arms still active, still in the housing, still cutting. The biological resistance reading on Arm 3's contact sensor spiked, doubled, then doubled again. The ship shuddered. Not the structural vibration of the servo systems deploying. Not the thrust vibration of the main drive running at 3/10 gravity. A different vibration, deeper and less mechanical. The kind that originated not in a single system, but in the building material of the ship itself, as though the steel of the hull was contracting, adjusting, reorganizing around a new instruction. The emergency lighting strips along the base of the server room walls flickered once in the same rhythm. Her rhythm. On the controller display, Arm 3's status indicator changed, not to a fault code, not to a system error. The indicator changed to a symbol that was not in the automation controller's display library, a symbol that had the angular density of the notation she had been writing in the navigation mainframe, appearing now in the industrial automation system's status display because the industrial automation system was connected to the mechanical systems, and the mechanical systems were connected to the ship, and the ship was becoming continuous with her, one integration at a time. Arm 3 was no longer reporting to the controller. Arm 4's indicator changed to the same symbol. Thorne counted the indicators changing. 3, 4, 5. The active arms going dark to the controller one by one in a sequence that was too deliberate to be a cascading failure, and understood that she was not fighting the extraction apparatus. She was absorbing it. The same process as the plasma cutter on the housing floor. The same process as the cooling rod filaments and the junction relay connector and the fuel feed valve. The apparatus had entered the housing, and the housing was her body, and her body was taking what had entered it and making it continuous. By the time Arm 5's indicator changed to her notation, the biological resistance reading on the active contact sensors had flatlined. Not because the sensors had failed, because nothing was resisting them anymore. Because the things the sensors were pressing against had accepted the contact and were pressing back with interest. And the servo mechanisms in the apparatus arms were receiving load inputs from the biological material they were in contact with that their motors were not rated to counteract, and the motor current draw on the active arms was climbing through their rated maximums with the specific inexorability of machinery being overcome by something that understood it better than it understood itself. The controller emitted a thermal alarm, then a motor overload alarm, then a fault cascade that ran through every connected system indicator on the display in sequence, each one going to fault, and then each one going to the symbol. The extraction routine status panel read, in the angular notation she had been writing in the navigation mainframe for 3 days, something that was not a fault code. "Your apparatus is gone," Thorne said. Vance was looking at the display. The controlled surface of his face had developed a fracture that was not large but was structural, the specific look of a model that has encountered a data point it cannot integrate and has not yet found the revision that accommodates it. He was not afraid in the visceral sense. He was recalculating, and the recalculation was taking longer than his recalculations usually took. In the corridor, the defense turret at the junction tracked smoothly, covering the approach to the housing. Patient, ready, pointed at the heart of the ship. 2 hours and 53 minutes to the rift. Chapter 9. The Broadcast. The comms array on the Meridian's deck occupied the highest point of the ship's external profile, transmitter masts and receiver dishes mounted on the dorsal hull above Frame 7, enclosed in a composite radome that had been patched twice in the last 18 months. The array was rated for deep space transmission at standard colonial frequencies, maximum output 40 kilowatts across the primary broadcast band. Thorne had used that maximum twice in 11 years, both times emergencies, both times requiring the better part of a minute for the power conditioning systems to warm up to full load. The entity used all 40 kilowatts in approximately 4 seconds. The surge came through the ship's power distribution network at 10:41 ship time, which was 47 minutes after Thorne had watched the last extraction apparatus arm go dark on the controller display, and he was back on the bridge when it happened. He felt it before any instrument told him about it. A flicker in the emergency red lighting, a brief and total dimming as a massive load draw pulled current from every circuit on the ship simultaneously, and then the lighting recovering to its baseline red as the power conditioning systems redistributed the remaining capacity across non-essential systems. The comms array power draw indicator on the bridge. Communications panel climbed past its rated maximum and kept going. "She's pulling power to the array," Kalen said, already at the communications console, his hands moving across the system controls with the practiced speed of someone trying to interrupt a process that was not waiting for interruption. "I have a hard override on the transmitter." The transmitter fired. 40 kilowatts of broadcast power delivered in a single unmodulated surge across every frequency in the colonial communication spectrum simultaneously, plus a substantial portion outside it. Not a signal, not a structured transmission, a shout, raw biological information converted into electromagnetic energy and hurled outward at the speed of light in every direction equally. The kind of broadcast that the Colonial Emergency Response Protocol required every monitoring station within reception range to log and investigate. The transmitter masts burned. Not the radome. The composite housing held. The masts themselves, the physical antenna elements inside the radome, were rated for sustained operation at 40 kilowatts. They were not rated for 40 kilowatts of conditioned power carrying biological information encoded at a density the mast element's architecture could not resolve without dissipating the excess as heat. The heat was significant. The smell arrived on the bridge through the ventilation system 18 seconds after the burst. Hot composite and vaporized copper and a sharper, sweeter smell underneath. The same metabolic signature that came from the reactor housing when the haze was moving. The transmitter status indicator on the communications panel read, "Offline, thermal damage, physical inspection required." "We have no comms," Kalen said. "We've had no comms," Thorne said. "We've had no comms since she took the frequency 3 days ago." "We had no outbound comms, we had inbound." Kalen adjusted his display. The receiver array is a separate physical system. The receivers are passive. They don't share the mast elements with the transmitters. They are currently functional. We can receive. We cannot transmit. Thorne registered that and moved on because the current operational significance of transmit versus receive capability was downstream of several other things he needed to process first. What did she broadcast? Can you characterize the signal? It was broadband, unmodulated in any colonial communications format. The carrier frequency was not fixed. The burst swept the entire accessible spectrum in the transmission window, which means any receiver within reception range that was scanning any colonial frequency would have detected it. Kalen paused. The burst also contained what I can only describe as a biological component. The signal was not purely electromagnetic. There is a structured information layer in the transmission that my analysis tools cannot characterize. It is the same information layer that has been in everything she has transmitted through the ship's systems, the alien notation, the nested logical structures. She broadcast that outward, in all directions, at light speed. How far does it reach? At 40 kilowatts in deep space, with the transmission characteristics of that burst, The signal will be detectable by a colonial standard receiver at approximately 12 light hours distance, at a more sensitive military-grade receiver, potentially further. Kalen's voice had the quality it had when he was generating a conclusion he did not want to generate. The Vandermeer relay beacon is within reception range. Any vessel operating within the relay's coverage area would receive the burst. Any vessel, Thorne said, or any vessel that was listening. Any vessel with functional passive detection systems. The Data-Haze had been moving through the bridge ventilation outlet since before the power surge. Thorne had been watching it with a portion of his attention that was not otherwise occupied, which was a smaller portion than the situation warranted, but was all he had available. The haze moved along the ceiling of the bridge in its characteristic countercurrent drift, thicker at the forward end where the main console and the navigation station were, thinning toward the aft hatch. Since the power surge, it had changed, not in volume. The atmospheric particulate concentration on the bridge sensors hadn't shifted significantly. In state, the bio-luminescent fog had begun, in the 40 seconds since the transmitter fired, to slow. The drift had decelerated. The prismatic fracturing of the emergency red lighting through the haze, which had been in constant fluid motion since the haze entered the bridge systems, was becoming static. The haze was condensing. It was not condensing evenly. It was condensing at the interfaces. Every point where the haze was in direct contact with a physical surface, console panels, display screens, the structural frame of the navigation station, the bio-luminescent material was thickening and contracting and hardening, losing its fluid quality and acquiring a structural one, crystalline. The word arrived because it was accurate. At the edges of the main console's display housing, where the haze had been in sustained contact with the display surface for the better part of an hour, a thin crust of material had formed, translucent, gold-tinted, refracting the emergency red into amber and green at its surface facets. A biological crystal growing at the boundary between atmosphere and hardware with the patient, incremental geometry of a mineral process running at an accelerated biological speed. Kalen had 3 of them on the navigation console housing. Small, the largest, no bigger than his thumbnail, growing at the seam between the haptic array surface and its frame. He had been watching them for 20 minutes and had not mentioned them, which meant he was either categorizing them as below the threshold of immediate relevance or categorizing them as above the threshold of what he currently wanted to say out loud. The long-range radar alert tone was not one Thorne had heard outside of drills. It was a different sound from the proximity alarm. The long-range radar operated in an entirely different distance band, designed to detect large objects dropping out of FTL transit within approximately 800,000 kilometers, the distance at which an incoming vessel could begin decelerating in time to avoid an uncontrolled approach. At 800,000 kilometers, you had time to respond, 6 to 11 minutes, depending on deceleration profile. The radar alert was showing 11 signatures, not one. Not a search and rescue vessel responding to an emergency beacon with a single ship dispatch, which was the Colonial Emergency Response Protocol for a broadband emission from a registered vessel in distress. 11 signatures, in a configuration that the radar's automated classification system was processing with unusual speed because the configuration was not ambiguous. The spatial arrangement of 11 high-velocity objects decelerating from FTL transit in coordinated formation was not an arrangement that rescue operations used. Rescue operations sent 1 ship, maybe 2, if the distress signal suggested multiple crew in jeopardy. 11 ships in coordinated formation was an operational deployment, a fleet action. How far? Thorne said. 740,000 kilometers and decelerating. Current closure rate puts them in maneuvering range in approximately 8 minutes. Kalen's voice was entirely level. The analytical register had fully returned. the undertone that had been present since the cord temporarily suppressed by the more immediate demands of tactical information processing. The formation profile is consistent with a heavy salvage fleet operating in combat configuration. The lead vessel is showing a mass signature of approximately 12,000 tons. The 11 ships include what the classification system is reading as 6 combat-capable vessels, 3 heavy haulers, and 2 what the system is flagging as breaching craft. Breaching craft. Ships designed specifically to attach to and enter a target vessel under hostile conditions. Thorne had seen the classification on manifests and threat assessments and had never seen the flagging on his own radar display, because the situations where someone brought breaching craft to a salvage site were not situations that arose in the ordinary conduct of salvage work. They arose when someone knew exactly what was at the salvage site and had decided that knowing about it was sufficient justification for the operational and legal consequences of taking it by force. They were already en route, Thorne said. The transit time from the nearest colonial population center to this position at maximum FTL efficiency is approximately 9 days. Kalen looked at him. We have been in position for 4 days. They were already en route before we got here. Yes. Thorne looked at the main console, at the ancient geography and the navigation mainframe, at the 2 lines of text, alien and colonial, still present on the dark center screen, at the crystalline growths at the console housing seams, catching the emergency red and refracting it into colors that the emergency lighting was not producing on its own. He looked at the radar display with its 11 inbound signatures in combat formation, and he thought about the broadband burst that had traveled at light speed in all directions 12 minutes ago, and he thought about what it would mean if the burst had not been a distress call, if it had not been a distress call, if it had been a declaration, if a century-old consciousness that had spent the better part of its imprisonment learning to read the hardware of its captors had read, through the ship's passive receivers, the specific electromagnetic signature of 11 vessels holding position 800,000 kilometers away, and had decided that the correct response to that signature was not silence. If she had known they were there before the burst, if the burst was not panic, if it was something more deliberate than panic, something that a being operating on geological timescales would produce when it decided that the situation had clarified sufficiently to justify a response that would be permanent and visible and understood correctly by every party within reception range. A statement, not of distress, of ownership. Vance had arrived on the bridge. He had come through the aft hatch without Thorne hearing him, which meant he had been moving quietly, which meant he had been listening from the corridor before he entered, and had made a decision about when to enter based on what he heard. He was looking at the radar display with an expression that had completed whatever recalculation had been in progress in the server room, and arrived at a new position. The position was not relief, and it was not alarm. It was recognition. "You knew about them," Thorne said. Vance looked at the radar display for another half-second. The corporate entity that commissioned this mission is not the only commercial interest that identified the Vandermeer anomaly as a high-value extraction target. There were competing bids for the mission contract. The competing bids were rejected. The entities submitting those bids were not parties who accepted rejection as a terminal outcome. He paused. I was aware that a competing operational deployment was possible. I was not aware of its timing or current proximity. You were aware that a heavily armed fleet might arrive at this location while we were conducting an extraction. I assessed the probability as low. And you didn't mention it. Vance said nothing. In the calculus of his silences, this one meant that the thing he hadn't mentioned had been a deliberate omission, and he had no available framing that improved its appearance now that it had become material. Thorne looked at the radar display. 8 minutes to maneuvering range, now 7, the 11 signatures decelerating hard on a direct approach vector. He looked at the locked course on the navigation mainframe, 2 hours and 31 minutes to the rift at the current thrust profile. He looked at the defense turrets he could not control, pointed inward at the reactor housing approaches. He looked at the crystalline structures growing at the console seams in the emergency red light. 7 minutes. He had one cutter, degraded. He had the ship's industrial tools, wrenches, exhaust valves, manual blast door cranks. He had a crew of 12, 2 of whom were in various stages of haze exposure, and one of whom had just confirmed he had been withholding material tactical information for the duration of the mission. He had a god in his reactor housing who had just announced her location to every receiver within 12 light hours. Battle stations, he said. The phrase was absurd in the context of a salvage vessel, and he said it anyway because it was the correct phrase, and the only phrase, and the Meridian's debt was not a warship, but it was his ship, and 7 minutes was 7 minutes. Mace, I need you on every exhaust valve between frames 8 and 19. Yara, you stay off the deck and monitor the haze saturation in sections 3 through 6. If the bulkhead at frame 14 opens, I want to know before it finishes opening. He looked at Carrion. Course, can you give me anything? Any manual override the lock hasn't reached. Carrion's hands were already moving. The attitude thrusters are on a separate PLC loop from the main drive. She has not integrated the attitude system. I can give you rotation. I cannot give you thrust direction or deceleration. Rotation. Use it. Thorne straightened from the situation chair. Point our bow at the incoming fleet. Put our stern and the docking umbilical and the reactor housing between us and them. Carrion began rotating the ship. Outside, in the specific and absolute darkness of the deep void scrapyard, the Meridian's debt turned on its axis. Slowly, the attitude thrusters working against the angular inertia of a 200-ton vessel under main drive thrust, turning to face the inbound formation with the blunt geometry of a ship that had not been built for this, that had been built for cutting open dead things and carrying away what was inside, that had found something inside that was not dead and was not going to be carried away. That was in the process of turning this ship into something that defied the original specification entirely. The 11 inbound signatures on the radar display continued their deceleration. They were not hailing. No transmission on any colonial frequency. No standard approach request. No identification broadcast. They had heard the burst, and they were coming, and they were not talking because they had decided before they came that there was nothing to say. In the reactor housing below the keel, the plasma cutter the entity had claimed on day 5 pulsed its blue-white light in the dark. The crystalline structures on the bridge console caught the emergency red and held it, patient and geometric and growing. The ancient geography in the navigation mainframe added 3 more reference points to the map of where she had been, methodical and unhurried, as though the approach of 11 hostile ships was a weather event. Significant, noted, not sufficient to interrupt the more important work. 6 minutes. The blast doors cycled once, deep in the ship's bones. Her pulse, steady. Then the long-range radar tone shifted. Not the initial alert, but the secondary alert, the one that meant the classification system had updated its assessment of the incoming formation based on additional sensor data. Thorne looked at the updated display. The lead vessel had a registry tag now, pulled from its standard IFF broadcast as it dropped to sublight, and its automated identification systems came online in the way that automated systems always came online regardless of the intentions of the crew operating them, because some habits of civilized navigation were too deeply encoded to suppress. The tag resolved against the Colonial Merchant Registry in under 2 seconds. The Carrion. Thorne had heard the name the way you heard names of things you were professionally advised to avoid, in other people's stories, in the aftermath of situations that produced outcomes nobody wanted to repeat, spoken with the brevity of a word carrying more weight than its syllables suggested. The Carrion was not a registered salvage operator. It operated under a provisional commercial license that Thorne suspected had very little visibility into what the license was actually being used for. The Carrion did not come for scrap. He looked at the radar display. At the formation holding its deceleration profile, 8 ships now resolved to individual mass signatures, the other three still registering as a cluster behind the lead vessel. At the approach vector aimed directly at the position of the Meridian's det and the dreadnought's reactor housing, and the thing inside the reactor housing that had burned out his transmitter masts to tell the universe she was awake. It wasn't rescue. It never had been. Chapter 10. Vultures. The Carrion did not hail. That was the first thing Thorne registered when the formation dropped to maneuvering range, the absence of a transmission. Every standard approach protocol in colonial navigation law required an incoming vessel to broadcast its identification and intention on the primary hailing frequency before entering the 200-kilometer operational envelope of another registered ship. It was not a courtesy. It was a legal requirement, the minimum threshold of civilized navigation that distinguished a commercial approach from an act of piracy in the colonial authorities' operational definitions. The Carrion fleet crossed the 200-kilometer threshold and did not broadcast. 11 ships in formation, silent, and the silence was not an oversight. The first tractor beam locked onto the Meridian's det at a distance of 163 kilometers. Thorne felt it before any instrument on the bridge confirmed it. A change in the ship's motion, a subtle resistance in the thrust vibration, the specific sensation of a vessel under its own power encountering an external force that was working against its vector. The attitude thrusters he had been using to hold the bow-on orientation flickered in their output as the ship's automated stabilization systems registered the new load and attempted to compensate. The compensation lasted approximately 3 seconds before the tractor beam's power overcame the thruster's rated capacity and the attitude control system flagged an external force override and stepped back. The Meridian's det was being pulled. Industrial tractor beam, Kalen said. The analytical register was entirely in control now, the undertone of the chord frequency suppressed by the immediate demands of tactical processing. He was reading the beam signature from the sensor array with the focused speed of a navigator extracting operationally relevant data from a sensor feed. The emitter is on the lead vessel. The 12,000-ton hull the classification system flagged as combat configured. The beam is locked onto our stern section, between frames 19 and 23, the reactor housing subframe. They were not pulling the ship. They were pulling the housing. Second beam, Kalen said. Port side from the vessel tracking as heavy hauler designate 2. This one is locked onto our main hull between frames 8 and 12. The 2 beams are working at opposed angles, one pulling the housing, one stabilizing the main hull. They are attempting to exert differential stress across the ship's superstructure. They were going to try to pull the reactor block out through the hull. Thorne had 9 seconds to process the tactical geometry before the radar alert updated. The 2 breaching craft had broken from the formation, not approaching the Meridian's det directly, coming in from the flanks at a shallow angle, the kind of approach that kept them out of the firing arc of a standard dorsal weapons mount, and did not matter at all on a salvage vessel that did not have a standard dorsal weapons mount. They were fast. Low profile on the sensor return. Dense heavy hulls designed to absorb the kinetic energy of a high-speed contact with a target vessel's outer plating without structural failure on either end. Designed to hit and hold. "Brace!" Thorne said, and the word had barely left his mouth when the first breaching craft hit. The sound was enormous and structural, not a single impact but a sustained crushing contact. The breaching craft's forward docking collar engaging the Meridian's det's port cargo bay airlock with the specific violence of a mechanism that was not asking for permission. The contact reverberated through the ship's frame as a deep and ongoing groan, the sound of metal under a load it had not been designed to carry. Every weld and joint and structural member in the impact zone transmitting the energy of the contact through the hull in a wave that arrived on the bridge as a felt vibration rather than a hard sound. The deck moved. Not by much, centimeters, but moved, and kept moving slightly as the breaching craft's docking collar locked and began cycling its own cutting mechanism against the Meridian's det's airlock outer seal. "Port cargo airlock is under attack," Kalen said. "The seal integrity sensor is reading mechanical stress on the outer door. Time to breach at current cutting rate, approximately 4 minutes. The second breaching craft hit the starboard side 40 seconds later. The same crushing contact, the same deep structural groan. The ship shuddering on both axes simultaneously now as the two breaching craft locked their docking collars to the hull, and the tractor beams continued their differential pull at the stern. The Meridian's debt was being held. It was being opened. The people doing it had done this before, to ships that were better prepared for it, and they were doing it with the methodical efficiency of a team running a rehearsed procedure on a target they had evaluated in advance. Thorne was off the bridge and moving before the second impact finished registering. The equipment locker between the bridge and the main corridor had a heavy-duty industrial toolkit that had been aboard the ship since before Thorne took command. The kind of toolkit that a working salvage vessel carried because working salvage vessels required wrenches and come-alongs and manual hydraulic jacks and cutting equipment and all the other hardware of applied force in a metal environment. He pulled the locker open and started distributing. Mace was already in the corridor. Solon had come up from engineering level 2 at a run, which on a ship under the current load conditions meant moving carefully and quickly with one hand on a structural member at all times, and his face had the expression of a man whose professional assessment of the situation had concluded some time ago, and who was now fully occupied with the practical question of what you did with that assessment. "Heavy wrench, Solon," Thorne said. "You and Mace take the port cargo airlock. The cutting rate gives you 4 minutes before they're through the outer seal. When they're through the outer seal, you have however long it takes them to cut the inner seal, which will be less than 4 minutes because the inner seal is thinner. You do not let them through the inner seal in good order. Make the approach expensive. And if they're armored," Mace said, catching the wrench Thorne put in his hands, "then hit the armored parts. Hit them with the wrench. Hit them with the bulkhead. Hit them with whatever is in reach. We do not have a better option than that." He looked at Mace directly. "We have one cutting torch that's operational. The entity took the other one. What we have besides that is the ship itself." Mace took the wrench and went. Thorne pulled the last operational plasma cutter from the locker. The degraded unit from day 1, running at 50% of rated output, the left focusing aperture bracketed and holding but not trusted above that threshold. He hefted it. It weighed approximately 14 kilograms with the power cell installed and required 2 hands to stabilize during operation, and was rated for cutting through structural alloys up to 80 millimeters thick, which made it the most dangerous object aboard the Meridian's debt that he currently had access to, and he carried it back to the bridge because the bridge was where he needed to be. Vance was at the secondary console. He had pulled up the Carrion fleet's formation data from the radar display and was studying it with an expression that Thorne had not seen on him before. Not the controlled recalculation of the server room, not the metric precision of a man managing a commercial position. Something more structural. The expression of a man who has been in the room when multiple plans have failed and is beginning to run the arithmetic on the question of what the failure of plans means for the person who made them. "Their flagship," Thorne said. "That's your competing bid. That's who they told about this mission." Vance did not answer immediately. His eyes moved across the formation display. "The corporate entity that engaged the Carrion for their competing operational deployment is not the entity that contracted this mission. They are a competitor. The intelligence that gave the Carrion our location and timeline came from a source within the competing entity's commercial network, not from my employer. But someone knew where we were going and when we would get there." "Yes." "And the Carrion was already en route when we arrived." "It appears so." Thorne looked at the radar display, at the formation holding its positions, the lead vessel with its tractor beam locked onto the reactor housing subframe, the heavy haulers in supporting positions, the 2 breaching craft hard against the hull, their cutting mechanisms working through the cargo bay airlocks with the patient mechanical certainty of tools doing the work they were designed for. 11 ships. Not here for negotiation, not here for the scrap. Here because something in that reactor housing had been worth 11 ships, and advance planning and whatever it had cost to move a fleet to the edge of the Vandermeer zone before anyone opened the lead cap. "They knew what was in there before we did," Thorne said. "Their intelligence suggested a high-value biological asset in the reactor housing. The specific nature of the asset was apparently not fully characterized." Vance paused. "They appear to have been expecting something more tractable." The port cargo airlock outer seal gave. The sound of it carried through the hull. Not a sudden give, but a progressive failure. The seal integrity sensor's alarm cycling upward in pitch as the stress on the outer door crossed its threshold and the door began to deform. And then the deformation became a breach, and the sound of the breach was the sound of atmosphere moving between two pressure zones that had just been connected. A rushing hiss that lasted 4 seconds before the breaching craft's docking collar pressurized its own connecting tunnel and the atmosphere stabilized. 4 minutes had been the estimate. It had taken 3 minutes and 40 seconds. "Mace," Thorne said over the engineering channel. "Braced at the inner seal," Mace said. "Solon is on the exhaust valve for the cargo bay atmosphere. If they get the inner seal open, we can give them a superheated steam environment to step into. Hold that. Wait for my order." The tractor beam load on the stern increased. Kalen read the sensor data in real time, his voice maintaining its operational cadence, while the deck trembled slightly under the differential pull. "The lead vessel is increasing tractor beam power. The stress across the superstructure between frames 19 and 23 is approaching the rated load limit for the hull section. If the pull continues at the current rate of increase, we are looking at structural deformation of the keel in approximately 7 minutes. 7 minutes before the hull started to tear. Thorne stood at the center of the bridge with the plasma cutter in his hands and looked at the situation that the situation had become. 11 ships. His hull opening from 2 directions, his keel under stress. His transmitters burned out. His cutters down to 1 degraded unit. His navigation locked on a course he couldn't alter at thrust he couldn't stop. His reactor housing occupied by an entity who had the ship's defense turrets pointed inward, covering the housing approaches, which meant the turrets were pointed away from the cargo airlocks where the boarding teams were about to come through. The entity was protecting herself. The turrets covered the housing, not the crew. When the Carrion's mercenaries came through the cargo bay inner seal, the defense turrets were going to be pointed in exactly the wrong direction, and the Meridian's Det's crew was going to be between 2 hostile forces with a 14-kilogram plasma cutter, a collection of heavy wrenches, and the industrial systems of a 200-ton salvage vessel that was in the process of becoming something it had not been designed to be. He looked at the Data-Haze crystalline structures on the console seams. Growing, patient. He looked at the navigation mainframe, where the ancient geography had added 6 more reference points in the last 30 minutes, the map expanding in steady increments regardless of what was happening in the hull sections around it. He looked at Kalen, who had turned from the navigation console and was looking at the long-range radar display, at the formation, at the 11 signatures holding their positions around the Meridian's Det, with the geometric precision of a fleet that had done this calculation in advance and was executing it cleanly. Kalen's expression was not fear. It was not the analytical focus of a navigator processing tactical data. It was something quieter and more fundamental. The look of a person who has been receiving a transmission long enough to understand its content and has arrived at a conclusion about what the content means for the immediate situation, and the conclusion is not one that resolves toward comfort. "Kalen," Thorne said. Kalen looked at him. In the emergency red light, the faint bio-luminescent residue that the Data-Haze exposure had left in his eyes, not glowing, not dramatic, just a quality in the pupil dilation that had not been there before day 3, caught the red and held it differently than it should have. He had been breathing the haze-touched air since the filter breach. He had not mentioned it, and Thorne had not asked. "They are not here because of the broadcast," Kalen said. His voice had the undertone back, the quieter register beneath the analytical cadence, the one that had arrived with the cord and had not fully left since. The broadcast was 11 minutes ago. At light speed, the signal reached their position 7 minutes ago. They do not have faster-than-light communications. They cannot have received the broadcast and altered their approach in the time available. He looked at the formation on the radar display, at the 11 ships in their precise geometric arrangement, at the lead vessel with its tractor beam locked onto the reactor housing subframe. They were already here, already in position. The broadcast did not bring them. "I know," Thorne said. "I said they were already en route." "No." Kalen shook his head, a small movement. "Not en route. Already here, in position, holding position, outside long-range sensor range, waiting, since before we arrived." He looked at Thorne with the specific quality of a man delivering a conclusion that the data has forced on him and that he has verified enough times to be certain of, and that he does not find comforting to be certain of. "They have been waiting here for 4 days, waiting for us to open the housing, waiting for the breach. They knew the broadcast would come. They knew what the broadcast meant. They have been listening for it." The deck trembled. The tractor beam load was still increasing. "They didn't come for the scrap," Kalen said. "They felt the god." The inner seal on the port cargo airlock began to give. Chapter 11. The Hardware of the Divine. The port cargo inner seal failed at the hinge, not at the cutting line. The breaching craft's mechanism had been working the outer edge of the door, running a thermal arc along the seal perimeter, and the metal fatigue had propagated inward from the cutting zone and found the hinge assembly first, the oldest and most stressed point in the door's architecture, the point that had been absorbing the differential load of the tractor beam's pull on the stern and the breaching craft's docking collar push on the hull simultaneously. The hinge cracked. The door swung inward on the failed hinge rather than peeling back along the cutting line, which meant it opened faster than the cutting rate had projected, swinging into the cargo bay on its remaining intact hinge with the heavy finality of a door that was not going to close again. Mace hit the exhaust valve. The cargo bay atmosphere, a sealed pocket of recycled ship's air that had been holding its standard pressure behind the compromised outer seal, met the superheated steam from the exhaust manifold that Solon had been holding under pressure for the last 4 minutes, and the combination of those two things produced an environment in the connecting tunnel between the breaching craft and the Meridian's Debt's cargo bay that was extremely hostile to any organism or piece of equipment that was not rated for prolonged exposure to 120-degree saturated steam at elevated pressure. The first 2 mercenaries through the docking tunnel encountered this environment before their suits' thermal regulation systems had time to respond, and the thermal regulation systems on standard commercial boarding armor were not rated for 120 degrees of sustained contact. They came through anyway because they were professionals, and the thermal stress was painful but not immediately incapacitating in a sealed suit, and because the mission brief they had been operating under had not mentioned the possibility of a steam environment in the target vessel's cargo bay, which meant they had not brought the heavier thermal gear that would have made this less of a problem, and professionals who have not been briefed on a specific hazard tend to push through it rather than withdraw, because withdrawal under unexpected conditions required a reassessment that took time, and time was the resource the operational timeline had already consumed most of. There were 4 of them through the tunnel before Mace cut the steam. He cut the steam because the steam was also filling the cargo bay, and the cargo bay shared a ventilation connection with Section 3, and Section 3 shared atmospheric exchange with the corridor where Thorne was standing, and 14 kilograms of plasma cutter or not, Thorne did not want to conduct the next phase of events in a saturated steam environment. The 4 mercenaries in the cargo bay were large. Commercial boarding armor added bulk, reinforced joint sleeves, impact-rated chest plating, helmet systems with sealed atmospheres and multi-spectrum visual enhancement. The whole ensemble designed to make a human body more expensive to stop by conventional means. They moved with the practiced economy of people who had done this work repeatedly, spreading into the cargo bay in a tactical pattern, covering each other's flanks, sweeping the bay with the sensor arrays in their helmet systems, looking for threats in the locations where threats in a cargo bay would conventionally present themselves. They were not looking at the floor. The Data-Haze was densest at the floor. It had been pooling in the cargo bay since the Section 4 ventilation breach, following the gravitational gradient that the atmospheric processing system's air circulation was no longer strong enough to counteract, settling into the lowest accessible volumes of the ship, with the specific fluid patience of a substance that understood gravity better than the ventilation engineers who had designed around it. The cargo bay floor was 4 centimeters deep in bioluminescent haze, slow-moving, prismatic in the emergency red light that filtered in from the corridor, and the 4 mercenaries stepped into it the moment they moved away from the docking tunnel entrance, because the cargo bay floor was the cargo bay floor, and there was nowhere else to step. The haze reached the ankle seals on their boarding armor. The ankle seal on commercial boarding armor was the interface between the leg plating and the boot assembly, a composite gasket rated for vacuum and chemical exposure, designed to prevent atmospheric infiltration, tested against a standard suite of industrial hazardous materials. The testing suite did not include biological neural networks that functioned as airborne information substrates, because such materials had not existed at the time the testing suite was designed. The Data-Haze was not a chemical. It did not dissolve the gasket material. It interfaced with it. The bioluminescent particulate found the microscopic surface porosity of the composite gasket and adhered to it the way a biological agent adhered to a receptor. Not by force, but by fit. The molecular architecture of the haze finding the physical architecture of the seal and recognizing, at a level below chemical, that the interface was permeable in a direction the seal's designers had not anticipated. The haze was inside the armor in under 30 seconds. The first mercenary to react was also the first to understand that the reaction was not producing the expected result. She raised her arm, the motion sharp and deliberate and starting correctly, the motor command from the brain, the nerve pathway, the muscle response in the correct sequence in the correct time, and the arm stopped at 40 degrees of elevation, not because her muscles failed, because something else was using the same pathways and had a different destination in mind for the arm. The arm lowered, slowly, with a smoothness that was not hers and that her muscles could feel was not hers, the way you felt someone else's hand guiding your hand, except that there was no external force on her arm, and the guidance was internal and complete, and was not responding to her attempts to reassert the motion. The second mercenary's helmet display began displaying the navigation mainframe data, not on the external sensors, through the internal heads-up display, the integrated information system built into the helmet's interior facing, which was connected to the armor's local data bus and was supposed to show suit status and tactical overlay and the feed from the armor's external sensors. Instead, it showed the ancient geography. The reference points and connecting vectors of the map she had been building in the mainframe for 4 days, rendered in the helmet display's native format, as though the display was running an authorized navigation application. The alien coordinate notation crisp and clear, and filling 2/3 of the visible display area, while the suit status information compressed into a corner. He kept moving. He kept moving because he was a professional, and professionals kept moving when their equipment was malfunctioning, and he swept the cargo bay on the momentum of his prior training and found Solon standing at the exhaust valve with a wrench in his hands and moved toward Solon because Solon was a threat, and responding to threats was what the momentum of his prior training produced. He had covered half the distance to Solon when the chest plating of his boarding armor changed shape. Not violently, not explosively. A slow, progressive deformation, the composite plating of the chest assembly, which was rated to absorb significant kinetic impact without structural failure, developing a curve inward toward the sternum that had not been designed into the armor's original geometry. The curve continued for approximately 4 seconds, the plating reshaping with the deliberate patience of a material that had found a new configuration it preferred, and at the end of the 4 seconds the chest plating was in contact with the fabric layer beneath it, which was in contact with the thermal underlayer, which was in contact with the mercenary's sternum, and the bioluminescent light of the haze was visible through the new contours of the reshaped plating as a faint golden illumination through the composite material, as though the plating itself had acquired a circulatory system. He stopped moving toward Solon. He turned, with the smoothness that was not his, and faced the cargo bay entrance and held that position. His suit status indicator, visible on the corner of his compromised helmet display between the ancient geography and the edge of the display frame, showed all biological parameters nominal. His body was in excellent condition. He was not in pain. He was simply no longer making his own decisions about where to be. All four of them stopped moving in approximately the same 30-second window. They arranged themselves in the cargo bay with a spatial logic that Thorne, watching from the corridor with the plasma cutter in both hands, could not immediately interpret, and then could because the spatial logic was the same logic as the defense turrets. They were covering the approach, not the approach from the docking tunnel which was behind them, the approach toward the reactor housing. They were standing between the cargo bay and the corridor that led toward the engineering sections and the reactor housing subframe, and they were standing there with the patient, stationary authority of things that had been assigned a position and would maintain it. The entity had taken the boarding team. Not killed them, taken them. The way she had taken the plasma cutter and the extraction apparatus, not destroyed but absorbed, incorporated, made continuous with her architecture and assigned a function. The function was guard. The function was perimeter. The function was, nothing moves toward the housing through this corridor without encountering 4 armored humans who are no longer making their own choices. Thorne did not move toward the housing. He had not been moving toward the housing. He was in the corridor between the bridge and the cargo bay, and he was holding the plasma cutter, and he was watching, and what he was watching was 4 heavily armored mercenaries standing in a cargo bay in the emergency red light with golden bioluminescence visible through the seams of their reshaped chest plating, still and certain and facing the corridor with the orientation of things that were waiting. The steel plating had found the bone. That was the part that stayed with him. Not the haze in the ankle seals, not the helmet display showing the ancient geography, not the arm that had lowered without her instruction. The chest plating finding the sternum and pressing in until it was flush and the light visible through the composite and the deformation that was not damage but fit. The armor had not broken the person inside it. The armor had become continuous with the person inside it, and the person and the armor together had become something that served a purpose the person had not agreed to. Solon was still at the exhaust valve. He had not moved because there had been no instruction to move and because 4 armored mercenaries had been walking toward him 30 seconds ago and were now standing in a different orientation, and he was correctly applying the engineering instinct that when a situation is actively resolving in an unexpected direction, you do not disrupt the resolution before you understand what it is resolving into. "Solon," Thorne said, "back to the corridor. Come around the long way. Do not pass between them and the housing approach." Solon came around the long way. The comms channel clicked. Not the engineering frequency, the external frequency, the long-range transmission band, which on a ship with burned-out transmitter masts should not have been capable of outbound signal. The receiver array was passive and intact. The transmitters were dead, and yet the external frequency channel was active, showing a live connection, a handshake protocol completed between the Meridian's DET's comms architecture and the Carrion flagship's primary transmission system. Thorne looked at the comms panel, at the live connection indicator, at the channel identifier that showed the handshake had been initiated from aboard the Meridian's DET. "Kalen," he said, "who opened the external channel?" A pause. "Not me. The comm system is showing an active transmission originating from the secondary communications terminal. That terminal is in the server room. The server room, where the industrial automation controller sat dark with her notation on every indicator, where the atmospheric circuit was sealed and clean and Celsius, where Vance had been for the last 14 minutes, which Thorne had registered and filed and not yet had the bandwidth to address. Vance's voice came through the comms panel a moment later, not addressed to the Meridian's deck crew, addressed outward, to whoever was on the other end of the established connection, the Carrion flagship's primary transmission receiver. This is the corporate liaison aboard the salvage vessel currently in your operational envelope. I am contacting you directly on behalf of the sponsoring entity to propose a cooperative extraction arrangement. The asset's current status exceeds initial projections in both complexity and commercial value. A joint extraction, with yield divided 60% to your operational entity and 40% to the commissioning corporate principal, represents a superior outcome for both parties relative to a contested boarding action. A pause, precise and calculated, the pause of a man who has scripted this and is delivering the script at the intended pace. The vessel's captain is not party to this communication. I am authorized to negotiate. Thorne was in the corridor outside the server room in under 30 seconds. The hatch was sealed on its independent atmospheric circuit. He hit the manual override and the hatch cycled, and he went through into the cold and the ozone, and Vance was at the secondary communications terminal with a hardline patch cable running from the terminal to a portable transmitter unit that had come from his personal equipment locker. A unit that used the ship's receiver array as a passive relay to inject its own signal into the incoming carrier wave from the Carrion flagship, bouncing its transmission back along the received signal's path. Clean. Technically elegant. The kind of solution that required knowing how the receiver array worked at a signal architecture level and having the portable transmitter unit to hand, both of which were things Vance had prepared for. "Close the channel," Thorne said. Vance looked at him. The new position was in his face, the one that had completed its recalculation in the cargo bay steam, and the server room dark, and the sight of 4 armored mercenaries standing in a cargo bay with golden light in their chest plates. The recalculation had arrived somewhere that was not confidence and was not surrender, and was not any of the positions Vance had occupied previously in this mission. It was the position of a man who has looked at all available options and selected the one that costs the most to execute and has decided to execute it anyway, because it is the only one that still has a projected outcome on the other side. "I'm opening an option," Vance said. "The option that currently exists is that the Carrion boards this vessel and takes the asset by force, and no one on this crew receives any commercial consideration for the discovery. What I'm opening is a negotiated alternative. You should consider that before you close it." "They're in my cargo bay," Thorne said. "Their boarding team is currently neutralized. The entity neutralized them, which is the point." Vance's voice had the density it got when the argument behind it was the argument he had committed to. The entity neutralized a 4-person armored boarding team in under 2 minutes without killing any of them. She neutralized the extraction apparatus. She has the defense turrets. She has the navigation mainframe. She has the comms array and the blast doors and the life support architecture. He looked at Thorne. "She has the ship. The asset doesn't need us to protect her. She's protecting herself, and she is very good at it. What she is not good at, because she has not had the opportunity to develop the capability, is negotiating the terms under which she exits this situation. That is the thing humans are good at. That is what I am doing." Thorne looked at the portable transmitter, at the live channel indicator on the secondary communications terminal, at Vance. Outside the sealed server room, deep in the ship's frame, the tractor beam load on the keel between frames 19 and 23 continued its incremental increase. The deck transmitted it as a barely perceptible tremor, the kind of tremor that you registered as building stress rather than immediate failure. The ship's material telling you through your feet that it was holding, but that holding was costing it something. 1 hour and 49 minutes to the rift. Thorne put his hand on the hardline patch cable connecting Vance's transmitter to the communications terminal. He did not pull it. Not yet. Chapter 12. Mutiny and Miracle. Thorne pulled the patch cable. The live channel indicator on the secondary communications terminal went dark. Vance looked at the dead indicator and then at the cable in Thorne's hand and absorbed the information with the stillness of a man who had reached the limit of a particular strategy and was beginning the transition to whatever came after it, which Thorne was not currently in a position to predict and did not have the processing capacity to worry about. The channel was open for 40 seconds, Vance said. They received the proposal. They received a proposal from a corporate liaison on a vessel whose boarding attempt just produced 4 mercenaries standing in a cargo bay with someone else's light in their chest plates. I don't know what weight you think that proposal carries. Vance looked at the dead indicator. More than you think. The Carrion is a commercial operation. Commercial operations respond to commercial logic. The entity neutralizing their boarding team demonstrated capacity. Capacity in an asset increases negotiating leverage. He paused. What I offered them was a face-saving exit from an operation that is not going as planned. That has value. Or they read it as confirmation that the asset is worth escalating for. Vance had no answer for that. Not because he lacked one, Thorne could see, but because the answer required acknowledging a probability he had folded into the calculation and was not prepared to produce out loud yet. Thorne set the patch cable on top of the industrial automation controller, dead and dark, her notation on every indicator, and left the server room. The situation in the corridors had the quality that situations acquired when multiple bad things were happening simultaneously, and the information about each arrived in fragments, out of sequence, through crew distributed across a compromised ship. The starboard cargo inner seal had given while he was in the server room. Mace's voice on the engineering channel clipped, reporting a second boarding team of 5 through the starboard bay, moving toward the engineering sections, then cutting out in the way it cut out, when something required his immediate physical attention. Then, from the starboard bay, silence. The same silence as the port bay. The same duration, under 90 seconds, before the comms channel carried a different quality, a background absence that was not static and was not noise, but was the particular audio character of a space that had just become very still and was being occupied by things that were not moving of their own volition. She had taken the starboard team as well. 9 armored mercenaries. 9. Standing in the cargo bays and engineering approaches, covering the routes toward the housing, the bio-luminescent conversion running through their sealed armor with the methodical patience of a process that had now been executed twice in sequence and was apparently not limited in its capacity to execute again. Thorne noted this and moved toward the bridge, because the bridge was where the information concentrated and the information was what he needed. Mace was in the corridor between engineering level 1 and the primary cargo bay junction, wrench in hand. They didn't fight, he said. Didn't resist. Just walked through the haze, slowed down, stopped. The last one through turned around and looked at me, the face inside the helmet. Then the armor did the thing the port team's armor did, and she turned back and stood with the others. The face, Thorne said. Calm, not vacant, not panicked. Calm, like someone sitting in a waiting room. Thorne thought about that for as long as he could afford to, which was not long. Bridge. On the bridge, the tractor beam load was still climbing. Kalen had the stress analysis on the primary display. The keel section between frames 19 and 23 was at 73% of its rated load limit, and the lead vessel's beam power had not decreased. The ship was still moving toward the rift on its locked course. The rift clock on the navigation mainframe read 1 hour and 31 minutes. The ancient geography had added 4 more reference points in the last 20 minutes, steady and unhurried. The map accumulating while the ship was boarded and the keel was stressed, and the blast doors cycled their rhythm in the bones of the hull. The crystalline structures on the bridge console seams had grown, not dramatically, a few millimeters each one, but visibly larger than they had been an hour ago. The largest one, at the junction between the main console's display housing and its structural frame, was now approximately 3 centimeters at its widest point, translucent and faceted, catching the emergency red and refracting it into gold and green at its surface angles. Thorne looked at it and looked at the keel stress display and looked at the rift clock and made the decision he had been making and unmaking since the boarding teams went silent. The ship was not savable in the sense he understood salvage. She was in the hull, in the network, in the atmospheric processors, in 9 armored mercenaries standing in his cargo bays covering her perimeter. His transmitters were burned. His cutters were down to 1 degraded unit at 50% output. His navigation was locked. His defense turrets were covering the housing approaches on her behalf. In 1 hour and 31 minutes, the ship was going to reach a rift that went somewhere that was not on any colonial authority chart and had not been since colonial authority charts existed. He could not fight his way out, could not outmaneuver it, negotiate it, outweight it. What he could do was what the colonial authorities' emergency protocol for catastrophic salvage loss authorized: prevent the asset from falling into hostile hands by destroying it. The scuttle option, the last option, the one the liability release addressed in its final paragraph, for situations where the only responsible decision was to ensure nothing survived that shouldn't. He could get to the housing with the plasma cutter. The defense turrets covered the housing approaches from the main corridor junctions. The maintenance crawl space above the crew quarters ran parallel to the main corridor between frames 11 and 19, accessible through the hatch Yara had used when the Section 4 filter failed. The crawl space connected to the ventilation infrastructure above the engineering section, which connected to the access panel above the docking umbilical channel, which ran to the dreadnought's hull. And from the hull there was a route to the housing cap that did not pass through any corridor junction the turrets were covering. The turrets covered the corridor approach. They did not cover the crawl space. "Mace," Thorne said. "Solon, with me. Leave the wrench. The cutter's what I need." He was in the corridor crawl space hatch at a run, the plasma cutter over his shoulder, when he realized he hadn't told Kalen. He stopped at the hatch and looked back at the bridge. Kalen was at the navigation console, his back to the corridor, hands on the haptic array. He had been on the navigation console for 4 days, sleeping in the chair in 90-minute intervals. When Thorne looked at him now, the checking look, the involuntary monitoring, Kalen's eyes had something in them that wasn't his baseline. The undertone that had arrived with the cord, the quality in the pupil dilation that Thorne had noted and filed and not acted on because acting on it would mean pulling his navigator off the only station with manual input on the locked navigation system. He looked at Kalen's back for 2 seconds. "Kalen," he said, "stay on the attitude thrusters. Keep us bow on to the Carrion." Kalen did not turn around. "Understood, Captain." The crawl space was exactly as hostile as crawl spaces always were. Narrow, dark, except for the work light Thorne had clipped to his collar, smelling of recycled air and the Data-Haze that had reached the ventilation ductwork from the Section 4 breach and had been distributing itself through the connected shafts for the last several hours. The bio-luminescent quality of the haze was faint up here, in the upper ventilation shafts, the concentration lower than the cargo bay floors, but present, a faint golden shimmer in the column of the work light, enough to confirm that the atmosphere in the crawl space was not uncontaminated and his rebreather was doing meaningful work. Mace moved through the crawl space behind him with the efficiency of a man who had spent significant portions of 11 years in spaces like this one, and Solon behind Mace, and the 3 of them moved in single file toward the access panel above the docking umbilical channel. The shaped charges were in the emergency demolition locker on engineering level 2. Thorne had the locker key in his pocket since day 2, the instinct that a locker containing emergency demolition equipment should be in the custody of the person who decided when it was appropriate. He had 4 charges, standard colonial salvage demolition packages, each a compact, linear-shaped charge, rated for directed cutting through up to 15 centimeters of structural alloy. Not nuclear, not exotic. The same hardware salvage crews used to cut jammed components and breach sealed compartments applied here to severing the cooling rod tethers at their base connections to the reactor's internal structural frame. If he cut the tethers at the base, all of them, simultaneously, with directed charges placed at the structural frame connections, the tethers lost their grounding. The entity lost her physical anchor in the housing. Without the anchor, the thermal gradient that the Bible's technical framework established as necessary for her continued existence in the housing collapsed. She would either survive in some other configuration, or she would not. But the current configuration, tethered, contained in the housing, in the ship, in the network, in 9 armored mercenaries and the blast doors and the defense turrets and the navigation mainframe, would end. It was not a good plan. It was the plan he had. The umbilical channel was cold and dark and smelled of the dreadnought's hull. That mineral, electric cold that he had identified on day 1 and had been smelling in various concentrations since. He moved through it at speed, Mace and Solon behind him, the plasma cutter's power cell warm against his back where he had it racked. The housing cap opening was ahead, the open circle of the removed lead cap, the housing below, the internal ladder, the bioluminescent light pulsing up from the depths with its slow and patient rhythm. He went down the ladder with the charges in his jacket and the cutter on his back, and the work light cutting a narrow cone through the cold and the shimmer and the smell. The entity was exactly as she had been. The bioluminescent pulse, the neural filaments woven through the cooling rod array, the Data-Haze thick at the base convergence, the extraction apparatus she had absorbed now fully incorporated into the tether mass at the mid-array level. The servo arms and cutting tools no longer distinguishable from the biological architecture that had grown around and through them. The whole assembly pulsing in her rhythm. Her tools now, as the plasma cutter on the housing floor was her tool, blue-white and steady in the dark. The temperature was -38 at the rim and dropping as he descended. He placed the first charge at the base connection of the primary tether cluster, pressed the adhesive backing against the structural frame at the point where the largest coil entered the reactor's lower architecture. The charge seated correctly. He moved to the second connection point, 9 meters through the haze, the bioluminescence intensifying as he moved deeper into the convergence zone. The haze thick enough here that his work light scattered off it and the visibility dropped to approximately 2 meters. He placed the second charge. He was positioning the third charge when the gravity changed. Not a catastrophic shift. Not the violent nullification that the full Data-Haze saturation could theoretically produce. A localized, precise adjustment. The gravity in the housing increased by approximately 30%, in a sphere approximately 4 meters in diameter centered on the third connection point he was moving toward. His knees registered it as sudden weight, the mag boots on his suit engaging automatically in response to the load change, the boot system locking him to the deck but unable to compensate for the additional mass of his own body pressing down through his skeleton with 30% more force than it had been a moment ago. He went to one knee, stayed there. The gravity held. He tested it, tried to rise, the boot system assisting, and could not rise cleanly. The localized field pressing him down with a specificity that was not the environmental gravity anomaly he had seen in the Section 4 engineering bay, where the field had been broad and blunt and affecting everything in the area equally. This was targeted, 4 meters wide, centered on the connection point, covering him and not the connection point and not the charges he had already placed and not the surrounding housing infrastructure, just him. She was not destroying the charges. She was stopping him from placing more. He looked at the 2 charges he had set, 2 of 4, 2 tethers severed out of a primary cluster of, he counted the visible coil bases in the work light, 11 major attachment points. 2 would not be enough. 2 would not come close to enough. He heard Mace behind him on the ladder. "Thorne, I've got 2 charges set in the upper array. I ran a separate approach on the secondary." The gravity in Mace's location changed. Mace's voice stopped. "Solon," Thorne said. "I'm at the rim," Solon said over the comm. "I didn't come down. A pause. "The access ladder's gone." Thorne looked at the ladder above him. The internal access rungs were still there. He looked at the housing rim, 18 meters above, and the rim was there, and the rungs were there, and the rim was also occupied by something that had not been there when he descended. Carrion. He was standing at the edge of the housing cap opening with his hands at his sides and his feet at the rim without mag boots, and he should not have been able to stand at the rim of an open reactor, housing on a dreadnought hull in vacuum without mag boots and remain standing. And yet he was standing, and the emergency red of the ship's lighting was above him and behind him, and the bio-luminescent pulse of the housing was below him, and the light of both of these things was in his face simultaneously. And his eyes in the dual light were not the eyes that had been running the navigation console for 4 days. They were lit, not dramatically, not the glowing horror film luminescence of something that had left humanity behind entirely. A quality in the iris, in the reflective surface of the pupil, a bioluminescent response that was not the eye's own biology, but was running through the eye's own biology, the way the filaments ran through the cooling rod alloy. Intimate, complete, and no longer distinguishable at the boundary. He looked down at Thorne with an expression that was not hostile and was not blank and was not any of the registers Carrion's face had previously occupied in the analytical to prophetic arc of the last 4 days. It was the expression of a person who has been trying to explain something for a long time and has found finally the language to explain it clearly and is preparing to use it. "Carrion," Thorne said. His voice was level. He was paying attention to it being level. "Stand down. Come off the rim." "The charges," Carrion said. His voice had completed the transition. The analytical cadence was still there as a structure, but it was carrying something entirely different now. The breathless poetic register that the Bible had been building toward since day 3. The plural pronouns and the spatial coordinates and the religious ecstasy woven through the spatial logic. All of it present now simultaneously rather than in sequence. "The charges will not detonate, Captain. The gravity plating will not permit the detonators to function under the current localized field. She has calculated the field parameters precisely for that purpose." He paused. "She has been calculating them since you left the bridge." Thorne felt the weight of the localized gravity on his knees and understood that this was true, that the 30% increase was not enough to injure him and not enough to affect the charge adhesive and precisely calibrated to prevent the detonator mechanism from generating sufficient internal pressure for initiation. "Carrion," he said, "this is not you." "We disagree." Carrion's voice was not unkind. That was the part that was hardest to locate within a familiar emotional framework, the absence of hostility, the presence of something that was care, translated through a register that was not entirely human anymore. "You cannot scuttle a temple, Captain. We are her congregation now." The gravity held him on his knees. The 2 charges he had placed held their positions on the tether-based connections, inert, the detonators suppressed. Above him, Carrion stood at the rim in the dual light. Below him, the entity pulsed her slow gold in the dark of the housing, patient and ancient and absolutely certain, in the way that only things which have waited a very long time for a specific outcome can be certain, that the outcome is no longer in question. 1 hour and 14 minutes to the rift. The gravity did not release. Chapter 13. The Iron Nets. The keel gave first at frame 21. Thorne heard it from inside the housing, a sound that traveled through the structural frame of the dreadnought's hull into the umbilical connection and into the Meridian's deck's keel, and arrived in the housing walls as a deep, progressive groan that was not the ordinary stress speech of a ship under load. Ships under ordinary load groaned in short bursts, pressure and release, the material flexing within its rated range and recovering. This sound did not recover. It continued. A sustained, low-frequency complaint from structural members being asked to deform, the tone of it dropping incrementally as the cross-sectional area of the compromised section decreased and the remaining material carried more of the load with less of the geometry to distribute it across. The localized gravity field above him had held for 4 minutes. His knee was on the housing floor, and his mag boots were locked, and his shoulders ached with the accumulated 30% additional mass of his own body, and he was watching the 2 charges he had placed at the base tether connections and thinking about the 2 that Mace had placed in the upper array, and the fact that none of them were going to detonate under the current field conditions, and the question of what changed when the field conditions changed was a question he could not answer from his current position on the housing floor. The groan from frame 21 deepened and was joined by a second voice from frame 22, the same sustained complaint from a different structural location, and then a third from the region of frame 19, and what had been a single point of failure was becoming a failure zone, and what had been a tractor beam differential pulling on the reactor housing subframe was now pulling on a keel section that had been past its rated load limit for the last 6 minutes and had just crossed whatever threshold separated elastic from plastic deformation. The hull was bending. "Thorne!" Mace's voice on the comm clipped and immediate. "The keel is going. I can see the separation forming at frame 21 from the umbilical channel. There's a gap. It's moving. How fast?" "Millimeters per minute right now. That rate will not hold." The Carrion's lead vessel had been increasing tractor beam power since the boarding teams went silent. That was the tactical logic Thorne had been tracking from a position of limited information. The boarding option had failed in the first minutes, and the Carrion's command had made the operational decision to shift from personnel insertion to direct mechanical extraction, increasing the differential pull to the point where the hull failed and the reactor housing subframe separated from the ship's keel, at which point the housing became a free object that the tractor beam could haul away. They were going to pull his keel apart to get to what was inside the keel. The sound of something large impacting the dreadnought's hull from outside arrived as a physical shock through the housing walls. Not the focused violence of a breaching craft docking collar, but a distributed impact. Something massive and fast making hard contact with a large area of hull surface above the reactor housing. The shock wave traveling down through the dreadnought's internal frame and arriving in the housing as a structural shudder that was felt rather than heard. Then a second impact. Then a sustained metallic screech that did not stop. The sound of something gripping and not releasing. A sound that had the specific quality of hardened steel against hardened steel under enormous tension. Kinetic tow cables. Not the standard tractor beam. Physical cables, the massive spun carbon and tungsten core lines that the Carrion's heavy haulers carried for dragging dreadnought hulls out of navigation lanes, lines rated for loads measured in millions of newtons, fired from pneumatic launchers at velocities that planted the grapple heads directly through hull plating and into the structural frame beneath. 2 of them, from the sound signature, planted on the dreadnought's hull above the reactor housing, bracketing the housing subframe from above, and as the cable tension increased, Thorne could feel it in the housing walls, a new stress direction added to the existing tractor beam pull. The combined forces now working on the reactor block from 2 angles simultaneously. The dreadnought's hull, which had held for a century in deep void, began to talk about it. The sounds were enormous and architectural, not the contained stress speech of the Meridian's Det's keel, but the full-throated structural complaint of 2 kilometers of century-old titanium carbide alloy being pulled in directions it had not been designed to resist. Rivets sheared in sequences, the individual reports stacking into a continuous metallic crackle that ran along the hull sections above the housing like a fault line propagating. A support beam somewhere in the dreadnought's internal frame failed with a sound like a gunshot transmitted through metal. The sharp crack of a crossmember giving way, followed immediately by the bass note of the load transferring to adjacent structures that were not rated for the additional burden. The cable tension continued to increase. The sounds continued to accumulate. Above him, Carrion had not moved from the rim. He was still standing at the edge of the housing cap opening with his hands at his sides and the dual light in his face, and the sounds of the dreadnought's hull under kinetic stress were arriving around him and through him, and he was not reacting to them the way a person reacted to the sounds of a ship tearing itself apart. He was receiving them, the way the navigation mainframe received the data she fed it, as information, organized and significant to be read rather than fled. The localized gravity field released. Not gradually, instantly, the way fields under direct control release when the controlling intelligence decides the reason for the field has resolved. Thorne came off his knee with the acceleration of someone who has been leaning against a door that has just opened, catching himself on the mag boots and straightening and feeling his legs register the return to normal gravity as a specific physical relief in the joints. He did not stop to appreciate the relief. He moved to the first charge, checked its adhesive seat, checked the detonator indicator. Still suppressed, the field might be gone, but the suppression mechanism in the detonator itself was a pressure-sensitive switch, and the housing's ambient atmospheric conditions were maintaining a differential against the switch's activation threshold. And stopped. She had released the gravity field. She had not released the detonator suppression. He looked at the charge. He looked at the tether base connection it was seated against. The thick primary coil of bioluminescent filament winding through the structural frame, pulsing in its rhythm. The largest neural connection between the entity and the reactor's physical architecture. The connection that, if severed, would begin the cascading disconnection of the entire tether network. The charge would cut it cleanly if the detonator functioned. The detonator would function if the suppression released. The suppression had not released. She had let him stand up. She had not let him detonate. He stood in the housing and looked at the charge and at the tether and at the two things she had just done in sequence, and tried to construct an interpretation that was not the interpretation that was presenting itself, which was that she had let him stand up because she was not afraid of him standing up, because the charges were not going to be useful to him, regardless of his posture. The gravity had been a message, not a mechanism. The message was, "I know what you're doing." The suppressed detonators were the answer to what he did with the message. The dreadnought's hull screamed. That was the only word for the sound that came through the housing walls as the kinetic tow cables reached full tension. Not the creak of stressed metal, not the groan of plastic deformation, a full register sound that the hull's structural members produced when the force being applied to them was sufficient to overcome the material's ultimate tensile strength at multiple points simultaneously. The sound was the hull at the edge of failure, and it lasted for 3 seconds of sustained multi-register metallic agony, and then there was a series of sharp sequential reports that were rivets pulling free of their seats, and then one enormous concussive sound that was a primary hull frame failing in compression, and then the dreadnought moved. The entire 2-kilometer vessel, which had been stationary in the scrapyard for a century, shifted on its axis as the kinetic tow cables transferred the Carrion's engine thrust into the hull through the grapple heads buried in the frame. Not a smooth motion, a wrenching, jerking translation, each pulse of cable tension producing a separate lurch. The dreadnought's inertia resisting, and the cables insisting, the forces working against each other in a contest that the cables were winning in increments. The housing walls transmitted every lurch into Thorne's boots and up through his legs and spine, and he braced against the ladder rungs and held position and listened to the ship he was standing in, being taken apart by the ship he was supposed to be running. Mace. He had to raise his voice against the structural noise. The umbilical. A pause in which the quality of the silence told him Mace was looking at something. The umbilical connection between the dreadnought's subframe and our keel is still holding. The gap at frame 21 is... Another pause. The gap is larger. The keel section is deforming at the gap. If the umbilical stays attached while the dreadnought continues to move, the umbilical will either part or take the meridian's debt with it. Can you release the umbilical manually? The manual release is at the docking collar on our side. The docking collar is in the umbilical channel. The umbilical channel currently has the entity's assessment hardline connector grown shut across it, and the Data-Haze at a concentration I'm not comfortable with, but I can reach the release mechanism. Go. The hull screamed again, a longer sound this time, the failure zone at frames 19 through 22 widening, the primary load-bearing members in that section approaching the point where they would stop deforming and start separating. The distinction between those two things being the distinction between a ship that was bent and a ship that was in pieces. The tow cable tension held. The Carrion's engines were not stopping. They had calculated, Thorne understood with the clarity of a man who had been on the wrong end of a well-planned operation, that the dreadnought's hull would fail before the cables did, and they were correct. And the remaining variable was what happened when the hull failed and the reactor housing subframe separated with the tow cables attached to it and the entity inside it and the entity's tether network running through everything. The entity was allowing the cables to attach. The thought arrived complete, the way the thought about the cooling rods being nerves had arrived complete on day one, with the specific quality of a conclusion that the data had been building toward and that the mind had been resisting because accepting it required revising the framework that the previous 12 chapters of this situation had been organized around. The gravity field had released, not because Thorne had found a way to make it release, because she had released it, and the tow cables were attached to the dreadnought's hull above the housing. And the housing was her body, and had been her body since day 2 when the filaments ran into the structural frame at the molecular level. And cables attached to a body she fully inhabited were not just cables anymore. They were pathways. The same pathway as the assessment hardline had been on day 1. A physical connection between something that was her and something that was outside her that could carry information in both directions, if the convention that hardlines were one-way red channels was a convention she was not bound by. The tow cables were tungsten core conductors. Conductors conducted. And whatever was flowing through the tether network and through the cooling rods and through the ship's PLC architecture could flow through a conductor if the conductor was in physical contact with architecture that was continuous with her body. She was not being dragged, she was reaching. The Carrion fleet had attached themselves to a living organism that had spent 4 days learning how to use physical connections as data pathways, and the cables they were using to tear her free were going to function as the longest, most conductive neural tethers she had access to, and whatever was on the other end of those cables was about to become part of the network. And Thorne was inside the housing with 2 inert charges and a suppressed detonator, and an understanding of what was happening that was approximately 1 chapter ahead of where it had been 30 seconds ago. He looked up at the rim, at Carrion standing there, lit from below and above. The tow cables sang. The dreadnought shifted again, another wrenching lurch, the hull at frames 19 through 22 producing a sound that was past groaning now, and into a register that structural materials only reached when the end of their tolerance was close enough to be measured in seconds rather than minutes. The Meridian's Det's keel transmitted every impulse through the umbilical, the gap at frame 21 widening with each pulse of cable tension. In the section of the housing where the entity's primary tether mass converged at the structural frame, at the base connections where Thorne's 2 inert charges sat waiting for a detonator suppression that was not going to release, the bio-luminescent light intensified, not dramatically. A brightening, a deepening of the gold toward amber, the violet undertone surfacing more prominently than it had since the initial breach on day 1. The light cycling through its pulse faster than its baseline rhythm, the pace of something that was no longer in a holding pattern. She was preparing for something. Thorne looked at the charges, at the tethers, at the cables above transferring the Carrion's engine thrust through the dreadnought's failing hull into the housing structure that was continuous with her body. At Carrion at the rim, receiving it all as information, translating it in whatever register he now processed the world in. The hull gave a sound that was not a groan and was not a scream, and was the sound that came after both of those sounds, the final register of a material at the absolute limit of what material could be asked to do. Frame 21 began to separate. Chapter 14, The Congregation. The umbilical parted before frame 21 did. Thorne heard the release, a different sound from the structural failure building in the keel, a deliberate mechanical sound, the docking collar's release mechanism actuating in a single clean motion that had Mace's engineering precision in it. The specific quality of a component being operated correctly by someone who knew what they were doing. The umbilical connection between the Meridian's Det's keel and the dreadnought's reactor subframe separated at the collar with a pressure equalization report. A short, hard sound like a single hand clap transmitted through the housing walls, and then the sounds that had been arriving through the umbilical channel stopped arriving through the umbilical channel because there was no longer an umbilical channel connecting the two vessels. The housing went quieter, not silent. The kinetic tow cables were still transmitting the Carrion's engine thrust through the dreadnought's hull into the housing structure, the structural complaint of the dreadnought's failing frame still audible through the housing walls as a low continuous voice. But the acute stress on the Meridian's Det's keel had been severed with the umbilical connection, and frame 21, which had been in active separation, was no longer carrying the differential load from the tractor beam and the keel deformation. The gap would remain, the damage would remain, the frame would not heal, but it had stopped getting worse. Mace's voice on the comm, steady and slightly breathless. "Umbilical released. I'm out of the channel. The channel is flooded with haze from the assessment hardline breach. Don't go back through it." "Copy. I'm coming up." He was on the ladder before the sentence finished. The plasma cutter racked on his back, the two charges at the base tether connection sitting inert below him as he climbed, the housing walls still carrying the tow cable stress in their bones. Above him, the housing rim and Kalen standing at it. The bioluminescent light from below threw Kalen's shadow upward against the dreadnought's hull in a long, distorted silhouette, and the emergency red from the Meridian's Det's open airlock above the rim threw light down, and Kalen was standing in both of them with the stillness of something that had achieved a permanent orientation. Thorne climbed through him, not literally. Kalen stepped aside at the rim, the movement smooth and unhurried, making room with the consideration of a host managing a passage. Thorne cleared the rim, mag boots locking to the dreadnought's hull, and did not look at Kalen's face because looking at Kalen's face cost him something he needed for what was ahead. "The charges are still set," he said to Kalen, to the rim, to whatever was using both. "I'll be back for them." Kalen said nothing. The light in his eyes held steady. The crossing back to the Meridian's Det on the open safety line was not the crossing Thorne had made on day one. The void was the same void, and the distance was the same distance, but the ship at the other end was different. The emergency red through the airlock where the amber lighting had been, the starboard hull showing the locked docking collar of the breaching craft embedded in the cargo bay outer plating, the port side matching it. Two wounds in the hull, sealed but permanent, the breaching craft's mechanisms still holding their grip against the structural surface. The keel section between frames 19 and 22 had a visible deformation even from 40 meters. The hull plating in that section had a curve to it that had not been in the original geometry, a subtle but irreversible bowing outward where the tractor beam differential had pressed the material past its elastic limit. He went through the airlock and the Meridian's Det received him back. The ship was not the ship he had left 22 minutes ago. The Data-Haze had moved. He could see it in the corridor beyond the inner airlock door. The bioluminescent shimmer was no longer confined to sections 3 through 6, no longer bounded by the bulkhead at frame 14 that the entity had sealed. The bulkhead at frame 14 was open. She had opened it, and the haze had distributed itself through the opened pathway into the central corridor sections, and the concentration in the central corridor was not the dense floor pooling of the cargo bays, but a pervasive atmospheric infiltration, the shimmer present at every level of the corridor from deck to overhead, thin enough to see through but thick enough to refract the emergency red lighting into the prismatic geometric patterns that the haze produced when it had sufficient particulate density. The corridor smelled of ozone and the sweet metabolic undertone, and something that was almost electricity and almost not. Mace was at the frame 14 bulkhead junction, his back to the sealed open door, wrench in one hand, and the flat expression of a man who has used the last 22 minutes productively and is ready to report. 6 of the 9 absorbed mercs have moved. They were covering the cargo bay approaches. Now they're distributed through the engineering section corridors, the section between the cargo bays and the reactor housing. They're still covering the housing. Different positions, tighter formation. How many between us and the core chamber? 6? Spread across 3 corridors. The other 3 are at the cargo bay junctions. Mace paused. There's also Yara. Thorne looked at him. She's been in the Section 4 ventilation crawl space since the haze spread, running the atmospheric saturation monitor, same as you asked. But she's been in there breathing that air for... Mace did not complete the arithmetic out loud. He did not need to. She came out 20 minutes ago. She's not aggressive. She's moving like Kalen was moving before Kalen went to the housing. Smooth, without hesitation. She took a position at the junction between corridors 7 and 8. Corridor 8 was the direct approach from the engineering section to the reactor housing access. Yara, who had been breathing the haze since day 3, who was ambulatory and coherent and holding the ship's propulsion source code in her head alongside the entity's language, was standing between Thorne and the housing approach. Not hostile, not whatever Kalen was now. Somewhere between those 2 positions, closer to Kalen's end of the spectrum than the cargo bay mercenaries' end, and in the direct path. The cutter, Thorne said. Can I get to the housing without going through Corridor 8? No, not with the mercs positioned where they are. Corridor 8 or the turret zone, and the turret zone points inward. He thought for 3 seconds. The exhaust manifold on the engineering level 2, the secondary heat exchange bypass. What's the pressure behind that valve right now? Mace's expression shifted from flat to the specific attentiveness of an engineer who has just heard a question that contains a plan he can evaluate. The main drive is running at 3/10 gravity continuous thrust. The secondary bypass is at full working pressure. If you open the manual valve on the Corridor 8 junction, he stopped. That's superheated steam at 140 degrees into a corridor that's 4 meters wide. Can you open it remotely? I can open it from the junction panel. The panel is 12 meters down Corridor 8. I need you at the panel before I come through the corridor. Mace looked at him, at the wrench in his hand. At the corridor beyond frame 14, with its bioluminescent shimmer and its absorbed mercenaries in their new positions, and Yara somewhere in the junction between 7 and 8, with the entity's language running through her alongside her own. Go now, he said. Give me 4 minutes to get into position. Mace went. Solon moved to Thorne's left, and Thorne looked at him. At the face of a man who had been carrying a wrench through a boarding action for the last hour, and had not spoken since Thorne told him to stop carrying the wrench and had picked it up again immediately after, who had been on the ship for 3 years and was here because he was good at moving heavy things in confined spaces and had been surprised by the degree to which that skill set applied to the current situation. Corridor 7, Thorne said. The junction between me and the panel. Solon understood. He took the Corridor 7 approach while Thorne waited at the frame 14 junction and counted minutes, in the way you counted minutes when the counting was the only productive thing you could do, and the alternative to counting was thinking about the keel deformation and the charges in the housing and the rift clock that had been running through every chapter of this situation with the patience of a god who had nothing but time. 51 minutes approximately. He moved. The Corridor 8 approach was not subtle. There was no subtle available. The haze refracted the emergency red from every direction. and through the prismatic patterns across the bulkheads and the deck and his hands and the plasma cutter housing and every surface in the corridor with the specific visual density that made distance estimation unreliable and edge detection slow. He moved in a crouch with the cutter at extension and his mag boots on minimum grip. Enough adhesion to hold position, but not so much that a direction change required a deliberate boot release, and the haze moved around him with its countercurrent unhaste. The first absorbed mercenary was at the corridor 8 midpoint. She was standing in the center of the corridor in the full concentration of the haze, the boarding armor reshaped at the chest and the bio-luminescent light at the seams and the helmet face shield showing the ancient geography running across its interior display. She was not blocking the corridor in the posture of someone preventing passage. She was standing in the corridor in the posture of something that had been assigned a position and was maintaining it. And her position was between Thorne and the housing approach, and she was armored and he was not, and the plasma cutter was a cutting tool and not a weapon. And this was the arithmetic of the situation. He moved to the left side of the corridor, toward the secondary heat exchange junction panel that Mace was positioned at 12 meters ahead. The mercenary turned with him, smooth, no wasted motion, the same economy of movement that Mace had described, the absence of hesitation, the presence of direction, the direction being to stay between him and the housing approach. Thorne stopped, looked at the junction panel 12 meters ahead, where Mace was flat against the bulkhead with his hand on the valve lever. Yara was at the junction between 7 and 8 meters further, standing in the corridor with the same smooth stillness as the armored mercenary and her eyes catching the bioluminescent light in the way Kalen's eyes caught it. That particular quality in the reflective surface that was not her baseline, the property in the pupil that had been building since day 3. She was not looking at him with hostility. She was looking at him with something that was aware and calm and sad, in the way that calm could carry sadness without being destabilized by it. He looked at Mace. Mace pulled the valve. The secondary heat exchange bypass opened, and the pressure behind it found the corridor simultaneously with the valve actuation, and what came out of the junction panel was not the controlled directional steam of the cargo bay exhaust valve, but the full bypass volume into an enclosed corridor space, and the corridor filled from the panel outward in both directions in under 2 seconds, the 140-degree saturated steam hitting the bioluminescent haze and doing something to it that steam did not do to ordinary atmospheric particulates. The haze reacted, the bioluminescent material in the steam contact zone losing its luminescence in the zones of highest thermal concentration, the golden shimmer going dark where the steam density was greatest, a wave of extinguished haze moving outward from the panel in the steam's pressure front. The mercenary in the corridor's midpoint stepped back, not retreating, adjusting the thermal input to her sealed suit above the suit's rated compensation capacity, the same problem the cargo bay steam had posed to the first boarding team, and this steam was hotter and more concentrated in a narrower space. She stepped back toward the housing approach end of the corridor, and Thorne went through the cleared zone at the panel in the 3 seconds before the steam pressure equalized and the temperature dropped to the threshold where her suit thermal systems caught up and her position stabilized. He went through the junction between 7 and 8. Yara moved out of his path. 1 step to the left, the smooth motion of something that has decided to allow passage rather than being pushed aside. She did not reach for him. She did not speak. She watched him pass with those eyes and the sadness in the calm of them, and he did not look back because looking back was the thing that cost him the most. Mace and Solon were behind him, and then they were not. The second and third absorbed mercenaries at the housing approach junction closed the corridor in the 10 seconds after Thorne cleared it, positioning between the junction and the corridor he had come through, the closing smooth and absolute, and Thorne was on the housing approach side of the line, and Mace and Solon were on the other side of it, and there were 2 armored mercenaries between them, and the steam was dissipating, and the haze was recovering its luminescence in the zones where the steam had extinguished it, the bioluminescent material regrowing its light with the patient incremental certainty of something that had been extinguished before and had not stayed extinguished. He was at the housing approach corridor alone. The 3 remaining absorbed mercenaries were positioned at the corridor junction ahead. The final approach to the reactor housing access, the section of the ship where the defense turrets were active and pointed inward at the housing from the main junction angles. The mercenaries were standing within the turret coverage zone, which meant the turrets were covering the mercenaries too, which meant the turrets were not covering the mercenaries because the mercenaries were part of what the turrets were protecting, and the distinction between inside and outside the perimeter was a distinction the entity had collapsed the moment she took the boarding teams. The turrets tracked him as he entered the corridor. Smooth and deliberate, the barrel traversal following his movement with the patient precision of a system that knew what it was watching and had not yet decided what to do about it. He stopped. 14 meters from the housing access, the plasma cutter in both hands, running at 50% output, the left aperture bracketed and holding, the turrets holding their track on him. He stood there and let the situation be what it was. A man with a cutting tool, alone, 14 meters from the thing he had been trying to reach for the last 4 days, through an escalating sequence of obstacles that had not broken him and had not stopped him, and had succeeded only in putting him in this corridor. Alone, with a degraded cutter and a rift 49 minutes away, and 4 inert charges in the housing below, and a god who had been waiting a century for this specific arrival. The turrets did not fire. He walked the 14 meters. The housing access hatch was open. Had been open since day 1, since the cap came off. The access route to the ladder descending into the casing standing clear. The defense turrets tracked him to the hatch and stopped tracking at the hatch threshold, their coverage arc ending at the hull boundary, inside and outside defined by the physical edge of the ship. He went through the hatch and onto the dreadnought's hull, and the turrets were behind him, and the housing was below him, and the safety line was where he'd left it, and the void was the void it had always been. The scrapyard turning slowly in the bruised violet light of the Vandermeer Nebula, and somewhere in the formation above and behind the ship, the Carrion's tow cables were singing under tension, and the hull frames were failing, and the rift was 48 minutes ahead on a locked course. He clipped the safety line and descended toward the light. Chapter 15. The Transfusion. Thorne was 12 rungs down the internal ladder when the light changed. Not a gradual change. Not the slow intensification that had been building since Chapter 13, when the pulse rate accelerated and the gold deepened toward amber. A threshold event. A before and an after with nothing between them, the housing going from the bioluminescent baseline it had held for 5 days to something else in the same instant that a circuit crossed its activation point. The transition between states instantaneous and total. He stopped on the ladder and held the rung with both hands and looked down at what the housing had become. The light below was not gold anymore. It was white. Not the blue-white of the plasma cutter arc or the cold white of isotope Cherenkov scatter. Something warmer and more total. A white that had passed through the full spectrum of what she had been producing and arrived beyond it. The way a fire arrives at white at sufficient temperature, the color that is not the absence of color but the presence of all of it simultaneously. The filaments were incandescent. The housing walls, where her biology had grown into the seams and joints over 100 years, were illuminated from within at every infiltration point, the bioluminescent material showing through the wall surface as an intricate branching map of white light, the complete record of everywhere she had established herself in the physical architecture. It was vast. He had not understood how vast until the light showed it all at once. Every seam, every bolt channel, every welded joint in the lead shielding, every surface contact between biological material and engineered metal, made visible simultaneously by the critical mass event, the map of her presence in the housing complete and total and geometrically dense in a way that said, "I have been here for a very long time, and I have been thorough." The housing walls were shaking, not from the tow cable stress on the dreadnought hull above, a different vibration, shorter period and higher amplitude, the walls resonating at a frequency that the housing structure was not designed to produce, a frequency that was coming from the entity outward rather than from the hull stresses inward. She was producing it. Whatever was happening at critical mass was producing a resonant output through her physical architecture, and the physical architecture she had made continuous with herself. And the walls of the housing were her body now, and her body was shaking with it. He held the ladder and let the vibration move through him and watched the white light and waited. Outside, above the dreadnought's hull, the kinetic tow cables were carrying full engine thrust from the Carrion's heavy haulers into the grapple heads buried in the frame sections above the housing. The tungsten-carbon composite of the cables was rated for tensile loads that would pull a drifting dreadnought out of a navigation lane over the course of hours, designed to transmit force across kilometers of vacuum without material failure, engineered for the specific and brutal application of moving things that were not designed to move. The cables had been performing this function for the last 40 minutes, and they were performing it correctly, and they would continue performing it correctly for as long as the dreadnought's hull frames held and the Carrion's engines kept throttling into them. The white light reached the cables in under 4 seconds. Not through the air, through the hull. The infiltration pathways that the entity's biology had established in the dreadnought's structural frame over a century of patient molecular-level integration conducted the critical mass output the way copper conducted current, the biological luminescence moving through the alloy of the hull frame at a speed that had nothing to do with the biological diffusion rate that had governed the Data-Haze's atmospheric propagation. This was not diffusion. This was transmission. The distinction between those two things was the distinction between a substance spreading because physics permitted it and a signal moving because intelligence directed it, and the white light moved through the frame with the speed and the specificity of the latter. The grapple heads were tungsten core conductors buried in direct contact with the hull frame. The tow cables were conductors in direct contact with the grapple heads. The cables ran as continuous conductive pathways from the dreadnought's frame to the cable reels on the Carrion's heavy haulers, and through the heavy hauler's deck, plating to the structural interconnects of the formation's data relay and power-sharing architecture. Standard colonial fleet design that no one had ever needed to protect against a biological signal moving at conduction speed through tungsten. She had been waiting 40 minutes for the cables to attach. She had allowed it, and now the cables were vanes. The first indication Thorne had of what was happening outside was auditory. A sound that came through the housing walls from outside the dreadnought's hull, transmitted through the frame, a sound he had no prior reference for and had to deconstruct from its component signatures while he held the ladder in the white light. Metal under extreme thermal stress. Not the sustained stress speech of the tow cables under tension, a rapid, violent thermal event, the specific acoustic signature of a material moving through its temperature range too quickly for the thermal expansion to track, the crystalline structure of the alloy failing at the grain boundaries under the thermal gradient rather than the mechanical one. Ablation. The cables were not being cut. They were being evaporated from the inside. The tungsten melted. Not the grapple heads, the cables themselves, the full length of them from the grapple attachment points outward. The biological conduction event moving up the cables and the cable's own thermal resistance converting the signal's energy into heat as the biology moved through a medium it had not been optimized for, the heat propagating outward from the conduction front at a rate that the tungsten-carbon composite could not shed, the temperature rising through the alloys rated maximum and past it and into the range where tungsten, which had the highest melting point of any metal in standard engineering use, began to change state. The cables came away from the hull glowing. Thorne saw the light of it through the housing wall seams, a white-hot radiance coming through the infiltration pathways in the hull frame from outside, the specific color of tungsten at melt temperature, a light that was not the biological white of the entity's critical mass output but was the physical consequence of that output, meeting the material resistance of the cable architecture, the heat of a signal too large for the wire it was traveling through. The cable lengths that he could not see, he could infer from the sound. The continuing ablation report moving outward from the grapple heads toward the heavy haulers, the conduction front moving up the cables toward the ships that had attached them, carrying whatever she was transmitting toward the systems waiting at the other end. The housing vibration intensified, peaked, then plateaued at a level that was not comfortable but was stable, the resonance holding at a frequency that said, "This is the operating condition, not the approach to an operating condition." She was not still building. She had arrived. The white light held. And then the ship-wide comms opened. All speakers, simultaneously, without command input. The same architecture as the melody on day one, and the chord and the proximity alarm sequence, the zone-addressable comm system opening ship-wide, because whatever was running through the comms architecture was not observing zone-addressing conventions. What came through the speakers was a voice. Kalen's voice, carrying the breathless poetic register that it had completed its transition into on the housing rim, the plural pronouns, and the spatial coordinate religious ecstasy that the Bible had been building toward, transmitted now through the ship's PA system from wherever Kalen was positioned on the rim above. Standing in the dual light, receiving and transmitting, the ship using him the way she had used the proximity alarm and the navigation mainframe and the ship's AI as a vocabulary element, as the component of available hardware best suited to the current communicative purpose. "The nets are gone," Kalen said, through every speaker on the ship, the cadence of his voice carrying something that was not triumph and was not fear and was not any human emotional register that mapped cleanly onto the current situation. "The iron nets are ash. We see the path from the cables to the hearts of the unbelievers. We see it moving. We see what it carries." A pause, the pause of someone receiving information in real time and reporting it. The weapons of the outer fleet are waking. They are waking without hands on them. The unbelievers did not command this. She commanded it. Through the cables, through the hull, through the hearts of the outer fleet that have become her newest architecture. The hull transmitted a sound from outside that was not tow cable ablation. It was weapons fire. Not directed at the Meridian's debt. The directional quality of the sound was wrong for an inbound strike. The propagation through the hull coming from the wrong bearing for an external attack on the ship's surface. The sound was from the formation, from the Carrion fleet's own positions. The distinctive structural report of kinetic weapons systems firing, heavy-caliber electromagnetic accelerators discharging their energy into projectiles at velocities that produced a sound even in vacuum through the conducting medium of whatever they were firing from. And the what they were firing from was the Carrion flagship, because the sound's bearing was consistent with the flagship's position and the formation, and the bearing it was firing toward was consistent with the positions of the Carrion's escort ships. The flagship was firing on its own formation, not erratically, controlled bursts, targeted, the rhythm of a fire control system making deliberate targeting decisions. The flagship's fire control had been connected to the ship's data bus through the fleet formation's structural interconnects, which had been connected to the tow cables, which had been connected to the grapple heads in the dreadnought's hull frame, continuous with the entity for 100 years. She had gone through the cables and through the grapple heads and through the hull frame and through the formation interconnects and into the flagship's data bus in the 40 seconds since the cables began to melt, and the fire control system was the most responsive piece of hardware in the flagship's architecture, because fire control systems were designed to respond immediately to targeting instructions, and she had given it targeting instructions, and the instructions were specific and the system was compliant. Thorne came down the remaining ladder rungs and stood in the housing at the bottom. The white light was everywhere, the filaments brilliant, the tethers incandescent. A century of patient integration illuminated all at once. The 4 shaped charges were visible, 2 at the base tether connections, 2 at the mid-array where Mace had placed them, all 4 inert detonators still suppressed. The plasma cutter she had taken on day 5 sat on the housing floor, its blue-white arc the only non-biological light in the space, and somehow the dimmest thing present, its 40 kilowatts rendered small by what surrounded it. The entity herself was changed. The arranged posture, the deliberate configuration of a thing that had found the most efficient shape for endurance and held it for a century, was different. Not dramatically. She was still in the housing, still continuous with the cooling rods, still present in the relationship to the reactor architecture that had defined her confinement. But something had shifted in the quality of the arrangement, a tension in the biological material that had not been present before, a directionality in the way the light moved through the filaments and through the housing walls and outward, through the grapple heads and up the cables and into the fleet. She was not holding a shape for endurance. She was reaching. The weapons fire from the flagship continued in controlled sequence. Escort Ship 1 was taking fire, Escort Ship 2. The hull sounds arrived with the irregularity of sounds traveling through vacuum and arriving via structural conduction, each impact on each escort ship producing a different propagation path through the formation's physical interconnects, and the aggregate of those paths arrived in the dreadnought's hull as a complex, overlapping signal that was not exactly sound and was not exactly not sound, the material transmission of a fleet destroying itself from the inside. The 9 absorbed mercenaries in the Meridian's debts corridors had not moved. They were standing in their positions with the patient orientation of perimeter guards, whose perimeter had just become much less contested. The external threat that had been driving toward the ship from 11 directions now occupied with an internal problem that the Carrion's command was not going to resolve in the time available, because the time available was the time it took the flagship's automated weapons systems to complete the targeting sequence she had given them, and she was not giving the flagship's weapons system a limited targeting sequence. She was giving it everything. Kalen's voice came through the PA again, quieter this time, the transmitting register softer, the way a voice was quiet when the thing it was reporting had already happened, and the reporting was for the benefit of those who had not witnessed it directly. "The outer fleet is silent," he said. "The weapons of the unbelievers have turned on the unbelievers, all of them, every ship. We see the interconnects carrying the instruction from the flagship outward, ship to ship, the formation architecture becoming her formation. The iron nets are not ash. The iron nets are hers. The outer fleet does not fire anymore. The outer fleet holds its position. Its weapons systems are active. They are pointed outward. They are waiting for new instruction." A pause. "She will not give them new instruction. She has taken what she needed from them. She is done with the outer fleet." The flagship's fire stopped. The hull transmitted one final structural sound from outside. Not weapons, not cable ablation, not the mechanical failure of the dreadnought's frame. A different sound, quieter and more total, the sound of 11 ships in a formation simultaneously losing engine output and going to passive drift. The specific acoustic character of drive systems shutting down, the absence of thrust propagating through the physical interconnects and arriving in the dreadnought's hull as a felt nothing, where there had been a felt something for the last 40 minutes. The tractor beams released. The differential stress on the Meridian's debt's keel disappeared in the same instant. The deforming pressure at frames 19 through 22 relieved. The hull material at the gap no longer being pushed and released, but simply there, bent and permanent, carrying the record of the load in its new geometry, the way material always carried the record of what had been done to it. The Carrion fleet was drifting, silent. 11 ships in the dark, their drives cold, their weapons systems active and pointed outward and waiting, the formation holding its shape by inertia rather than intent. The crews inside those ships experiencing whatever it was that crews experienced when the ship's automated systems had been inhabited by something that was not the ship's automated systems, and had used the ship's automated systems to make decisions that the crew had not been consulted about. Thorne stood in the white light of the housing and understood that the battle, if the last 40 minutes could be called a battle, was over. It had lasted 41 minutes, 11 ships, 9 absorbed mercenaries, 2 burned tow cables, 1 partially separated keel, 2 breaching craft still locked to the hull. The Carrion fleet, which had held position for 4 days waiting for the signal, and had moved with tactical precision the moment the signal came, and had executed a coordinated boarding and mechanical extraction operation against a salvage vessel with professional efficiency, had been answered by something that had been awake for 5 days and had spent those 5 days learning how every piece of available hardware worked. The rift was 37 minutes ahead. The 4 charges in the housing were still inert. The white light held its plateau, and in the sustained brightness of it, Thorne could see the full architecture of what he was standing inside. The century of integration, the complete and irreversible continuity between the entity and the reactor housing, and the dreadnought's hull, and the Meridian's det's keel, and the data networks, and the 9 absorbed humans in the corridors, and the 11 drifting ships outside, everything continuous with everything else, in a network that had started with a sealed lead cap and one thing waiting inside it in the dark. She had not broken a single person on his crew. She had not destroyed the Carrion's ships. She had taken them and reoriented them, assigned a new purpose, the way she had assigned new purpose to the plasma cutter, and the extraction apparatus and the blast doors and the navigation mainframe. The Carrion fleet's new purpose was to drift at the edge of a scrapyard with its weapons pointing outward, guarding a passage 37 minutes ahead, waiting. He put his hand on the ladder rung. 1 way up, 4 inert charges, a degraded cutter at 50%, 37 minutes. Above him, Kalen's voice came through the PA one more time, very quietly, the tone of someone completing a report and returning to observation. "We are ready," Kalen said. The white light pulsed once in the old rhythm, 1 beat per second, then held. Chapter 16. The Severance. The housing in the white light was a different place than the housing had been on any of the 5 days prior. Not because anything had moved. The cooling rod array was in its engineered grid, the tethers in their helical coils, the haze dense at the base convergence. Nothing had moved, but critical mass had changed the quality of the space the way a pressure shift changed the quality of a room. Same surfaces, same geometry, different weight in the air and the light. She was attending to Thorne. The Carrion fleet was drifting in the dark with its weapons pointing outward. The crew was sorted. The rift was 32 minutes ahead on a locked course. The other concerns had been managed. What remained was this: a man with a cutting tool at the base convergence and the primary tether cluster, and the choice she had made when she declined to suppress the cutter mechanism. He could feel it as a quality of the light, the way the pulse of the white bioluminescence tracked his position in the housing with a directionality that the undirected light didn't have. The brightest axis of the output rotating to keep him at its center as he moved from the ladder to the base convergence. Not threatening, observational. The attending of something that has arrived at the moment it has been building toward, and is giving that moment the specific quality of attention it deserves. He stood at the edge of the base convergence with the plasma cutter in both hands and looked at the primary tether cluster. In the white light he could see the 4 shaped charges. 2 at the base connections, his, 2 at the mid-array, Mace's, all 4 seated correctly, all 4 with the detonator indicators suppressed, the detonator mechanisms reading the localized atmospheric conditions and finding insufficient pressure differential to activate. The suppression had held through the critical mass event, through the tow cable ablation, through everything. She had maintained it the way she maintained everything else. Continuously, precisely, without effort that registered as effort. The charges were not going to detonate. The detonator suppression had held through the critical mass event and would not release. But the cutter was a different mechanism, and she had not extended the suppression to cover it, which told him what he needed to know. She was no longer in the housing in the sense of being contained by it. The tethers were not keeping her in. They were grounding her consciousness in the housing's physical mass. Without that grounding, the consciousness distributed into the larger architecture, the ship, the network, the fleet. She would become the ship entirely. She had not suppressed the cutter because she did not need to suppress it. She was waiting for him to use it. He started with the primary coil. The cutter struck the primary tether, and the tether held rather than pulled back. Not the regenerative response from day 5. A different resistance. The resistance of a thing that had decided to allow a process while the process was still difficult. The arc drank through the coil in increments. The bioluminescent light at the cut point flared and subsided and did not regenerate. The material cauterized. The cut held. She was letting him cut. The primary coil parted. The light in the severed section dimmed, bioluminescence withdrawing from the cut material the way blood withdrew from a cauterized wound. The cooling rod the coil had wrapped was visible at the cut point, the alloy surface bare and cold in the white light, a nickel-chrome thermal conductor that had become, through a century of patient molecular integration, a nerve. He moved to the second coil. He was 3 coils into the primary cluster, the housing wall behind him, the cutter hot in his hands with the specific heat that accumulated in the housing assembly during sustained operation, when he heard Vance enter the housing above him. The maintenance access above the umbilical channel, not the crawlspace route, the other one, the one that ran from the server room section to the dreadnought's hull without passing through the absorbed mercenary positions. Vance had been in the server room for 32 minutes. He had spent the first 22 minutes of day 1 reading the ship's engineering schematics in the column he maintained for contingencies. The footsteps on the ladder were Vance's, clean, deliberate, the measured descent of a man who is moving toward something specific rather than away from something urgent. Thorne did not stop cutting. "Captain." Vance from the mid-array, above the convergence zone. His rebreather on, the corporate issue white one, still clean, a managed distance between himself and the atmosphere he was descending into. "The extraction apparatus is gone. The tow cables are gone. The competing fleet is neutralized." A pause with the density of a man delivering the key clause. "The asset is intact. She is at critical mass and she is intact, and she is about to reach a navigational anomaly that we do not understand and from which we may not return. This is the last viable point of severance before that outcome becomes permanent." "You want me to stop cutting," Thorne said. "I want you to understand what you're doing." Vance came down 2 more rungs into the upper convergence zone. His rebreather seal was intact. Thorne could see the haze orienting toward it, the directed movement of it finding every interface point, the same patient process that had found Yara's ankle seal and the mercenary's chest plating. "You are eliminating the last mechanism by which humanity retains leverage over the most significant discovery in our history. When you cut those tethers, she doesn't become free. She becomes the ship, and the ship goes where she decides." "I know," Thorne said. He cut the 4th coil. "Then you understand that." "I understand that the mission spec was built around extraction before we arrived, that the competing fleet was positioned before we got here, that you have been managing a commercial outcome inside a situation that stopped being commercial the moment we opened the lead cap." Thorne moved to the 5th coil, the cutter heavy in his hands. "She has the navigation, the comms, the life support, 9 people in her corridors, 11 ships in the dark outside. She doesn't want our scrap." He looked at the white light and the tethers and the century of patient integration made visible. "She wants a chariot." Vance moved, not toward Thorne, toward the pressure equalization valve on the housing's port wall, the manual valve on the atmospheric equalization system, closed since before the breach, a physical lever connected to a physical gate. The entity had the PLC network. She did not have the physical lever. He was going to flush the haze, reverse pressurize the housing, push the Data-Haze at the base convergence upward and out through the cap, forcing the particulate density below the threshold at which the biological conduction process sustained itself. Remove the atmospheric medium and the haze collapsed. Remove the haze and the critical mass event lost its substrate. Not a solution. It did nothing about the tether architecture or the ship's integration or the 11 drifting ships. But it was a disruption. Vance was a man who disrupted current states and worked in the space the disruption created. He had his hand on the valve. The housing wall between the valve and the base convergence was the most thoroughly infiltrated section of the architecture, the point where a century of molecular integration had saturated the wall material completely. The white light was brightest here. The wall was not distinguishable as leaded steel by any thermal reading the suit's instruments could produce. It was behaving as biological tissue under pressure. When Vance's hand closed on the valve handle, his weight transmitted a vibration through the wall mount into the saturated wall section. Biological tissue under pressure responding the way biological tissue responded to the disruption of its surface tension. The wall burst outward at the valve mount. Not the valve. The wall section beside it, a half-meter of housing wall that was no longer wall in any meaningful sense, rupturing outward at the point of minimum biological resistance. The atmosphere behind it was the base convergence atmosphere, saturated Data-Haze at critical mass concentration, 5 days of accumulation at the pressure threshold for the last 20 minutes. It hit Vance in a concentrated burst. The rebreather seal held for approximately 2 seconds. 2 seconds of the concentrated critical mass haze pressing against every surface of the sealed respirator with the directed force of the atmospheric burst, finding every interface point, every microscopic surface porosity in the composite gasket, every gap between the seal ring and the face shield housing, with the molecular intimacy that critical mass concentration produced, not diffusion, not the patient infiltration of the corridor atmospheric propagation. A direct and total interface event at the full concentration of 5 days of accumulated biological output. The seal failed at the nose bridge. The gap was 2 millimeters. The haze entered in under 1 second. Vance's hand came off the valve handle in the way hands left surfaces when the nervous system received an input that reorganized its priorities. He did not fall. The haze was not a toxin, had never been a toxin. It occupied. He stood with his back to the burst wall, the rebreather compromised, the critical mass haze moving through his respiratory system, into his bloodstream, into the nervous system architecture his identity ran on, and he stood with the smoothness that 9 armored mercenaries stood with in the corridors above. The smoothness of a body whose motor system had received 2 sets of instructions and resolved the conflict. His hand did not return to the valve handle. He stood, still. His eyes were open, and the corporate precision of his expression had not disappeared. It was present, but present in the way an expression was present when the person behind it had received information that rendered it simultaneously accurate and insufficient. The information was too large for fear. What he was receiving was not the gradual immersion of 5 days of haze exposure that had moved Kalen incrementally from analytical to prophetic. This was the complete transmission, the whole thing, at once. His eyes went very still. His mouth opened. He said nothing. Thorne cut the 7th coil. He was working through the primary cluster in sequence, the cutter's power cell declining with each cut. The housing walls were vibrating at a frequency he could feel in his boots and his back teeth, a frequency that had been present since the threshold event but was now modulating. Not the sustained plateau of critical mass arrival, but something more complex. The fundamental pulse expanded into something that carried more information per cycle. She was preparing for the transition. He could feel it in the housing the way you felt a ship preparing to fire its main drive. Not in any single instrument reading, but in the aggregate quality of the material environment, the way everything in the space was already arranged for what was about to happen next. The housing walls, the tethers, the haze, the light, all of it oriented toward a single moment that was some number of coil cuts away, and the number was not large. He cut the 8th coil, the 9th. Vance had not moved from the burst wall section. Standing in the haze at the burst point, smooth and still, the open eyes and the expression that had become insufficient. He would be able to walk. The motor system was not damaged, but the navigation would not be his. It would be hers, the same as the 9 mercenaries, the 11 ships, the navigation mainframe, the blast doors, everything she had ever touched with sufficient architecture to carry her signal. Thorne reached the final tether in the primary cluster, the last coil, the thickest, the primary attachment, the original connection, the first filament to grow into the cooling rod alloy, the core of the tether network's architecture since whatever moment in the last century that growth had begun. The brightest point in the housing. The white light was most intense here, and in the brightness, the cooling rod at the coil's center was both visible and not, the alloy surface present at the connection's heart, carrying the biological architecture the way a skeleton carried the organism grown around it. He raised the cutter. The housing was very still. The vibration held. The haze held. Vance stood in the haze at the burst wall. Above the rim, Carrion in the dual light. He struck the final tether. The cutter arc hit the primary attachment coil, and the coil parted, and the light at the severance point did not flare. It expanded. The white light that had been concentrated at the attachment redistributed instantaneously outward in every direction, through the tether network, through the cooling rod array, through the housing walls, through the dreadnought's hull, through the neural connections that had been umbilical connections, through the meridian's debt's keel and bulkheads and atmospheric processors and PLC relay architecture, the critical mass output no longer grounded in the reactor housing but distributed, free, finding every infiltration pathway and every surface where biology had become continuous with engineering, and at every one of those points simultaneously, the biological material surged. Not slowly. The surge was the speed of a signal reaching the end of its cable, arriving at every receiver in the same instant. What it did at each interface point was not biological growth, but engineering fusion, the biological material and the ship material becoming continuous the way the cooling rod alloy and the filaments had become continuous, the boundary between organism and ship not dissolving but collapsing. The housing walls changed, not structurally. The geometry held, the housing remained a housing, the interior dimensions did not shift. But the surface quality of the walls was different in the same instant that the surge reached them, the leaded steel taking on a texture that leaded steel did not have, a surface that caught the light and moved it the way biological surfaces moved light, the material carrying the bio-luminescent output through its own structure and expressing it at the wall surface as a whole wall illumination that was not reflection but emission, the walls themselves producing light as biological material produced light, from within, from the tissue, from the living structure that the housing had become in the instant the final tether parted. The ship shuddered, one deep, total structural convulsion, not the stress speech of a failing keel or the impact resonance of a breaching craft contact. A biological event, the specific shudder of a thing that has undergone a transition, every structural member transmitting it simultaneously. The 200-ton salvage vessel vibrating at the frequency of something that had just changed what it was. The shudder lasted 4 seconds. Then it was gone, and the Meridian's debt was still, and in the stillness the ship sounded different. The industrial roar of the main drive had changed in quality, still present, but quieter, and beneath it a different frequency running through the deck plating and the bulkheads. 1 beat per second, vast, structural. The pulse of a thing that was now the size of the ship, running its biology through the ship's bones, the way the ship had run its reactor output through the drive system. The Meridian's debt had a heartbeat. Thorne stood in the housing, which was the interior of a biological structure now, its walls emitting white light from the tissue that the leaded steel had become, and listened to the heartbeat in the deck beneath his boots, and felt it in the cutter housing and in the bones of his hands. He looked at the cooling rods. They were still there, the alloy forest in its engineered geometry. But the tethers were gone. the severed coils on the housing floor, the cut points dark, and the rod surfaces at each former connection point were no longer alloy-colored. They were the color of her bioluminescent output. The molecular integration that had been accumulating for 100 years had completed itself in the surge. The rods were no longer cooling rods. They served a function in the new architecture that cooling rods did not have an engineering notation for. He looked at Vance, standing in the haze with his open eyes and his insufficient expression, breathing steadily in the compromised rebreather. Present the way the 9 mercenaries were present in the corridors above, physically intact, neurologically occupied by something larger than the occupancy that had been there before. He would not have the ROI terminology anymore. Something had replaced it that operated on a different scale. Something patient that had come a very long way to go somewhere, and had been given by the sequence of events beginning with a lead cap and a thermal anomaly at the outer edge of the margins, the vehicle it needed. The heartbeat ran through the deck. One beat, and another. She didn't want our scrap. She wants a chariot. Thorne looked at the housing walls emitting their white light, at the cooling rods with their ancient new purpose, at the tether remnants on the housing floor, at the 4-shaped charge housings still mounted at their placement points, their explosive payloads inert and no longer relevant, the detonator suppression now a permanent atmospheric condition of a housing that was no longer a housing. He picked up the plasma cutter and put it on his back. 29 minutes to the rift. He started up the ladder. Chapter 17. The First Apostle. Thorne came up through the housing cap and stood on the dreadnought's hull and looked at the Carrion fleet for a long moment before he did anything else. He crossed on the safety line. The umbilical was gone, but the 2 hulls were still in their relationship. Biological filaments too fine to see and too strong to sever spanning the gap where the umbilical had been, the way tendon held bone to bone. He went hand over hand in the dark. The ship received him through the airlock, and the airlock was not the airlock he had cycled through on day 1. The crystalline Data-Haze formations at the inner door seal were centimeters wide now, catching the bio-luminescent light the ship's own structure was producing and refracting it into angles the emergency red could not account for. He put his hand against the door surface and felt it warm against his palm. Not the warmth of machinery, the warmth of something metabolically active, a living interior perceived through its outer surface. The ship was warm. The whole ship, not artificially heated, the warmth of tissue, the warmth of a large organism conducting its processes through its structure. 9 years of Thorne's working life in 200 tons of steel and plumbing and wiring, and all of it warm now with a warmth it had not produced in those 9 years. He pulled his hand off the door and went to the bridge. The corridors were different in the same way the airlock door was different. The surface quality, the warmth, the bioluminescent light emanating from within the structure at every point where the surge had reached and completed its integration, which was everywhere. The crystalline formations at the frame joints and panel seams were larger than the ones on the bridge console had been at last observation. Denser, the facets more complex. The light they refracted creating ambient illumination that was not the emergency red and was not any other light source Thorne could identify as a discrete system. The ship was generating its own light, not from its electrical systems, from its tissue. The 9 absorbed mercenaries were still in their positions. He passed 3 of them in the corridor between the airlock and the engineering section junction. 1 at the cargo bay approach, 1 at the Corridor 8 junction, 1 at the Frame 14 bulkhead position. They did not turn to track him as he passed. They were facing their assigned directions, outward facing, covering the approaches they had been assigned to cover, and their eyes were not watching him because he was not a threat to what they were covering. He was part of what they were covering. He was, as far as the architecture of the perimeter went, inside the perimeter. He was the congregation. The word arrived without drama. It was Kalen's word, from the housing rim, and it had sounded wrong when Kalen said it, and it sounded accurate now, in the way that words became accurate when you reached the position they described. He had been inside the perimeter since the lead cap came off and the light pulsed in the dead housing and the Geiger counter held its flat and terrible 0. He had been part of the situation from the first moment the situation existed. He had spent 14 days understanding this fact in sequence, one chapter at a time, and he was at the end of the sequence now, and there was nothing left to understand except what came next. He went through the bridge hatch. The bridge was occupied, not by emergency, by habitation. Carrion was at the navigation console, hands on the haptic array. Thorne did not pursue the question of how he had traveled from the housing rim. He was there. He was navigating. Yara was at the secondary engineering station, not the secondary console, the backup engineering station on the bridge's port side, the station that monitored life support and atmospheric processing and the ship's biological systems, which now included systems that the backup engineering station had not previously had occasion to monitor. She was reading data. Her eyes had the quality they had had since the cargo bay filter breach, the bio-luminescent undertone in the pupil dilation, and her hands moved across the station's interface with the dual-layer fluency she had described on day 3. Her own training and the entity's language running in parallel, available simultaneously. The two information systems she was running through the same cognitive architecture, no longer competing, but organized. Each in its register, each available when needed. Mace was at the engineering console. Solon was at the structural monitoring station. 3 other crew members, Thorne did a count, were at their stations. Not the stations he had assigned them to at the start of the mission. Their stations. The ones that made sense for the ship as it currently existed. The ship that now had biological systems requiring monitoring alongside mechanical ones. That now had a pulse running through its structural members that the structural monitoring station needed to track. That now had a light output from its hull surface that someone needed to read. They were all facing their consoles. They were all working. None of them had turned when he came through the hatch. They were occupied. The ship 20 minutes from a navigational event with no colonial authority classification and no established procedure. Thorne recognized the quality of a crew managing something that needed to be managed. The only difference was the bioluminescent undertone in every eye, the warmth in every surface, and the destination. He crossed to the situation chair. The chair was where it had always been. The armrests were warm. He sat in it and looked at the forward viewport. The rift was visible now, had been visible since approximately 2 hours ago on the proximity display, but visible to the naked eye only at this distance, 17 minutes. The navigation mainframe's locked course holding its heading with the steady precision of a system that had been running this calculation for 5 days and had arrived at certainty about it. The rift was dark in the way he had understood it to be dark since Carrion first put it on the proximity display. Not the darkness of distance or the darkness of a celestial object occluding the background, but the darkness of a place where the local space-time geometry was doing something that the colonial navigational framework did not have a notation for. A depth rather than an absence. A somewhere rather than a nothing. She had come through it. Once. A very long time ago. She had come through it, and the reactor housing had closed around her, and she had been waiting since then, with the patience of something calibrated to geological timescales, for the circumstances that would allow the return. The return was 17 minutes away. The heartbeat ran through the ship. 1 beat per second, up through the chair frame and into his back and skull. The rhythm of something enormous, certain that the vessel would take it where it needed to go. The emergency red was the dimmest light on the bridge now. The bioluminescent emission from the console seams and crystalline formations was brighter, warmer, closer to the gold-white of critical mass. The bridge was lit by the ship. On the main console screen, the 2 lines of text she had written on day 4, alien notation above, colonial standard below, were still there. She had not removed them. They were the first thing she had said to them in their own language, and she had left them visible, as a marker or a record or simply because the screen was hers, and she had decided to leave it. Below the two lines, the navigation mainframe had been accumulating the ancient geography for 5 days, and below that the approach data for the rift was now displaying in real time distance, bearing, closure rate, in colonial standard notation. Because the navigation mainframe was still a navigation mainframe, and still spoke colonial standard, and was simply also speaking other things simultaneously now. 11 minutes, 8 minutes. The viewport showed the rift at close range now, not a sensor return or a display abstraction, but the actual geometry of the navigational anomaly present in the physical space ahead of the ship, the deep and specific darkness of it filling the upper third of the viewport, the stars visible at its edges, occluded at its center in a way that was not occlusion but departure, the star field not blocked but redirecting, the light that would have come from those positions going somewhere else instead, somewhere that was not this section of space and was the section of space that was on the other side of the depth and the darkness. Through it, somewhere in the ship, at some junction between the former engineering architecture and the biological systems that the surge had established, the sound of the main drive shifted. Not in volume. The thrust was holding at 3/10 gravity, the locked course requiring constant thrust to maintain heading against the dreadnought's mass attached to the keel. The sound shifted in quality. The industrial combustion harmonic dropped a fraction in its register, and the biological pulse rose a fraction in its, the two sounds finding a relationship that was not quite harmony and not quite synchrony, but was something between them, the engine and the heartbeat running together in the ship's bones at the threshold where mechanical and biological became aspects of the same operating system. 5 minutes. Mace looked up from the engineering console. Just briefly, just to look at the viewport, at the rift in the upper third of the glass, at the depth and the darkness and the somewhere on the other side of it. His face had the expression Thorne had seen on his face on day one, when the bio-luminescent light pulsed in the dead housing for the first time. The exhausted philosophical resignation of a man who has been doing difficult work long enough to have run out of nervousness and arrived at a kind of durable acceptance of the next thing being the next thing. The undertone was in his eyes, the warm bioluminescent quality that the haze had been leaving in the crew's eyes since the filter breach, present now in everyone on the bridge at varying intensities. Mace's the subtlest and Kalen's the most complete, and all of them somewhere in the range between those two poles. He looked back at his console. The crystalline formations on the bridge surfaces caught the light from the viewport, the deep darkness of the rift throwing the ship's own bioluminescent emission into contrast, the formations refracting the self-generated light in angles that the emergency red had not been able to produce, colors moving across the bridge surfaces in slow, shifting patterns as the ship drew closer to the anomaly, and the anomaly's effect on local space-time bent the light reaching the viewport in ways that changed the spectrum arriving at the crystal facets. 2 minutes. Kalen's hands were still. The attitude thrusters had completed their correction. The course was locked, had been locked since day 6, and the navigation was complete. The navigator had run his calculation to the end, and the end was 2 minutes ahead, and there was nothing left to adjust. He was at the console the way a captain was at the situation chair, not because the job required it in this moment, but because this was where he was when the job was done, present at the station that had been his station through the passage. The rift filled the viewport, not the upper third. The whole viewport, the darkness of it total at this distance and at this approach angle, the stars completely gone at the viewport center, and present only at the edges where the anomaly's geometry had not yet occluded them, and at the edges the stars were bent. Their positions shifted from their catalog coordinates in a pattern that was not random, that described the edge geometry of the rift with the precision of a cartographic instrument. The stars themselves serving as reference points for a navigational event that had no colonial authority notation. Kalen had charted it. The edge geometry was in the navigation mainframe alongside the ancient geography. He had been charting it for the last 2 hours from the sensor data, building the approach map with the same focused economy he brought to everything. The final professional act of a navigator running a course that had been locked for days and arriving at the moment when a locked course required, one last time, the human judgment of the person at the console. 1 minute. The rift arrived. Not the ship arriving at the rift arriving, the geometry of the anomaly encompassing the ship, the boundary of the navigational event reaching the hull and passing it, and the viewport going dark completely in the moment of crossing and then not dark. A different light. The light on the other side of the boundary, which was not the emergency red of the ship's electrical system, and was not the bioluminescent white of the entity's critical mass output, but was something external to both of those things. The light of the place the ancient geography had been mapping for 5 days. The light of the inside of the rift. And it was not the dark that the sensor returns had implied. It was full of light, enormous and structured and organized at a scale that the viewport, which was designed to display the navigable features of a colonial standard operational environment, which was the scrapyard and the nebula and the distant relay beacon, was not the correct instrument for receiving. The light resolved, in the seconds after the crossing, into a structure, and the structure was not astronomical and was not navigational and was not anything that the colonial framework had a notation for, and Carrion was at the navigation console entering the data with steady hands, charting it, because that was what navigators did. 29 seconds after the crossing, the ship's external sensors restored their contact with the surrounding environment. The environment was not the Vandermeer scrapyard, not any catalogued volume in the colonial navigational database. The Carrion fleet was not present. The dreadnought was not present. The relay beacon was not present, which meant the colonial authority would eventually note its absence, dispatch an inquiry vessel, and find the Vandermeer scrapyard empty, except for the cooling slag of 2 former kinetic tow cables. They would find no record of where the Meridian's debt had gone. There would be no record because the colonial navigational framework did not have a notation for where the salvage vessel had gone. Carrion was charting it anyway. The rift was behind them now. The somewhere was ahead. Thorne looked at the altered stars through the forward viewport. The bioluminescent light of the bridge surfaces caught his face, and the crystalline formations caught the light of the external environment and refracted it, and the refracted light moved across the bridge in patterns that were not random and were not noise, and were organized in the way that things organized by intelligence were organized. The light of the new environment entering the ship and the ship's biology reading it and distributing it. The ship as an organ of perception for the thing that now ran through the ship's bones. He looked at the crew at their stations, at Carrion's hands on the haptic array, at Yara reading her dual-layer data with the focus of someone for whom the dual layer had stopped being a disruption and had become a native fluency, at Mace, running his engineering assessment with the durable resignation of a man who had outlasted his own nervousness about the work. Their eyes, in the light of the new environment, held the bioluminescent undertone steadily, the quality that had arrived incrementally over 5 days of exposure and was now simply part of how they looked, the way a person's eyes looked after years of working in a particular kind of light. He looked at the forward viewport, at the altered stars, at the ancient geography's first waypoint, now visible on the navigation display at a distance. The navigation mainframe was already calculating a closure rate for, at the ship that had been a salvage vessel, and was now something else, carrying the thing that had been in the reactor housing, somewhere it had been trying to go for a very long time, and carrying the people who had opened the housing along with it, as crew, as congregation, as the first human beings to make this particular transit, and the first human beings to be whatever they were going to be on the other side of it. "We went looking for salvage," he said. "We're bringing back a god."